Chapter 1001, Titan Devil Lord the Newcomer, the Lord of the Titan Devils, gazed into the distance as if staring at something neither of the half-step holy manifestation devils could see. His yellow eyes narrowed with a menacing, murderous glint, rage clearly contained within. A moment later, he gazed down at the meridian essence lake beneath his feet. His contained rage intensified as he noticed the lake of Titan demon meridian essence had been depleted considerably. "What happened?" he asked, voice deep and gravely, like it was coming from a primordial beast of hell. "My lord," one of the still-bowed devils said, "we were guarding the ancestral grounds when suddenly I noticed the aura of the Titan demon meridian essence start to weaken. We came here immediately, noticed that it had been tampered with, and then alerted you without pause." The Titan Devil Lord looked at the two half-step holy manifestation devils before him, eyes still narrowed, face burning with contained rage. "And you, what did you do?" the Devil Lord asked the other cultivator who had not yet spoken. "Did you not detect the intrusion as well?" I did not, my lord," the bowed devil said, body slightly trembling with instinctual fear. "Useless," the Devil Lord said, hand reaching out towards that devil. The devil's eyes went wide with horror as he tried to back away instinctively. He was far too slow, neck caught instantly by the Titan Devil Lord's massive hand. He struggled in the Titan Devil Lord's grasp, unable to budge the hand even slightly. "I apologize for my incompetent ga." Before he could finish his apology, the flames surrounding the Titan Devil Lord extended to envelop the devil in his grasp. The devil cried out in agony as his body was charred at a visible rate. The cries of agony ceased moments later at the half-step holy manifestation. Titan Devil was burned to ashes, which drifted away in the wind. The Titan Devil Lord shifted his gaze to the other, still bowed devil, then back to the horizon. "So you're not dead," it said, narrowing its eyes. "How unexpected." "My lord, do you know who did this?" the bowed devil asked. "There is only one person on this world that could have entered and left these ancestral grounds without being detected by the formations or myself," the Titan Devil Lord said, voice filled with obvious displeasure. "He was rumored to have reached the end of his life tens of thousands of years ago and perished." The Titan Devil Lord snarled, anger and displeasure on his face. "So, you managed to break through to the late holy manifestation realm and extend your lifespan, Prime Shadow." "Prime Shadow? You mean the fabled assassin of the human race?" the other devil exclaimed, as if hearing about a terrifying beast told to children to scare them. "He's still alive. Should we go after him? You are also in the late holy manifestation realm, so surely." The Titan Devil Lord scoffed at the suggestion, giving the other devil a sideways glance of disapproval and anger, as if he was about to unleash his fury on this devil as he had done the previous. The other devil bowed his head again, refraining from speaking again. "Increase the guard surrounding these lands, and make sure this doesn't happen again. If it does, your fate will be much worse than the others," the Titan Devil Lord said, then vanished. "It will be done," the other devil said firmly, unsure if his words were even heard. His gaze shifted in the direction the Titan Devil Lord had been looking, and shuddered lightly, recalling memories of the tales of the famed human assassin, and how he had plagued the devils for countless millennia. Before he could react, John had been scooped up by the Prime Shadow, wrapped in the same cocoon of darkness as before. "What are you doing? I wasn't done!" John exclaimed from within the cocoon of darkness, startled and also angry by suddenly being extracted from the lake of meridian essence. "I think you should take a look at Rho Alpha Pi Dalphus novel, C. Omicron." However, as expected, no answer came. John fell silent, his built-up anger slowly subsiding. The Prime Shadow wouldn't have done this if there wasn't a good reason, so the most likely answer is that we were detected by the devils and needed to leave. If that was the case, John would be understanding of the Prime Shadow's actions. Still, he was disappointed by not being able to reach his absolute limit of increasing his meridian durability. He sighed and then relaxed, knowing there was nothing he could do. He basked in the feeling of Leia's healing energy still healing his meridians, like a soft, pleasurable reminder of her existence. I could tell I was getting close to reaching my limit anyways, so it's not that big of a deal. I already gained far more than I could have ever expected from this, so I should be content with what I have. Several hours later, the cocoon of darkness vanished, returning John to the real world. He landed on the ground and looked about, finding himself standing within the room he met the Prime Shadow and Guildmaster in. The Guildmaster was nowhere to be seen, but the Prime Shadow was there, standing next to him. He smiled as he noticed John's questioning gaze. "We were detected," the Prime Shadow said, then shrugged. "There was nothing I could do. It was not me that was detected, but you." Rho Alpha Pi Dalphas, Nu Omicron Vepsilon letter 188 Omicron, me, John asked. "Yes, you. You absorbed far too much meridian essence. It was only natural that the change was detected by the Titan Devils," the Prime Shadow said, jabbing John lightly in the chest as if to emphasize he was the reason for the sudden departure. He then grabbed John's wrist and sent his divine sense into John's meridians. His eyes widened with disbelief, then after a moment, changed to approving joy. "You have more than doubled the strength and durability of your meridians," he said with awe. "I didn't even know it was possible for a cultivator to achieve such a thing." "Is it really that amazing?" John asked. Thanks to the Titan Demon Meridian essence, as well as Leia's incredible orb of healing vitality, he had managed to increase the durability of his meridians by more than double, hovering between that and nearly triple the strength and durability. Compared to the 20% he had achieved on his own before employing Leia's help, the difference was staggering. "Thank you," John said internally, thanking Leia for her help once more. He knew the orb she had given him was not a simple thing and had cost Leia a great deal to make. With how hard meridians are to improve, it is absolutely heaven-defying, the Prime Shadow nodded. Even if you give another genius that healing energy you were using, they would be hard-pressed to improve their meridians by 50%, let alone what you've done. Each cultivator possesses a natural limit for improving their meridians, and they cannot break beyond that limit no matter what. Your natural limit is beyond incredible, to the point that I didn't even know it could go that high. John felt surprise at hearing this. He knew what he had done was impressive, but didn't know just how much. Natural limit, huh? I wonder how much of that limit is due to the Asura body and Jade Dragon inheritance, and how much is due to my own innate talent, John wondered, then figured he would ask the Prime Shadow if he knew the answer. In regards to this natural limit, can incredible treasures or natural wonders improve that limit? John asked curiously. No, the Prime Shadow shook his head. Treasures and wonders can allow a cultivator to improve their meridian quality to be closer to their natural limit, but that limit is determined at birth and cannot be changed. Your heaven-defying meridian talent is yours and yours alone. Well, that, and your parents', as meridian talents are one of the few things a human can inherit from their parents' cultivation-wise. John raised his eyebrows slightly, a bit surprised to hear this. If his meridian talent was this heaven-defying naturally, then his origin really wasn't anything simple. And he hadn't even actually reached his natural limit yet, only approached it. Just who are my parents, really? He wondered. Congratulations, the Prime Shadow's voice snapped him from his thoughts. You now have meridians equal to that of a typical half-step holy manifestation cultivator, and this meridian talent will serve as an incredible foundation for you going forward. From now on, the limits of your meridians should no longer be an issue for you at all. Chapter 1002. The continent of War. John sent a strong wave of chi throughout his meridians, testing their limits for the first time. He smiled as he didn't feel any strain at all, despite pushing his essence Danshan to almost its maximum output. His body thrummed with incredible power, while his aura flooded the small room, drowning it in his power as well. The walls shook and tables rattled, while some weaker objects started to shatter and break. Despite all this, his meridians felt completely at ease, as if the chi surging within was non-existent. Now, you can test your new limits outside, where you won't be destroying my property, the Prime Shadow grumbled. Sorry, John said, withdrawing his essence chi back into his dantian, returning the room to its former calm. Now I just need another body inheritance, something to increase the durability of my body to a great extent, and I'll have no limitations to worry about at all, John said, still smiling with satisfaction from his recent improvements. Don't get too far ahead of yourself, the Prime Shadow said. Your meridians were mostly untouched, so the Titan Demon meridian essence was perfect for you at this moment. However, your body is beyond heaven-defying, so finding something to increase its level won't be easy. Not even the Titan Demon blood or bone essence would have had much of an impact, regardless of how much you could have absorbed. Your body is of Asuras and dragons, two of the strongest, most physically talented creatures in existence. For something to increase your body's strength and durability to any measurable degree, it will have to be equally as heaven-defying, and on this world, I am not aware of any such opportunities. John sighed with disappointment, but wasn't really surprised. He knew everything the Prime Shadow had just said, and was mostly speaking out of hopeful optimism. The only place that could theoretically have something to improve your body is on the continent of war, the Prime Shadow said thoughtfully. But even then, it's far from a guarantee. The continent of war, it could have treasures and opportunities of that level, John asked curiously. He had heard Luri and Suri mention it once as the home of the Eternal Serpent, the supposed strongest being on this world, but knew nothing else of it. Rho Alphindalpha's New Omicron Vepsilonal, C. Omicron, possibly, the Prime Shadow shrugged. The continent of war is home to the Eternal Serpent, which is an existence even I wouldn't want to fight. It's that strong. It's that strong, the Prime Shadow nodded. And not only is it stronger than me, but its body is also nearly impervious to damage. There's a reason it has reigned unchallenged on this world from the ancient war until now. John thought about such a powerful creature, wondering where its limits truly were, then thought about the opportunities the Prime Shadow mentioned. What about those potential opportunities you mentioned? He asked. Ah, yes, the Prime Shadow mumbled. Well, the continent of war was the pinnacle continent of this world before the ancient war, where the most powerful and grand sects, clans, and guilds existed. The Eternal Serpent was part of the force that helped defend the world from the Asura invasion, and when the war ended, all continents had sustained great damage. The Eternal Serpent claimed that continent as his own, as payment for defending this world, and no one had the power to refute his claim. It's lived on that continent ever since, a continent filled with ancient ruins, natural treasures beyond compare, and countless other treasures. Every few years, the serpent will allow the youths of this world, typically those under the age of 50, to enter its grounds and battle for the treasures and opportunities within. That includes all the races, so humans, beasts, devils. All go there when it is open to claim those opportunities, as those who seize the best opportunities always rise to the top of this world. For example, the Sword Sovereign and Yang Sovereign both seized opportunities on the continent of war that allowed them to rise to the top of this world eventually. It's a bloodbath every time the Eternal Serpent opens its borders, hence the name, the continent of war. Why would it allow others to enter its lands? John asked. How does that benefit the serpent? Think you should take a look at Rho Alpha Pi Dalphus novel, C. Omicron. I'm not exactly sure, the Prime Shadow said after a short silence. But I have some ideas. Regardless of the reasons, the opportunities are too enticing to ignore, and so despite the dangers, all the confident geniuses of this world will flock there and battle for supremacy. When does it open next? John asked, his anticipation rising. It sounded like the perfect place for him to be, battling to the death against devils and beasts, improving his combat prowess and instincts, and obtaining incredible treasures as a reward. It was almost like paradise to him, making him want to go there immediately. No one other than the Eternal Serpent knows, the Prime Shadow shrugged. The intervals between openings have been as short as a year and as long as a century. It's seemingly random every time, with the only consistent factor being how long it's opened for. Each time the continent is opened, it remains so for a year. A year, huh? John mused. His face scrunched up as he suddenly thought of something completely unrelated that he had not thought of before. "I just thought of something odd," John said. "This world speaks the exact same language as my homeworld, and from what I can tell of how you determine age, also uses the same passage of time when it comes to years. I'm assuming the way we measure years is also different, is it not?" "Ah, that," the Prime Shadow nodded. "During the ancient war, a unified response was needed. As a result, a single language was spread to every world to be used, as well as a single system to determine the passage of time. Otherwise, if two worlds with different measures of time tried to coordinate a joint effort, they might have been days, months, or even years off in their efforts, resulting in a fractured resistance. As a result, most worlds speak the language you and I speak, and also use the same time system. The time system was based on one of the hegemon worlds' passage of time, which used their system of weeks, months, and years to establish how many hours are within each week, month, and year for the rest of the worlds. As a result, age is determined by a certain number of hours, and not by the system most worlds used to use before the war, which was orbits around their primary star. So, while one world might have 1,000 days in a year and another 20, and some worlds orbit their primary stars in 10 days and other 1,000 days, both years are the exact same in terms of actual passage of time. The days in a week or a month may be different for each world, but for all worlds, there are 12 months in a true year, and each month means the same passage of time, regardless of which world you're on. Your world, a nearly destroyed fringe world as it may be, must have still used this time system even after its near destruction, as your concept of time and age appears to match this world's system. "That makes complete sense," John said, satisfied with the answer. "I never bothered to check, but how many days make up a month on this world?" 16, the Prime Shadow answered, to which John nodded. "The days and night are almost twice as long as the day-night cycle back home, so that adds up with what he's been saying," John thought, as his homeworld has roughly 30 days per month. "Now then," the Prime Shadow said, shifting the topic of discussion. "The 3-Dao tournament is coming up next month, and you have some time to prepare beforehand. From what I've seen so far, your battle arts, and especially movement arts, seem to be lacking for the most part." John frowned at the truth of the Prime Shadow's words. His battle arts had been falling behind quite a bit as of late. His divine reaping scythe only had instructions up to the heaven tribulation realm, and so it was mostly useless now. His heavenly lightning domain was still strong, but would soon reach the limits of what it was capable of. As for movement arts, his thunder flash step had long since become outdated, and although his spatial Dao control allowed him to move quickly, he was doing so through the Dao alone, and not using a spatial movement art, which would be much more effective. "Only my transformations, as well as my dragon-tail decimation, are of any real use lately. As for the shadow of death art I just learned, it's very strong, but only useful in certain situations," John thought, realizing just how bad his battle art and movement art situation was. "Come, take out all your battle arts and movement arts, and show me what you have," the Prime Shadow said. "Oh, and tell me about all your comprehensions. Afterwards, it will be time to fix you up with a new set of battle arts more suited for your talent level." Chapter 1003, the Guild Library. While later, a pile of scrolls, books, and jade pieces covered the table in the center of the room, while John and the Prime Shadow sat opposite each other. The Prime Shadow placed down the jade piece in his hand, finally perusing through all the arts John had at his disposal. Naturally, he left some out, such as the Celestial Lightning Script, Immortal Asura tome, and Primordial Extermination Lightning Cultivation art. The Prime Shadow looked at the arts thoughtfully, then shifted his gaze to John. "There are some true treasures here," he said, pointing to a scroll and a jade piece. "This scroll, the Divine Reaping Scythe, is one of the most profound battle arts I've ever seen. It was no doubt created by a powerhouse near the pinnacle of this martial universe. It's just a shame it's only up to the heaven tribulation realm, and I'm afraid I've never heard of this art before, so I won't be able to help you with it." John frowned with disappointment, but wasn't really surprised. He knew the Divine Reaping Scythe was incredible, and was likely not something widely spread. The thing that did surprise him was the Prime's shadow being able to read it, as it was in an ancient language that was lost to his homeworld. However, it wasn't as rare as he had initially suspected. The Nine Dao world seemed to have knowledge of it, or at the very least, the Prime's shadow himself. As for this dragon-tail decimation, the Prime shadow said, pointing to the jade piece containing that battle art. It is a very impressive mage art. In fact, I believe this world has this art up the holy manifestation realm. Really? John exclaimed with excitement. I believe so, the Prime shadow nodded. However, if it does exist on this world, it would be in the hands of the Mage Dao sect. They owe me some favors, so I'll ask about and see what I can scrounge up. Thanks, John thanked the Prime shadow, hopeful that he would be able to obtain the next steps to the mage art. Dragon-tail decimation is my strongest all-out attack I have, but I only have it up to the world expansion realm, which I'm already following. If I can obtain the holy manifestation steps, it should last me all the way through the world expansion realm, which would greatly aid my combat prowess. Other than these two, the rest are quite mediocre, the Prime shadow said. Your heavenly lightning domain isn't bad, but at the same time, you've reached the limits of what it can do for the most part. The rest of the arts you have are now next to useless, making your combat prowess suffer quite greatly when compared to your talent level. The Prime shadow mused over the matter for a bit, then spoke once more. Now then, tell me of your comprehensions. What Daos have you comprehended, and what level have you comprehended them to? He asked. John replied in full, detailing all the Daos he had comprehended. I have comprehended the Daos of lightning, power, annihilation, and destruction to the Dao expert stage. As for the Dao adept stage, I have comprehended the Daos of space, death, scythe, axe, and nothingness. As for the Dao initiate stage, well, that list would be too long for you to believe, John said, shrugging despite the boldness of the claim. He had comprehended thousands of Daos to the Dao initiate stage, thanks to the world dimension seed. Although he wasn't using any of them at the moment, they were comprehended, nonetheless. If I didn't know you personally, I would think you were lying to impress me, the Prime shadow said, then sighed. You really are an anomaly, child. After thinking over the matter, the Prime shadow stood up, to which John did the same. Two objects suddenly appeared in the man's hands, which he handed over to John a moment later. John accepted and inspected them. A guild seal and a jade piece. The guild seal was black in color, made from some unknown metal. It was about 4 inches across and 1 inch thick, and contained a detailed carving in the very center of the Mark of Death statue he had seen in the guild before. Surrounding the small carving were countless runes, more numerous than he could count, and more complicated than he could understand. That seal is the highest seal of the guild, which gives you unrestricted access to everything in the guild, no matter how secretive. Archives, resource vaults, training rooms, mission halls, and more. All will be available for you to enter if you present that seal, the Prime shadow said, his words surprising John slightly at how great its value was. It also serves as a long-range communication disc, so all you need to do is send your chi into it, speak words, and I will hear them. I can also speak back to you, so it's quite nifty. As for the jade piece, it contains battle arts and movement arts I think would suit you well. These arts are contained in the guild library, some in restricted sections. You can peruse the entirety of the library at your whim, but do find the arts I have listed within first. John stored the items away, knowing that both were incredibly valuable. Thanks, he said, smiling with appreciation. The Prime shadow was truly going all out to ensure his growth was as optimal as possible. I think you should take a look at Rho Alpha Pi Delphis novel, C. Omicron. Now, I have some things I need to take care of over the next few weeks, so I won't be available much before the start of the Dao tournament, the Prime shadow said. So take your time, explore the guild, and do what you can to improve your strength as much as possible before the tournament starts. If you have any questions, you can reach out to me through that seal, or you can send your chi into that jade piece as well. As long as you do so within the guild headquarters, it will alert a grandmaster, who will come to your assistance. John fell silent for some time, awed at just how much the Prime Shadow was doing for him. He thanked the Prime Shadow once more, then left the room through the small transportation formation in the corner of the room. The transportation formation had settings for many different parts of the guild, and John selected the library, then activated the formation. Flash. He appeared a moment later near the guild library, hopped off his transportation platform, and walked towards its entrance. The surprised look on the gray-robed archivists guarding the library entrance hinted that they was not used to someone activating that particular formation. The guild members streaming in and out of the library also looked at him with peculiar expressions. John ignored the looks and walked towards one of the archivists who stood at the entrance of the library. "What floor do you want to access?" the archivist, a woman who appeared to be in her late 20s, asked. "The Saint Grade Archives." John inspected the contents within the jade piece and then answered, noticing that the Prime Shadow had suggested he start there. "The Saint Grade Archives," the woman nearly belted out with surprise, her words drawing looks of surprise from those nearby who heard her. "That area is restricted to all but the—" Her words cut off as John took out the seal and presented it to her. She took the seal with wide eyes, inspected its authenticity, then handed it back to him, a stunned look on her face. "Follow me," she said a short while later, clearly trying to figure out who this youth she had never seen before was. The others nearby also looked on with mixed expressions, curious as to who exactly John was. John followed behind the woman and entered the library proper. A grand, sprawling library came into view, which he looked at with awe. The library was a massive chamber nearly 1,000 yards long and wide, with thousands of tables in the center of the chamber. Rows of shelves stretched up over 20 yards on the perimeter of the chamber, lined with more books, scrolls, tomes, and jade pieces than could be counted. Thousands of guild members were going about their business, selecting pieces from these shelves to study. Many sat at the tables in the interior portion of the library, studying their tomes with focused concentration. As he stepped further into the library, he noticed that the hollow interior stretched up for almost 1,000 yards as well. Dozens of balconies appeared above, wrapping around the entire perimeter of the hollowed chamber, each signifying a floor of the library, where more countless books, scrolls, and tomes were located. A translucent barrier of energy, like that of a formation barrier, appeared at the start of each floor, making it impossible for one to just fly up to the next floor. It was without a doubt the most information in a single place John had ever seen, and he couldn't help but want to grab everything and read its contents, as he had done so in his early youth before he could cultivate. "This way," the archivist said, following the edge of the first floor. They eventually arrived before an open door, one that was guarded by a formation barrier. The archivist took out a seal and pressed it against the shoulder-high formation to the right of the barrier, which deactivated a moment later. John followed her into the room, which had dozens of transportation formations. She walked to one in the far right corner, then told John to hop on as well. The formation flared with power a moment later, transporting them to another part of the library. John found himself in another room, standing before another barrier guarding the way forward. However, this barrier was much stronger than the previous one, as if it would kill him just by touching it. "Place your seal on that formation," the archivist said, pointing to the formation to the side of the barrier. John pressed his seal against it, at which point a strange energy coated his body, but not the archivist. "You can now enter the barrier safely," she said. "When you leave, do the same." Rho Alpha Pi Dalpha's New Omicron Vepsilon, C Omicron. With that, she left, disappearing through the same formation they had arrived in. John watched her leave, then entered the barrier. A large yet cozy room came into view, one that seemed to be completely unoccupied. Lavish tables and sofas were spread about, while hundreds of shelves held countless priceless tomes. John inspected the room, nodding with satisfaction. "Now then, time to find the two arts the Prime Shadow mentioned," he said, inspecting the jade piece again. "The Myriad Spatial Array, and the Thunder Tyrant Law." Chapter 1004, The Thunder Tyrant. John entered the Saint Grade Archives, which was the most restricted section of the guild library. Only those at the Grandmaster level and above were allowed into this archive, where the most important information of the guild was stored. It was the very top floor of the library, and wrapped around the library as the other floors did, while the open center overlooked the hollow interior of the library below. Due to this, there was no one else in the luxurious achieve, which gave off an ancient yet grand feeling. Each shelf was made from an ancient tree, dark brown and beyond sturdy. Ornate carvings were visible on the shelves, tables, and chairs, as if no inch of wood was left uncarved. The ancient wood emanated a subtle yet relaxing aura, almost lulling one into a calm, meditative state. After basking in the feeling for a moment, John felt his mind yearn for information. He walked into the large room and started weaving in and out of the numerous shelves, looking at the information contained within. Above each book, scroll, tome, or jade piece, a metallic plaque was fixed into the shelf, giving a brief description of the contents contained within. Most of the information seemed to be classified information regarding the guild, the continent, and the world at large. While this was no doubt important information, John had no desire to read through it. His mind was focused on one thing: obtaining battle arts. John quickly found his way to the battle art shelves and started to glance over those arts. While many of them sounded quite impressive, none of them truly caught his eye. "I'm sure these arts are amazing, but almost all of these arts deal with stealth and assassination, which makes sense as this is an assassination guild. But for me, they're not really compatible," he mumbled to himself. He would occasionally pick up an art and quickly skim through it, confirming his opinions on the matter. While the arts were no doubt incredibly profound, they were not suitable for him. He eventually made his way to the works starting with the letter T and found what he was looking for. "Thunder Tyrant Law," he said, picking up the polished jade piece beneath the metallic plaque. A layer of dust covered the jade piece, indicating that it had sat here undisturbed for millennia. John blew lightly on the jade piece, pushing the dust aside. The jade piece was about the size of his closed fist and gave off a soft, lightening aspected aura. After obtaining the Thunder Tyrant Law, he perused for a bit longer, but didn't find anything that caught his eye. He then made his way to the movement art section and found the myriad spatial array. While the movement arts were plentiful and most seemed to be quite profound, John trusted the Prime Shadow's judgment, as he had selected this art specifically. Both arts obtained, John made his way to one of the reading sections of the Saint Grade archive room. This section was on one of the balconies overlooking the hollow interior of the Grand Library. John found a seat with a table and placed the jade pieces on the table. He looked over the railing and stared down at the open library center below. Dozens of lower floors came into view, with many guild members going about their business on each floor. At the very bottom of the open interior was the space with the thousands of tables that John had seen when first entering the library. The numerous guild members looked like ants scurrying about their business, making the library feel quite alive. His gaze shifted upwards, from floor to floor, each which had a similar design. Rho Alpha Pi Dalphas Nu Omicron Vepsilon. C Omicron on the higher floors, the number of guild members seemed to lessen, with the floor below him only having 6 guild members from what he could see, all who seemed to be older, more powerful members of the guild. The higher the floor, the more important, and therefore the more classified the information, John mused, then shifted his focus towards the jade pieces before him. "I think you should take a look at Rho Alpha Pi Dalphas novel, C Omicron." He picked up the closest one, the Thunder Tyrant Law, and sent his divine sense into it. As he did so, he was greeted with a variety of different information. The first thing he saw was a long description of the Thunder Tyrant, detailing his life, and the theories and thoughts regarding the martial world, cultivating, and combat. Reading through it, John found that the Thunder Tyrant had a very similar view of the martial world as his own view. That was that strength was everything, and only through strength could one control their destinies. After the description, a series of fluid, moving images entered his mind, so lifelike that it was almost as if John was standing there, watching the scene unfold in real time. A person appeared before him, a tall, muscular man dressed in a tight and clean blue robe. The man appeared to be in his 40s and had a chiseled, heroic face, topped with short blue hair. His eyes were sharp and fierce, like those of a true warrior. This man stared forward, jaw set, gaze fierce and defiant, as if he would fight the heavens itself if need be. The Thunder Tyrant. The Thunder Tyrant hovered in the sky, thunderclouds all around him, each flickering with chaotic lightning. At first, John had assumed the Thunder Tyrant had entered a chaotic thunderstorm, but upon closer inspection, he realized that the storm had been created by the Thunder Tyrant himself. While the Thunder Tyrant's aura was withdrawn within, making it impossible to tell his cultivation level, he could tell the storm was related to the man, and not something natural. This storm, it's been created by the Thunder Tyrant, but it feels different from a battle art, or something he actively wanted to create, John mused, studying both the man and the powerful storm around him. After studying the storm for some time, John's eyes lit up with realization. This storm, it's not a battle art, or something the Thunder Tyrant actively created. No, it's as if the Thunder Tyrant's very existence created the storm, as if he himself is the storm. How is that possible? John wondered, awed by the scene he was watching and feeling. John had never seen something like that before, that a cultivator's existence naturally summoned a natural phenomenon without them using their own chi to produce it themselves. It was as if the Thunder Tyrant was an incarnation of a thunderstorm, and just his natural existence was enough for the heavens to create a thunderstorm around him. Is it strength that summons this phenomenon, or a certain level of Tao comprehension? Maybe both, John wondered, staring at the awe-inspiring figure. All of a sudden, the Thunder Tyrant's aura erupted with explosive power, like a world-ending thunderstorm springing into existence. Explosive lightning flickered off the man's body ceaselessly, slamming onto the ground or piercing into the sky, making him look like a god of lightning. John's eyes went wide as he felt this unique aura for the very first time, one that was unmistakable once felt. The aura of an astral king. Chapter 1005, Ancient Battle. John watched with awe as the Thunder Tyrant, an astral king, exploded with power. The scene felt so incredibly lifelike, like he was actually standing before the Thunder Tyrant. The auras, the power, everything was recorded into the jade piece perfectly, allowing him to experience what it would have been like to stand before this astral king. Lightning exploded off the Thunder Tyrant's body, each flicker followed by a deafening clap of thunder. The sound seemed to be even louder than what lighting was typically capable of, as if it had been augmented and empowered several times over. While he was fine as the scene was just a recording, John was sure that the mere clap of thunder was enough to kill him had he really been this close to this ancient warrior. The thunderstorm surrounding the man churned and grew, as if invigorated by the Thunder Tyrant's aura. The sky shook and ground broke as the combined might of the aura and thunderstorm broke everything around it. John's eyes, wide with awe, suddenly narrowed as he spotted something. He looked closely at the Thunder Tyrant's body. The parts that were not covered by his blue robe, his hands, neck, and face began to glow bright blue as intricate symbols appeared on his skin. "Attribute runes," John said, instantly recognizing the runes. He had formed something similar upon completing his cultivation of the celestial lightning script, forming attribute runes on his skin, bones, and even meridians. These runes would appear and glow softly on his skin whenever he used his lightning chi, but other than that, had never really used them for anything else. While they definitely seemed to naturally help his lightning comprehension and cultivation, he had not been able to actively use them, if such a thing were even possible. John stared intently at the glowing runes. Some were the same as nearby runes, others completely unique. Each was intricate and complex, as if they were formation runes carved by the most heavenly of formation masters. "Runes are the indication that one has an innate attribute body," John murmured, eyes glued to the man. "While I was able to forcefully change my body into a lightning attribute body, I've never heard of anyone else being able to do the same. It's most likely something unique to the celestial lightning script, so I would guess that the Thunder Tyrant's lightning attribute body is truly innate." A moment later, the Thunder Tyrant's body erupted with even more lightning power. Powerful lightning completely surrounded the Thunder Tyrant's body, like a suit of lightning armor. Some of the lightning dove into the man's skin, disappearing into his body. While John was not sure exactly what was going on, he knew one thing for sure. The Thunder Tyrant was using lightning to augment his body. But this level of lightning, inside the body, it's too powerful, even for one with a lightning attribute body. Only a body cultivator would be able to withstand such internal power. That, or someone with a strong innate variant body, John mumbled, awed by the Thunder Tyrant's talent and power. Rho Alphan Dalpha's new Omicron Vepsilon letter 1A Omicron. He has both an lightning attribute body, as well as an innate variant body, John said, with awe. This was the first time he had met another cultivator so similar to him in nature. No wonder the Prime Shadow recommended this battle art. John watched as the Thunder Tyrant, appearing like a warrior born of lightning, hovered in the sky, eyes forward. I think you should take a look at Rho Alpha Pi Dalphus novel, see Omicron. What's he staring at? John wondered, shifting his gaze towards the horizon where the Thunder Tyrant was looking. He saw nothing for a short while, and was starting to think the Thunder Tyrant was just showing the nature of his powers for this scene, when he finally spotted something appear on the horizon. What is that? John wondered for a moment before a horrifying aura washed over him, drowning the land in malevolent power. A power he had felt before, a power that had hunted and haunted him. The power of an Asura. The dot on the horizon quickly grew, while the malevolent aura strengthened, making John feel as if we're plunged into the depths of hell itself. He instinctively braced his mind and flared his soul power to resist, only easing up a moment later as he realized the Asura aura was not actually assaulting his mind and soul. That's right, this is just a projection, a recording of events that happened a long time ago. He sighed a breath of relief. With the threat of the Asura aura gone, John watched with full focus as the Asura appeared before the man, shooting forward like a meteor of incompressible speed. This must be slowed down for me, otherwise I doubt I'd even be able to see that Asura at all, John realized. A flash of light erupted by the Thunder Tyrant as a large halberd appeared in his hands. The shaft of the halberd was marble white, created from an unknown yet obviously precious material. The blade of the halberd was blue and seemed to flicker from within, as if lighting flowers underneath its surface. The Thunder Tyrant stood tall, expression defiant as the Asura sped towards him like a comet. The Asura was similar to the one he had seen on his homeworld. Its skin was dark red, like that of dried blood. It had a large, four-armed body, with muscles brimming with power, a power that seemed to defy what should be possible. Its blood-red eyes glowed brightly, while its fanged maw widened into a menacing smile, as if it were a predator staring at prey it was about to slaughter and devour. 4 curved horns jutted out of its skull, 2 pointing forward, the other 2 pointing to each side. The Thunder Tyrant breathed in deeply, paused for a moment, and then exploded forward, lightning erupting in all directions as if he were the incarnation of the lightning Tao, the storm around him intensifying. The halberd in his hands flowed with lightning, which spun and then slammed into the Asura's massive hand, one that nearly dwarfed the Thunder Tyrant himself. The world around the two exploded, unable to withstand their power. John's eyes wide with disbelief as he realized what was about to be shown to him. I'm about to watch a battle between the Thunder Tyrant and an Asura. An ancient battle, one that most likely occurred during the calamitous ancient war, was about to be shown to him. An ancient battle between an Asura and an astral king. Chapter 1006, Ancient Battle of Asura and Tyrant. The world around John erupted into a scene of pure, apocalyptic chaos and destruction. Lightning exploded in all directions, surging into the sky, tearing space itself, and slamming into the ground below, shattering and breaking it completely. However, this was only the residual portion of the Thunder Tyrant's attack, while the majority of his power was directed directly towards the Asura, whose palm had slammed towards the man. It was as if a celestial object was surging forward, its weight incomprehensible, its might irresistible. It was as if nothing under the heavens could stop that Asura attack. And yet, boom! The Asura's hand came to a halt, while the thunder tyrant flew backwards through the sky, his body and movements still under his control. Despite the Asura's overwhelming physical power that could shatter continents with ease, the thunder tyrant had remained in control of himself, uninjured by that exchange. Rho alphan dalphus nomicron vepsilonal. See Omicron, he stopped his backwards momentum and floated in the sky, eyes glued to the distant Asura. John couldn't see the man's eyes beneath his suit of lightning armor, but just from the thunder tyrant's stable aura, he could tell he was calm and collected, fighting spirit completely ignited. The storm around the thunder tyrant continued to churn and intensify, as if the heavens itself had decided to join the battle. Ruinous lightning broke from the clouds, slamming onto the Asura's body, bathing him in a sea of lightning. A primal roar boomed from within the sea of lightning, the power of the roar blasting away the lightning and even parting some of the thunderstorm around it, revealing the smiling Asura. Its blood-red eyes were wide with bloodlust and desire. Good, it roared, its massive maw widening, revealing large, razor-sharp blood-stained teeth. I heard this world had a strong defender who has slaughtered every demon horde thrown his way. It seems that was the truth. The thunder tyrant remained silent, his lightning-clad figure brimming with a defiant, heroic aura. It was as if his posture alone was saying, "No matter what comes, I will face it head-on." John couldn't help but feel awe for the thunder tyrant, as this level of defiant composure was something not even he could claim to reach yet. "Countless of your worlds have been stripped bare and destroyed under my might thus far, none of them giving me any sort of pleasurable battle," the Asura continued, its voice demonically deep, like the rumblings of a hellish volcano given voice. Its aura suddenly exploded, bathing the world in an even stronger malevolence, like the pits of hell had just opened up and swallowed the world. Despite not being affected by the aura at all, John couldn't help but feel his instincts flare with warning, as if the most terrifying creature in existence had appeared. "Come," the Asura roared, 4 large double-sided battle axes appearing in each of its hands, each axe as large as the thunder tyrant himself. "Show me what you humans are capable of. Give me a glorious battle. Fight to your last breath. I can tell you are a true warrior, so you must know that only in battle can one truly feel alive. So struggle and resist for as long as you can, so that I may drown myself in the ecstasy of a true battle to your death. I think you should take a look at Rho Alpha Pi Dalphus novel. See Omicron." Boom. Space shattered, forming web-like cracks for miles in all directions around the Asura as it moved, unable to withstand the power of its simplest movements. The Asura, now stronger than before, appeared before the thunder tyrant like a ghost, its physical movements so fast that it was almost impossible for John to see it move at all. John knew this scene was slowed down for him, otherwise he was sure he would not be able to see either of the fighters move at all. And yet, it was still like a blur, almost incomprehensible. The thunder tyrant's body ignited with an even stronger lightning aura as he clearly pushed his power to the limit. His body seemed to become the very incarnation of lightning, while his large halberd spun in his hands, the blade slamming towards the Asura's axes. At the same time, hundreds of lightning halberds formed in the sky around the thunder tyrant, each brimming with an incomprehensible might. The halberds slashed out towards the Asura as the thunder tyrant did with his own halberd, meeting the Asura head-on once more. Boom, boom, boom. John watched with complete awe as the battle between an Asura and an astral king unfolded before him. The two fought at incomprehensible levels of speed and power, destroying everything in their path. The earth broke, space shattered, and the very world seemed to near its limits as the two fought to the death. The battle seemed to last for both a lifetime and an instant to John. While it felt like this, the battle had most definitely taken more than several days, perhaps as long as weeks, with neither side faltering or seeming to run out of energy. The thunder tyrant was the incarnation of lightning, fast, powerful, unpredictable. Each and every attack of his was something beyond John's level of comprehension in both profundity and power, something that he had never even come close to seeing before. And most amazingly of all, the Thunder Tyrant seemed to draw power from the thunderstorms surrounding him, as if the heavens were aiding him in battle. As for the Asura, as expected, it was the incarnation of a true battle god. It used no battle arts, no movement arts, no tricks. Its physical strength was its battle art. Its natural speed was its movement art. Its body was its shield. It was the truest form of power John had ever seen, something that he could only look up to with awe and also horror. It was something that should not exist. It was something that was too strong, too impossible to fight. As the battle continued, the awe-inspiring Thunder Tyrant slowly but surely started to lose. Wounds were starting to add up on the Astral King's body, while the Asura was still relatively unscathed. In a battle of attrition, the Asura was king. Chapter 1007, A Tyrant Never Bows, Its Body Defense is Just Too Strong, John said with disbelief while staring at the Asura. Despite the Thunder Tyrant's attacks being beyond powerful, it had only managed to do superficial damage to the Asura, mostly shallow cuts and some slightly charred skin. Those wounds had been healed almost immediately by the Asura's body, resulting in the battle going more and more in its favor. After a long, brutal, savage battle, it eventually concluded. The Asura finally overwhelmed the Thunder Tyrant's defenses, its axe severing one of the Thunder Tyrant's arms. Using this opening, its battle axes disappeared, while one of its massive claws pierced forward long, sharp nails digging into the Thunder Tyrant's lightning armor and into his body. Blood spurted in all directions as the Thunder Tyrant's body became skewered by the Asura's claws, bringing an end to the battle. The Asura's eyes and maw widened with obvious pleasure as it drew the Thunder Tyrant towards him, putting them eye to eye. Despite the long battle, despite the grievous damage, the Thunder Tyrant had not uttered a single sound. "Are you not going to beg for your life like all the others before you?" the Asura snarled. "Come, beg for your life. If you beg well enough, perhaps I shall spare you and find use for you." A grunt came from the tyrant, the first time he had made a sound. However, it was not a grunt of pain or despair, but a grunt of mockery. "A tyrant never begs. A tyrant never bows," the Thunder Tyrant said, voice firm and defiant despite his grievous situation. "A tyrant only does what it desires, and I always get what I desire." "If you will not beg, then you will die," the Asura growled. "Your desires do not change anything. Your only fate is to perish by my hand. I will kill you, consume you, strip this world of life and resources, and then turn it to dust. This is to be your fate, Thunder Tyrant." "You underestimate the will of a tyrant," the Thunder Tyrant scoffed, a wide, tyrannical smile appearing on his face. "My desire is to drag you to hell with me, where we can resume our battle for eternity. I have done my part. I will see you soon." "Done your part," the Asura sneered. Boom. The Thunder Tyrant's body suddenly exploded, like the destruction of a true star. The world for tens of thousands of miles became enveloped in this apocalyptic storm of lightning, nothing able to withstand its power. John was enveloped by this explosion, feeling as if the universe was truly about to end from its power. It spread and destroyed everything in its path. The nearly world-ending explosion eventually faded away, revealing a chasmous void in the world below, tens of thousands of miles wide. It was as if a celestial giant had taken a massive bite out of the world, forming a crater so deep that its bottom couldn't be seen. The Thunder Tyrant created an ultimate self-destruction battle art, converting his entire being into a singular attack, all to ensure he took down the one who could kill him. How tyrannical, John thought, filled with complete shock and awe as the explosion began to fade. The Thunder Tyrant had truly lived up to his name. As the explosion fully faded away, the world was once again revealed in full. Hovering above the craterous void was the Asura, still living despite being in the very center of that horrifying power. I think you should take a look at Rho Alpha Pi Dalphus novel, See Omicron. Its body trembled and shook, covered with grievous wounds, ones far greater than the Thunder Tyrant had been able to inflict before. Parts of its body were charred, others missing. One of its arms had been blown off to the elbow, clearly used as the primary defense against the center of the explosion. The rest of its body was better off, but still quite badly damaged. John stared at the Asura with wide eyes, seeing one damaged for the very first time. After a short moment of disbelief, he collected himself. Rho alphan dalphas nu omicron vepsilon letter 1 tate omicron. Even after taking that world-ending attack head-on, it's still alive. How is such a durable body possible? John mumbled, stunned at the outcome. He then shook his head, feeling pity for the Thunder Tyrant's fate. Even with such an attack, the Thunder Tyrant still failed, he mumbled, waiting for the scene to end. The Asura's gaze suddenly snapped upwards, startling John, who followed its gaze. The Asura growled as it watched 12 figures appear from the void of space above, descending down towards the planet and the Asura itself. 12 figures that brimmed with the might almost equal to the Thunder Tyrant. 12 astral kings. You have done this world, and this universe, a massive favor. You stalling the Asura for this long has allowed us to answer your world's call for assistance, saving it from sure destruction. Your legacy will be preserved for eternity, Thunder Tyrant, one of the astral kings said, moving into the chasmous void below and reaching out towards an object. John spotted the object, which was a jade piece surrounded by a powerful layer of chi. The jade piece was familiar to him. The jade piece of the Thunder Tyrant Law, John mumbled, recognizing its shape and aura. It seems that the Thunder Tyrant had already recorded everything in the Thunder Tyrant Law jade piece, and this was his final edition. The scene then showed the 12 astral kings, each brimming with profound might, battle against the wounded Asura. Had the Asura not been wounded, the battle would have been uncertain. But thanks to the Thunder Tyrant's defiant, heroic battle and final attack, the might of the 12 astral kings eventually overwhelmed the Asura, and for the first time ever, John watched an Asura fall. John's divine sense left the jade piece of the Thunder Tyrant Law, overwhelmed with everything he had just seen. The battle he had watched, the powers he had seen, were nearly incomprehensible to him, so far above his current level that he could only dream of such a realm. And yet, that battle had only been one small part of the ancient war, John mumbled softly, still collecting his thoughts. The fresh memories of the Thunder Tyrant's heroic standoff, alone against an Asura, occupied his thoughts for a long time. Only after several hours was he able to push the memories of that battle aside and calm himself enough to focus again on the task at hand. With a newfound respect for the Thunder Tyrant, John sent his divine sense back into the jade piece. He ignored the part of the jade piece containing the scenes of the ancient battle and focused on the Thunder Tyrant Law itself. Despite the countless Taos that exist, the heavens have chosen the lightning Tao to enact its will, John read, the words alone drawing his mind into a trance-like state, profound beyond compare. That alone is proof enough that the lightning Tao reigns supreme. Chapter 1008, Contemplating the Nature of Battle Arts. John read through the Thunder Tyrant Law, his mind in a natural state of heightened comprehension. The information of the Thunder Tyrant Law flooded into his mind and soul, the comprehensions in regards to the lightning Tao like a brand being seared into him. After basking in his newfound comprehensions, he focused on the Thunder Tyrant Law itself, which was both a combat-based art and an essence attack art. The Thunder Tyrant Law's combat art focused on augmenting the body with lightning, using both his attribute body and innate variant body to its limits. While the quality of the Thunder Tyrant's body wasn't mentioned, John was sure it was quite amazing. And most surprisingly of all, John was surprised to find out that the Thunder Tyrant actively used his lightning attribute essence runes to augment his power, which was something he had never heard of before, or managed to do himself. While the Thunder Tyrant Law didn't explain it in detail, from what John could tell, each rune acted as a small amplifying formation, enhancing the quality and potency of the lightning chi being used. John grumbled at the lack of information regarding the essence runes. While this information may be more well known in ancient times, and even parts of the current universe, it was unknown to him. I'll need to find out more regarding how to actively use my essence runes, John mumbled softly. As for the essence attack art, it dealt with the creation of the lightning halberd attacks John had seen the Thunder Tyrant unleash in his battle with the Asura. Both arts were incredibly profound as well as powerful, filling him with a yearning desire to learn them both, although learning the halberd art was most likely impossible, as he did not use a halberd at all. That left only the body essence art. After reading through and studying the art for over a day, John finally removed his divine sense and fell back onto his chair, breathing out loudly. The Thunder Tyrant was quite amazing, John said, digesting everything he had read. Not only did he have a lightning attribute body, but he also had an innate variant body, giving him a formidable physical combat prowess. The Thunder Tyrant law he created used those advantages perfectly, allowing him to become a true tyrant of lightning. The teachings of the art were clear and concise, and the Thunder Tyrant added his thoughts, motivations, and ideals throughout, increasing John's impression of the man. In fact, he felt his blood grow hotter as he continued to read, as if the Thunder Tyrant was reaching through time and filling him with wondrous thoughts, ideas, and confidence. John placed the jade piece down and breathed out loudly, realizing he had been holding his breath for some time. He leaned back on his seat and looked up towards the ceiling above him, thoughts swirling chaotically from everything he had read and learned. The battle of the Thunder Tyrant and the Asura continued to replay in his mind, like a memory he couldn't get rid of no matter how much he tried to think of something else. The Thunder Tyrant's tyrannical fighting style still shook him, igniting his own fighting spirit. The Thunder Tyrant lived up to his name in the end, John mumbled to himself, scattered gaze still looking at the ceiling above. He did what he wanted, created an amazing battle art that perfectly suited himself, and battled an Asura alone to the death, managing to hold up until his death. John rocked his seat back and forth as he thought things over before sitting upright, staring at the jade piece on the table before him. The Thunder Tyrant law is amazing, and learning the body-augmenting part will surely increase my battle prowess. But I do not use a halberd, and both scythe and axe are too different to use the halberd art. Such a shame that I can only learn half of the Thunder Tyrant law. It seems my weapons of choice were too unique. I should have just chosen a sword at the start. He mumbled to himself, frowning. I think you should take a look at Rho Alpha Pi Dalphus novel, See Omicron. A moment later, his eyes lit up with a realization. His own words sparking realization of something he had been subtly aware of for a long time, but never gave too much thought to. My main weapon, a scythe, is incredibly unique, which makes finding suitable battle arts incredibly hard, and sometimes even impossible. John mumbled out loud, scattered gaze growing clearer by the second. The same could be said for myself. Unlike others, I cultivate both essence and body. Unlike others, I have inheritances and natural advantages that are beyond heaven-defying, giving me a combat prowess that defies what others think possible. Finding a battle art or movement art that fully utilizes my talents, weapon, cultivations, and everything in between will be absolutely impossible, as no one else had tread the path I walk, at least not that I'm aware of, John said before standing up. He started to pace back and forth as he thought over his unique situation and how best to go about it. The Thunder Tyrant law is absolutely amazing and suits me better than almost any other battle art I've learned thus far, John said, still packing throughout the top floor of the library. And while I'm sure it will be an amazing boon to my combat prowess for the foreseeable future, what happens when I reach the Astral King realm? Will I need to discard it like the other battle arts I've learned, battle arts that cease to be useful to me, and then learn a new, stronger art to replace it? Myriad Annihilation Scythe. Lightning Ruin. Supreme Battle Body. Heavenly Lightning Domain. Rho Alphan Dalphas Nu Omicron Vepsilon Letter 188 Omicron. John recalled these arts and more, arts he had cultivated, and had been amazing for him at the time, but had long since faded away into uselessness. Finding new, more powerful arts to learn that suited me well was easy at first, but has steadily grown harder and harder as my cultivation has increased, John said, hand on chin, his mind swirling with ideas. And that trend will surely continue in the future, as the number of cultivators that have closely followed my path becomes less and less. I mean, how many scythe-wielding, essence and body cultivating, lightning-attributed cultivators reach the Astral King realm and beyond? My situation is far too unique, And that's not even considering my other comprehensions, my bloodline ability, and most importantly of all, doesn't account for my dragon god shift or immortal Asura body. All these things make my situation far too unique for me to consistently, if at all, find battle and movement arts that use the full extent of my talents. The arts I'm using right now only use a portion of what I can offer, and that will continue to be the case going forward. Now that I've realized all that, there's only one solution to this problem. Like the Thunder Tyrant, who created his Thunder Tyrant Law to perfectly use all his talents to the fullest, I must do the same. I must create my own battle arts that suit me and me alone. Chapter 1009, Divine Art Creation Scripture. John felt a wave of excitement and determination rush through him, filling him with focused purpose. He rushed back over to his seat and sat down, eager to get started. Now that I know my path forward, how does one even make a battle art? John said hastily, then stammered as he realized the error in his thoughts. Scoffed at his own stupidity and shook his head lightly. While my direction is correct, I do not know nearly enough about battle art creation, John sighed, calming himself while getting a clearer picture and plan on how to proceed. I've only ever followed other battle arts, which clearly detail how to go about activating the battle arts. The battle arts started out relatively simple, but have become incredibly intricate and complicated, to the point that just understanding them is a task in and of itself. As for creating such complicated arts, just how much effort would that take? Is this really the correct way forward? He wondered, doubt entering his mind. After a brief internal debate, John shook his head, a resolute look returning to his face. No, I'm sure this is the correct path forward, he said confidently. Every battle art was created by someone, so if they can do it, so can I. I'm sure the main factor for creating battle arts is one's comprehension level, and when it comes to comprehension talent, I'm confident I don't lose out to anyone. My self-created battle arts will most likely start out clumsy and weak, but as I progress, so will they. I'm confident I'll eventually be able to create battle arts that grow at the same rate that I do, and because they were created for me, will be able to grow in power and profundity alongside me. No longer will I waste my time learning battle arts to fill a gap in my combat prowess, only to discard it a year later. Going forward, my focus will be on creating and growing my own battle arts, with some exceptions here and there. While John was confident this direction was the correct one, he wasn't so stupid as to think he could abandon the wisdom and powers of others entirely. When it came to heaven-defying arts like the Immortal Asura body, Dragon God shift, Primordial extermination lightning cultivation technique, and celestial lightning script, those were things worth focusing on as well, as they would not become useless to him anytime soon, if ever at all. John thought about the divine reaping scythe, which naturally appeared in his mind as he thought about those other heaven-defying arts he had in his possession. He was sure the divine reaping scythe was also a heaven-defying art, one that was capable of standing next to, or at least near, the other arts he had. It's just a pity I don't have the next steps to that art, John sighed, pushing the thought aside. He sorted his chaotic thoughts for a short while, then nodded at his newly created cultivation plan. Going forward, the only arts that will enter my eyes, mind, and soul are my own, self-created battle arts, as well as true heaven-defying arts. I will not waste my time with anything less, John said with firm resolve, then flinched lightly as he realized he was missing one important art to that list. I can't forget about the shadow of death assassination art either. While it may not be as heaven-defying as the other arts in my possession, I made an oath to bring it to the peak of the martial universe. John reminded himself of that oath. Plan created and mind resolved, John leaned forward in his chair, elbows on the table before him, chin rested on hands. His mind was resolute, but his face was scrunched up in uncertainty. Now that I know my path forward, how do I actually go about creating battle and movement arts? John asked himself. A deep frown appeared on his face as he thought it over. Do I ask the Prime Shadow if he can help? I'm sure this guild has books on how to go about making arts, he mused, frown still lingering. But even if they do have information on this subject, will the information they have be enough for me? My path is to climb to the peak of the martial universe, and thus I will need to create arts as heaven-defying as the ones already in my possession. In order to do that, I will need to create the most stable foundation for my arts, and a stable foundation can only be achieved by perfectly placing each piece without error. John fell silent for a while, then sighed and stood up. Oh well, even if the guild doesn't have the best information regarding battle art creation, anything is better than what I have right now, which is absolutely nothing, he said, taking out his communication disc to send a request to the Prime Shadow. Rho Alphan Dalphus Nomicron Vepsilonal. See Omicron. As he prepared to send the message, he suddenly felt his mind and soul slip out of his control, as if it was being sucked away to a different place. Panic surged through him as he realized he could not resist the pull at all, as if he was being pulled by the heavens itself. That panic faded away a moment later as he found himself standing in a familiar place, surrounded by a familiar aura. He looked forward with shocked confusion, staring at the holy aura within his palace realm, the holy aura which housed the soul of his mysterious father. "What, did you pull me here?" John asked after recovering his wits. It was the very first time he had ever been forcefully dragged into his palace realm. "I think you should take a look at Rho Alpha Pi Dalphus novel, C. Omicron." "So, you finally discovered for yourself the true path a cultivator must take." His father's voice filled the palace, seemingly coming from every direction at once. The voice was calm yet firm, and was filled with an almost irresistible, godlike aura that made John instinctively want to bow. He resisted the urge, standing firmly on his own 2 feet, as the shock he felt of hearing his father's voice triumphed over the urge he felt to bow. "It took you far longer to reach this realization of the true path than I expected," his father continued. "But then again, the world you grew up on is primitive, as are the thoughts and ideals of its cultivators. Their ignorance and naivety have stained your mind." John stammered, not sure of how to answer. He was still stunned by the fact that his mysterious father had not only pulled him into the palace realm, but was speaking to him. In this minute alone, his father had said more words to him than the previous few years combined. It was too sudden. However, thanks to the will and resolve he had steeled through trials and tribulations over the years, he quickly calmed his mind, pushing his shock aside. However, his mind still swirled with chaotic thoughts, of his father, of his mother, of everything. Why did you bring me here?" John asked, firm yet confused. Instead of an answer, an object appeared before John, floating in the air before him. It was a thick book, one wider than his head. It was bound by leather from some unknown beast, although the aura from the leather made it clear that it was from an incredibly powerful beast, one far beyond his scope of knowledge. The pages of the book glowed a soft green color, the same color as most jade pieces, although also more profound in quality and aura. John reached out and took the book. He turned it in his hand to read the cover, eyes widening as he did so. "Divine Art Creation Scripture," he said, reading the book title out loud. He couldn't help but ask aloud for confirmation. "This book contains the pinnacle of information regarding what you seek right now," his father answered. "Human anatomy, cultivation theory, Danshan theory, art creation theory, essence runes, meridian theory, and more. Everything you need to begin creating your own pinnacle arts is within." John stammered with disbelief. It was far more than he could ever have hoped to obtain, and was no doubt going to be as heaven-defying as the other inheritances he had received thus far. While this book wouldn't directly increase his combat prowess like his Immortal Asura body, it would no doubt be one of his most important foundations going forward. The only limiting factor would be how much he could understand, comprehend, and put to use. "Thank you," John eventually said, holding tightly onto the large book. He looked back at the holy gate, which glowed with an ethereal brilliance. Now that his father had spoken to him like this, he wanted to take the chance to ask the questions that had been burning on his mind for so long. "I know you have many questions," his father said before he could speak, to which John silently nodded his head. "I will not give you those answers, not yet." John sighed with disappointment, although he had not been expecting another answer. When you have created a battle art worthy of my attention, we will speak again. Only then will you have reached the level worthy of receiving answers. Until then, we will not speak again. John suddenly found himself back in the library, standing where he had been. He looked down at the book held in his hands, its profound aura enveloping him. Everything had happened so fast that he hardly had time to process any of it, and he stood there silently for quite some time, trying to grasp everything. After some time, he exhaled deeply, his bewildered expression replaced by one of firm resolve. His father's words of challenge still resounded loudly in his mind, igniting his fighting spirit. This was just another battle for him, and when it came to battles, he did not lose. Fine, if that's how it is, then I'll just make a battle art so amazing that even you will be begging me to teach you. John smirked, sat down, and opened the book to the first page. It was time to get to work. Chapter 10:10 Art Creation Theory 1 Introduction to Art Creation Theory. 2. The Fundamentals of the Heavenly Taos. 3. Human Anatomy, Part 1. 4. Innate Body Types, Part 1. 5. Body Limiters and Body Cultivation, Part 1. 6. Innate Attribute Bodies, Part 1. 7. Essence Runes Theory, Part 1. 8. Essence Art Theory, Part 1. 9. Body Art Theory, Part 1. 10. Soul Art Theory, Part 1. 10. Domain Art Theory, Part 1. 11. Mage Art Theory, Part 1. 12. Comprehensions and Comprehension Stages, Theory, Part 1. 13. Cultivation Realms, Part 1. 14. Danshan Theory, Part 1. 15. Meridian Theory, Part 1. 16. Acupoint Theory, Part 1. 17. Transformation Art Theory, Part 1. 18. Innate Bloodline Theory, Part 1. 19. Innate Soul Type Theory, Part 1. 20. Innate Eye Type Theory, Part 1. 21. Weapon Art Theory, Part 1. John scanned through the pages one by one, reading the profound information within, eagerly digesting the information within. Unlike normal books, the information was not written on the surface of the page, but was contained within the jade pages. John needed to use his divine sense to read the contents within, which was nearly overwhelming in scope and detail. Each page of the book was made from a profound jade-like material, similar to the jade pieces most arts were stored within. While the jade pages acted like paper, each page was able to contain as much information as an entire jade piece. He had never seen such high-quality jade before, and didn't even know jade could be used in such a way. Innate Body Types, Part 1. So the body types are common, emperor, sovereign, perfect, heavenly, and divine. There's a divine body type. And a divine body is equal to a true body cultivator in strength and durability without having to cultivate their body. Wow, that's insane. Still, when compared to my cultivated Asura and dragon body, I'm sure an innate divine body still pales in comparison. Essence Rune Theory, Part 1. So essence runes are natural formation runes created on one's body to amplify the aspected chi, acting like a million amplification formations, increasing one's power of that chi. I think you should take a look at Rho Alpha Pi Dalphus novel. See Omicron. And there's multiple levels to formation runes as well, based on the innate quality of the runes. Runes are common, king, heavenly, and origin runes. While most essence runes are innate, it seems that heaven-defying arts can artificially grant a cultivator essence runes. So that's what the celestial lightning script did. And the limits of these runes one can create depends on comprehension levels, body talent, and essence talent. Didn't Celestial Soulrend say my lightning essence runes are origin runes? So my essence runes are pretty amazing, I guess, huh? And it seems that there are 3 stages to essence runes. The creation stage, where one is either born with or through a heaven-defying art creates the runes. The awakened stage, where one has partial control over their runes and can use the runes to augment their power. And then the perfection stage, where one has full control over their runes. Page by page, John read through the divine art creation scripture, amazed by the new information he was learning. It was as if an entire universe of information had been revealed to him, answering questions burning on his mind, and giving him information regarding things he had never even thought about. At first, this information had been amazing to learn about, and he had been eager and excited to start creating his own battle arts. But he quickly realized the foolishness of his thoughts, as the amount of information he needed to process was truly overwhelming. Gah! A loud sigh of exasperation escaped his mouth as he slumped back in his chair, completely overwhelmed. He had been reading for nearly a day straight without pause. His mind raced and soul ached from all the information he had read over so far, and that was only the first few pages of the thick divine art creation scripture. John leaned back in his seat and stared at the ceiling again, letting his thoughts scatter while he recovered his wits. A while later, focus mostly recovered, he returned his attention to the book once more, flipping to the next section. Each page seemed to be regarding a different subject, with a numerical notation afterwards. Meridian Theory Part 1. Amazing. So meridian pathways are essentially a living formation rune network, and formation runes are the natural language of the heavens. So, by sending chi through meridians to form these natural, living formation runes, a cultivator essentially is communicating with the heavens through their body, which allows them to use the power of the heavens to create arts. By altering the chi patterns and flows within, one changes the rune, making the quantity of potential runes to be nearly infinite. And the more living runes one creates in their body at one time, the more profound and powerful the art. But the runes need to sync up perfectly, it seems, otherwise the art falls apart. And the location of one's meridians has a different purpose. The meridians in the neck and head are closest to the soul, and thus is where one can best infuse their comprehensions into their chi. The upper torso meridians focus on strength and power, and is where one can best augment the sheer power of their chi, and thus their battle art. The lower torso meridians focus on chi stability, as it's closest to the danshan, acting as the core anchoring point of the art being used. The meridians in one's legs focus on speed and movement, and serves as the core of movement arts. The meridians in one's feet focus agility, nimbleness, and balance. The meridians in one's arms focus on fluidity, strength, and dexterity, and serve as the main core of most battle arts. As he read through this page, John felt his mind become overwhelmed with information again, as not only did the page detail what the meridian sections did, but it also detailed what each and every single meridian was most proficient in doing. With the tens of thousands of meridians running through a cultivator's body, this was an overwhelming amount of information. The section also contained information regarding living rune theory, which was even more encompassing and detailed than the section detailing the meridians themselves. It was truly a staggering amount of information to process. And this is only Meridian Theory Part 1, he mumbled. This is only the first part regarding meridian theory, and it's already this complicated. He sighed again, not from exasperation, but from mental fatigue, and then out of curiosity, flipped through the pages to find the second meridian theory page. John hummed with surprise as he found he could not flip the pages after a short while. The first 24 pages were available to him, but after that, he was unable to turn to the next page, no matter how hard he tried. After a brief struggle, he stopped, realizing what was happening. So this is just like the Immortal Asura tome, John said out loud, knowing his mysterious father could hear his words. The Immortal Asura tome was the exact same, with more pages only unlocking once he advanced his cultivation to the next realm. Only then would it be available to him. So, is the cultivation requirement based again, or something else? John mused, flipping to the last page available to him. He had not yet gotten this far in the book just yet, but sent his divine sense into the page to see what it was about. As a mortal cultivator becomes blessed by the heavens and transcends into something greater, so too do arts. John read the words of the page out loud, which were not art creation instructions, but something else. Only when one has created a heavenly art, an art that has been approved of and blessed by the heavens, can they proceed further. John withdrew his divine sense, after reading the page. "So that's how it is, huh?" he said, smirking at the challenge presented before him. "A heavenly art, huh? I've never heard of such a thing, but it does make sense. Some of the arts I've cultivated, like the divine reaping scythe, the celestial lightning script, the immortal Asura tome, the dragon god shift. These arts all have a different feeling, a different aura than other, more mundane arts. So that's the blessing of the heavens, huh?" Feeling his fighting spirit ignited by this challenge, he dove into the contents of the book from the start again, making sure he understood everything available to him. With his goal being to create a heavenly art, no detail could be missed. Chapter 10, 11 Comparing art creation texts. Is he allowed to request all these tomes? A young, female archivist asked her mentor. A large stack of tomes, jade pieces, scrolls, and books was held in her hand as she walked through the guild library. "Some of these tomes are the most secretive of the guild." Her mentor, an older archivist, shook his head lightly, also holding a similar pile in his hands. "He has the seal of authority, so he can do whatever he wants," the older archivist said while stepping through a transportation formation. The two appeared in another room an instant later, arriving at the top floor of the guild library. The older archivist used his own guild seal to part the formation protecting the doors to the room, then entered. His apprentice followed behind, stepping into the most restricted room of the library. The room was one she could enter to deliver tomes, but could not stay in or read the tomes contained within. Each time she entered the room, she felt awe at the level of ancient knowledge contained within, feeling as if the room was a sacred archive. That inspired sanctity was instantly broken as she heard a voice snap her out of her daze. "Ah, you're here, great," John said, noticing the arrival of the archivists. He stood up from his seat as they arrived next to his large table, which was covered in a large pile of books, jade pieces, and more. "Just set it down here," John said, smiling as he watched the pile of books and jade pieces grow once more. "Is there anything else you need?" the older archivist asked flatly. "No, that should be it for now. Thanks," John said, his focus already on the pile of texts before him. The archivists shared a glance, then turned and left, returning the room to its quiet calm. John picked up one of the new additions to the pile and read its title. "Runic Theory, the Language of the Heavens." He read it out loud, smiling while sitting back on his seat. "Let's see if you have anything new to teach me." Several hours later, John placed the book back on the pile before him, then picked up the next book. Several hours later, he set that one down, picked up a jade piece that had been added to the pile. He quickly made his way through the new additions to the pile of works before him, which were all regarding the theory of art creation. It had taken him a full week to read through the first few dozen pages of the divine art creation scripture, and then another full week to read through it again to make sure no information was missed or misunderstood. Upon reading through the divine art creation scripture pieces available to him, his interest in the subject of art creation had been fully piqued. After reading through it twice, John had left the room briefly to find some guild archivists to request the works they had regarding art creation. Rho Alpha Pi Dalpha's new Omicronville. See Omicron, despite him being sure the works the guild had were of lower quality than the divine art creation scripture, John had requested the works for several reasons. The first was to compare what the guild had to what his father had gifted him, to see just how profound the divine art creation scripture was. The second was to see if there were any ideas or thoughts in the guild texts that were not detailed in the divine art creation scripture. After all, even if it was the most heaven-defying text regarding art creation in existence, it was still bound to have different ideas and teachings than other works. Lastly, he had requested the texts to see if there were any teachings beyond what the divine art creation scripture had revealed to him. After all, he was only able to access a small fraction of what was contained in the book, and thus wanted to see if the guild texts could improve his knowledge beyond what the scripture was willing to reveal to him thus far. "I think you should take a look at Rho Alpha Pi Dalphus novel, See Omicron." As such, he had requested any texts regarding the subjects detailed in the divine art creation scripture. Runic theory, weapon theory, essence theory, body theory, meridian theory, and more. Whatever was available to be sent to him, he requested and read, hopping to expand his knowledge on the subject of art creation as much as possible. A week later, he set down the last tome in his hands and leaned back with a deep sigh. "That's the last piece the guild is willing to let me read," John said to himself, thoughts swirling with everything he had read over the last several weeks. A frown appeared on his face as he thought over the information the guild had been able to provide. Compared to the divine art creation scripture, the information the guild was able to provide is beyond paltry. It's like comparing a literary masterpiece to a story written by a child. When it came to scope, depth of information, theory, and more, the divine art creation scripture was far more complete and profound than all the texts he had received from the guild combined. However, the guild's texts were not all useless, as the less profound approach was able to give him insights that the divine art creation scripture was not able to do just yet. The divine art creation scripture was just far too profound in its teachings, and so the texts the guild provided were like stepping blocks for him, allowing him to gradually expand his knowledge and grasp on the subject, to eventually reach the level needed to fully grasp the divine art creation scripture. John rocked back and forth in his seat for some time, mind deep in thought. Ideas swirled in his mind like a tempest, making him eager to start trying them out immediately. However, he couldn't do that in the library, as it was far too dangerous to try to create battle arts in such a delicate area. "I've learned as much theory as I can for now," John said, standing up. "The next step is to put it all into practice and start creating some battle arts. I have a few weeks before the 3-Dao tournament starts, so I should be able to piece something together in that time, I hope." With the next steps planned, John left the library room and returned to the first floor of the library. As before, the first floor buzzed with activity as hundreds of guild members went about their business. Noticing his arrival, many curious eyes locked onto him, staring with equal parts confusion and curiosity. As he walked towards the library exit, he noticed everyone staring at him and frowned, confused by this attentive focus on him. Information regarding me should have been repressed by the guild master. I wonder why. They're staring at you because rumors of you being able to enter the restricted top floor of the library has spread, which is a floor only grandmasters and the guild master himself can enter. A voice sounded out to his side, causing him to stop and look at the source. A smile appeared on his face as he looked at a familiar face, one smiling back at him. "Zuri." Chapter 10, 12 Running into Zuri, John smiled widely and greeted her, surprised yet pleased to run into her here. It was the first time he had seen her since entering the guild headquarters over half a year ago. She had been the one to take him into the guild, the one to set up the events that led him to meeting the Prime Shadow, who had already given him many incredible rewards and opportunities. Without her, none of this would have been possible, and so he felt quite appreciative towards the beautiful woman standing before him. "Nice to see you again, John," Zuri smiled while eyeing him up and down. A look of slight surprise appeared on her face. "You seem to have grown quite a bit since I last saw you. Middle Dao transformation, and there's also something different about you that I can't place my finger on," she said with a thoughtful expression on her face, as if trying to figure out exactly what was different about him. John smiled and shrugged lightly. "I've had some opportunities recently," he said dismissively, as the subject of his dealings with the Prime Shadow was supposed to be secretive. "Opportunities, huh?" Zuri mused while smiling mischievously. She leaned in close to him to whisper in his ear. "Opportunities like meeting the original guildmaster." John was surprised that Zuri had figured out the truth, but remained calm and shrugged. "I have no idea what you're talking about," he coughed. Is that so?" Zuri mused smilingly while stepping back from him. "So what brings you to the library?" John asked, wanting to change the subject. "I came to obtain some new assassination arts," she said. "What were you doing in the top floor of the library? You know, even I cannot go to that floor." "Despite my new rank as Shadow Master," she added, making sure to emphasize how uncommon it was for John to be able to enter the top floor. "That's just a rumor," John coughed lightly and refused to elaborate further. The smile on Zuri's face widened, and then she nodded as if satisfied with his answer. "All right then. Regardless of where you've been these last few months, what are you doing now?" she asked. I guess I need to go outside," John said thoughtfully. He needed an open place to practice his art creation without fear of destroying anything valuable. "Outside? Why?" Zuri asked curiously. "I need to practice some new battle arts," John explained. "New battle arts?" Zuri mused, then shook her head. "Going outside isn't really possible, at least not right now." "Not possible? Why?" John asked with a frown. Zuri looked at him curiously for a moment. "Ah, that's right. You just joined the guild recently, so it's natural you don't know," she said in realization. With everything that had happened to her and John recently, it was easy to forget this fact. The guild headquarters are located deep, deep underground. So deep that the only way to get outside is through the transportation formations you saw when you entered the guild. "Really?" John said, then nodded his head. "I guess that's why there are no windows whatsoever. I always wondered why that was the case." Zuri nodded, then continued. "And with the 3-Dao tournament coming up soon, the guild has been tasked with ensuring the stability and safety of the tournament and its surroundings, at least in regards to the things taking place in the shadows," Zuri continued. "With such an important task delegated to the guild, it's quite busy with task assignment and resource allocations. As such, getting permission to leave the guild right now is a bit tricky to obtain." "I'm sure I can manage to get permission quickly," John shrugged unconcerned. "One message to the Prime Shadow would be able to resolve that issue. I think you should take a look at Rho Alpha Pi Dalphus novel, C. Omicron." "There's no need. Follow me," Zuri said smilingly as she reached out and grabbed the sleeve of his robe, then turned and pulled him with her out of the library. John looked at his sleeve, which she was holding and pulling him by, then at her, a curious expression on her face. He didn't pull his sleeve back, but he was surprised to see her acting this close to him. Zuri looked over her shoulder and noticed his expression, her smile widening as if she was enjoying it. "A while ago, I was promoted to Shadow Master out of the blue," Zuri said, studying his face. "In fact, it happened almost immediately after your entrance trial. Did you have something to do with that?" "I have no idea what you're talking about," John shrugged. Zuri hummed, her smile widening. John couldn't help but admit that she was quite beautiful, especially when she smiled. Her long, golden hair and sculpted body only added to the allure she gave off, like a dangerous yet beautiful viper, reminding him a lot of Lillian. With both of them being roughly the same age and cultivation level, the two were incredibly similar beyond looks alone. He held her gaze, wondering what she was up to. "Regardless," Zuri continued, shifting her gaze forward once more while letting go of his robe's sleeve. "My new rank has given me quite a few privileges, including having access to the premium guild training grounds. I'll take you there, and you can practice your battle arts to your heart's desire." "Training grounds?" John asked, following closely behind. He followed her through the guild, navigating through dozens of chambers and large hallways before eventually arriving before a large door. Zuri placed her guild seal on the formation next to the door, which parted for them soon after. John followed her inside and looked around. He felt himself step through a spatial formation as he did so, one that surrounded the entire room he appeared in, one that seemed to have no boundaries at all. He looked back and could only see the door they had entered from. Other than that, the room seemed to stretch for eternity, illuminated by stars hovering above them. Rho Alpha Pi Dalpha's new Omicronville, C. Omicron. This training room is surrounded by a powerful spatial formation, making it much larger on the inside than the outside, Zuri said, turning around to look at him. "It's not boundless, but as far as you or I are concerned, it might as well be. So will this work for your training?" she asked, a radiant smile on her face. John looked about in all directions, and then nodded, more than satisfied. "Good," Zuri nodded. "So, what's the occasion for the training? Are you simply learning battle arts or are you training for the 3-Dao tournament coming up?" she asked with a knowing smirk. "You know about that?" John asked. He had figured it would have been kept a secret. "Did someone tell you?" "No, but it was easy enough to figure out," Zuri said, smiling at him. If you've already forgotten, I was the one to spearhead the mission to find your missing companion. After finding her, hearing about her bet with the Sword Saint, and knowing your combat prowess, it was easy to figure out her intentions. So that's how it is, John nodded his head in understanding. Oh, and thanks for finding Lillian. I haven't thanked you properly for that yet, he added, truly appreciative of everything Zuri had done for him. You can consider us even now, Zuri said while walking towards him. You got me my promotion, and I found your friend. We can now move forward with our friendship with neither party owing a debt to the other. She stopped a few feet before John and eyed him up and down again, as if inspecting him. That friend of yours is incredibly beautiful, by the way. She's like an ethereal goddess, one blessed by the heavens itself. She's so beautiful, in fact, that I must say it ignited my fighting spirit, so to speak. I can see why you were so desperate to find her, Zuri said, her words surprising John at the sudden change in topic. Ha, Zuri laughed lightly upon seeing John's bewildered expression, then took several steps back from him. Her aura began to grow, as if preparing for battle. Come, let's begin. I'll help you with whatever training you need to prepare for the tournament, she said, adding a subtle wink at the end. A bewildered expression appeared on John's face as he stared at Zuri. Oh. Chapter 10:13 Zuri's teasing, PFFFD. Ha. Staring at his bewildered expression, Zuri tried to stifle her laughter but was unable to do so. Her hearty laughter filled the training room for a short while before she was able to rein in her laughter and wiped a tear of laughter from the corner of her eye. Her aura faded away as she walked towards John, chest still trembling from stifled laughter. Sorry, I couldn't resist, she said, placing a hand on his shoulder. Besides, you're far too rigid and serious all the time. Teasing you was meant to relax you, which it seems to have done. John breathed a sigh of relief that Zuri was joking. His life was already complicated enough as is, and her trying to throw herself into his life was only going to make it more complicated. But your reaction is no good, she said, face becoming slightly more serious while shaking her head in a stern manner. What? John asked, unsure what the hell Zuri was talking about. Your reaction, Zuri exclaimed. A stunningly beautiful woman, just showed interest in you, and all you did was stare at me with mouth agape, looking stupid. Your lack of charm and confidence is staggering. You're a handsome, well-built, heaven-defying genius, and yet you carry yourself as if you're a nobody. You need to have pride in your status and talent, and carry yourself with a level of confident pride which you utterly lack right now. You'll never be able to court your companion with this lack of self-pride, let alone charm. Court my companion? You mean Lillian? John asked, tilting his head to the side with bewilderment. Rho Alpha Pi Delpha's new Omicronville, C Omicron. Who else would I be talking about? Zuri harumphed while nodding. I would snap you up for myself if it was possible, but with what I know of you, you're going to leave this world eventually, and our paths will become separate at that point. John raised an eyebrow, surprised to hear Zuri outright admit such a thing. Anyways, Zuri continued, you'll never be able to win her love with your current lack of confidence and charm. You need to be more confident, more assertive, more heroic. When you battled in the underground chamber, you displayed all those qualities to a level that I've never seen before, but those qualities are nowhere to be seen when you're not battling. Only being able to bring out those attractive features when you're locked in battle is no good. John stared silently at Zuri, almost unable to believe this was the topic she had decided to bring up. I'm looking for her because Lillian is my master, John exclaimed. She's not my lover, nor is she someone I'm trying to court. Oh, Zuri chimed, a surprised look appearing on her face for a moment. She remained silent for a short while, expression changing several times, then sighed lightly. Still, I don't believe you. You don't believe me? What did I say that's not believable? John asked, frowning. She might be your master, but she's also a young woman with both heaven-defying beauty and talent, Zuri said, sighing lightly. I consider myself to be a beauty, but when I saw her, I couldn't help but feel inferior. The heavens truly aren't fair sometimes, she said, pouting lightly. John remained silent, staring at her with his bewildered expression. Why was this the topic of conversation, and why was Zuri so eccentric all of a sudden? Was she always this way, and John just didn't spend enough time with her to find out this side of her? Anyways, Zuri said, shaking the pouting expression from her face. Let me ask you this then. Your companio, your master, is an incredible beauty, and will no doubt have suitors lining up to court her. Even the Sword Saint has gone to such lengths to obtain her for his son, and even if you win the tournament and stop that forced marriage, there will be no lack of suitors lining up to win her heart afterwards, and in the end, she will pick someone. What's your point? John asked, still frowning. She might be your master, but would be you fine with watching someone else win her love and obtain her hand in marriage? Surely you would be jealous, no? Zuri asked, a sly smile on her face. I think you should take a look at Rho Alpha Pi Dalphus novel, See Omicron. Why would I be jealous? John grumbled. Her love interests have nothing to do with me. No, Zuri said musingly, then leaned forward, whispering softly in his ear. So, when another man wins her love, you're fine with the thought of someone else taking her, a beauty that would make the heavens tremble with envy, to bed and... John's calm thoughts started to swirl with Zuri so close to him, as well as the picture she was painting of Lillian. He had never once thought of her in that way, but with Zuri forcing his thoughts to go there, he couldn't help but feel his mind swirl with new, chaotic thoughts. Zuri pursed her lips and breathed over his ears, adding to the sensation of the picture she was painting in his mind. That's enough, John said, taking a step back while pushing Zuri lightly away from his ear. Zuri obliged and took a step back, a smile reappearing on her face as she stared at his expression. Your face is quite red, she said in a teasing manner. Clearly your thoughts on the matter aren't as cut and dry as you initially considered them to be. Shut up, John grumbled. I came here to train, not talk, especially not about this subject. Fine, fine, Zuri waved her hand dismissively. I'll bury this subject for now, so let's get to the training then. What do you need? A sparring partner. John sighed a breath of relief, shaking the chaotic thoughts from his mind and regaining his former calm. I'm trying to create my own battle arts and movement arts, John explained. You want to create your own arts? Zuri asked, slightly surprised. She nodded her head in understanding a moment later. With your unique talents, I'm sure finding suitable battle arts is quite difficult. Making your own arts is the sensible thing to do. Have you created your own arts? John asked curiously. I've dabbled in art creation before, but haven't made anything special. The battle arts available for me to learn are more than enough for me, and my situation is not unique enough to warrant creating my own arts, Zuri said, shaking her head. But I'm sure I can still be of help to you if that's what you want to do. I happen to be quite knowledgeable in runes and formations, so I can help with that aspect at least. John nodded his head, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. He was finally getting to do what he had come to the training grounds for. So do you have anything in mind? Zuri asked curiously. Not the exacts, but I have an idea of where I want to start, John said. The first arts I'd like to create is a movement art, as well as a few essence battle arts. Well then, let's get to work and create some arts that make even the heavens envious, Zuri smiled. Let's, John nodded. Chapter 10, 14 leaving the training grounds. As the weeks flew by, the buzz surrounding the 3-Dao tournament grew swiftly, becoming the focus on almost every cultivator's mind. It was a tournament that only happened every 3 years, and was where the foremost geniuses of the human race were able to display their talents and make a world-shaking name for themselves. Those who did well received both fame and rewards beyond their comprehensions, while those who did not faded into obscurity. A high placement from a genius could propel its sect into the limelight, raising both its status and power in a single tournament, and it thus received the full attention even from those who were not battling, such as sect leaders and parents. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the 3-Dao tournament was the most important event to happen on the human continent, one that every single cultivator looked forward to with overwhelming anxiousness and excitement. 3 weeks later, a figure stepped into the training grounds, eyes glued to the scene before him. He watched silently as space twisted and lightning crashed about, nodding his head in approval several times. Ahem, the figure coughed lightly, but the sound seemed to carry the weight of mountains behind it. The training grounds fell quiet as John and Zuri stopped what they were doing and looked towards the source of the sound. Grandmaster, Zuri said respectfully, quickly appearing before the Grandmaster and bowing her head in respect. The Grandmaster nodded at her, then shifted his gaze to look at John, who was talking over as well. Rho Alphan Dalphus Nomicron Vepsilon, C Omicron, Grandmaster, John nodded respectfully. The Grandmaster had been the one to bring him into the guild headquarters, and John had nothing but respect for the elderly man. The Grandmaster nodded back. How has your training been? The Grandmaster asked curiously. John shared a glance with Zuri for a moment, then looked back to the Grandmaster. It's been all right. John shrugged. Making a battle art is much harder than I thought it would be, but I've made some decent progress at the very least. He's being far too modest, Zuri said, giving John a sideways glance. The battle arts he's created in these last 3 weeks are good enough to be recorded and submitted to the guild library for use by others. Is that so? The Grandmaster said, smiling at John. They're decent, but they're far from what I'm aiming for, John shrugged. It's going to take quite some time for me to create the quality of art I'm hoping for. No cultivator has ever created a heaven-defying battle art with the snap of their fingers, the Grandmaster said. Such things take time, even for the most genius of cultivators. Do not rush the process because it's not going as fast as you would like. That will only lead you to failure. John nodded his head in understanding and thanked the Grandmaster for his wise advice. What have you come here for? Zuri asked. Is it time to leave? It is, the Grandmaster nodded. The 3-Dao tournament starts in a week, so it's time for us to depart. Us? John asked curiously, looking sideways at Zuri. He knew he was going to enter the 3-Dao tournament, but according to the Prime Shadow, the guild did not usually enter the tournament themselves. He also knew about the security the guild was offering for the tournament, but those assigned to that mission had already long since traveled to the tournament grounds. You thought I wouldn't tag along? Zuri asked, eyebrow raised. While I will be the one escorting you and Zuri to the Yangdao sect, Zuri will be your personal security for the duration of the tournament, the Grandmaster explained. Personal security? John asked, giving Zuri a skeptical look. He was just as strong as Zuri, if not stronger, so the arrangement made no sense to him. What? You don't think I'm strong enough to protect you? Zuri asked, eyebrows still raised. It's not that, it's just, John replied. Her questioning gaze turned into a satisfied smile as she saw John fumbling for a non-insulting reply. We don't expect anyone to make a move at the tournament, Zuri said, but it's better to be safe than sorry. While I might not be an improvement to your situation when it comes to combat prowess, I am much more experienced with operating in the shadows, including finding others and sneaking in the shadows before they attack. I guess that makes sense, John nodded his head, not arguing against the arrangement. Besides, Zuri added, a sly smile appearing on her face, with me near you at all times, your companio, I mean your master, is sure to get jealous. So you see, I'm doing you a favor, Zuri winked at him. John groaned and rolled his eyes, opting to not reply to her teasing comments. He followed the Grandmaster out of the training grounds, eventually arriving in the mission hall at the center of the guild. The group walked past the mission boards in the center of the large chamber, which John couldn't help but look at curiously. There's been more assassinations, John asked, noticing more information posted regarding Tier 3 and even Tier 2 sect leaders, vice sect leaders, and other important figures being assassinated in recent months. Zuri's usual cheery expression faded away, replaced by one of brooding anger. She nodded her head, and John noticed her clench her fists tightly, fists trembling with rage. She was no doubt thinking of her father and siblings, who had been killed in the wave of assassinations. The phantoms of death have been making more moves lately, Zuri said, grimacing with fury. We've killed many of their members, but more seem to pop up every day. It's becoming quite troublesome. The Grandmaster nodded while walking ahead of the two of them. The group fell silent as they navigated through the hallways and chambers of the guild, eventually arriving at the formation room at the entrance of the guild. The Prime Shadow is waiting for you at the Yongdao sect. The Grandmaster sent John a sound transmission as they stepped onto one of the formation platforms, which lit up with formation energy shortly after. Apparently he has some gifts for you. Flash, Chapter 10-15 Yongdao City. John felt himself pulled through space for a short while, longer than he initially expected. The multicolored chaos of space blurred by them as they traveled through the connected tunnel of space, moving towards the other end of the formation connection. Thankfully, transportation formations shield us from the spatial chaos. Otherwise, moving this fast through spatial chaos would be quite painful, if not fatal, John mused, watching the multicolored chaos fly by. It lasted a few seconds before he found himself standing in a different room, indicating they had traveled tens of thousands of miles in that one jump, or perhaps even 100,000 miles or more. He looked about, finding himself in a mid-sized chamber. The chamber had the same Gothic design as the rest of the Shadows of Death Guild, and had no windows to be seen at all. Dozens of other guild members were visible, either guarding the entrance to the room or controlling the roughly dozen or so transportation formations themselves. Still underground, huh? John guessed. With the guild headquarters underground, the only way to get into it was through the transportation formations spread throughout the continent, such as the room he found himself in. These rooms were also underground, and were no doubt well hidden and guarded. With such a careful arrangement, it was no wonder the guild was able to endure for tens of thousands of years. Here, the Grandmaster said to John, who noticed the Grandmaster and Zuri standing on another nearby platform already. He moved to that formation, which activated after the Grandmaster nodded his head towards the gray-robed archivist controlling the formation. Flash. After another few seconds, John again found himself standing in an underground room, one almost identical to the one he had been in. As before, he and the others moved to another transportation formation, which then activated. Flash, flash, flash. The group jumped through a half-dozen transportation formations on their journey, with each jump being shorter than the last. The last jump had lasted about a second before they appeared in another room, indicating they had only traveled about 10,000 miles or so he thought. We've arrived, Zuri said, hopping off the platform after the Grandmaster. 6 jumps, at least several 100,000 miles, perhaps more, John mused, turning to Zuri as he hopped off as well. How far have we traveled? He asked her curiously, and just how expansive is the guild's transportation formation network? The Yongdao sect is several million miles away, but I don't know the exact distance, Zuri said, to which John felt complete awe. 3,800,000 miles, approximately, the Grandmaster said without looking back. Almost 4 million miles, John exclaimed, completely shocked by this. He had figured it to be 1 million at most, but it was nearly 4 times that amount. His shock was not only because of just how large the human continent on this planet was, but also because of how far the formations had taken them. He had based the distance traveled based on his homeworld formations, but clearly these formations were of a higher level, able to transport them farther in less time. Just how large is the human continent? John asked Zuri as they walked towards the exit of the room. He had a map of parts of the continent, but didn't know the scope of the entire thing. 10 million miles across, I think, she said, a thoughtful look on her face. John opened his eyes wide with awe, stunned by the sheer size of this world. He had known it was a far larger world than his own when he had crashed down to it over half a year ago. Its size had been mind-blowing, but he had not realized just how mind-blowingly large it was. Just the human continent alone was over 10 times larger than the divine Martial continent, and there was still the beast continent, devil continent, and continent of war, all which were of roughly equal size. This world is too large, John couldn't help but think as he followed Zuri through the exit. They appeared in a wide tunnel, one lit with light formations embedded into the walls. The tunnels were smooth and cleanly carved and contained countless formations, both visible and invisible. He followed the Grandmaster, snaking through the tunnels for quite some time. Based on the formations he could see and feel, an enemy getting through these tunnels was next to impossible, as the defensive and offensive formations would slaughter them mercilessly. That wasn't even considering the formations he couldn't see or feel, which he was sure existed. "This place is well guarded," John said to Zuri. "Of course it is," Zuri replied. "All the critical transportation nodes are well hidden and well guarded, as they have a direct line to the guild headquarters." John nodded his head, then silently followed the Grandmaster through the tunnels. Quite some time later, they arrived at a staircase that led upwards. At the top of the stairs was a simple door, which surprised John at its simplicity. The Grandmaster opened the door and stepped through, followed by Zuri, then John. John felt himself step through a formation as he did so, and then looked back as the door closed behind him, slightly surprised as he noticed the door vanish from his sight, hidden by an illusion formation. Rho Alpha Pi Dalpha's new Omicronville. See Omicron, he then looked at the room he entered, which was several dozen yards wide and tall, and was made from some sort of stone. The room was rather empty, seeming to be used as simple storage, with only a door on the other side of it. The group walked through that door and entered another simple room, somewhat larger in size. There were several tables, couches, and other furniture in this room, at which several guild members sat. They were talking to several world expansion cultivators who were wearing fiery orange robes, the image of a blazing sun on the back. "They're clearly not from the guild," John mused, studying the powerful cultivators. Each felt like they were stars made human, burning with an intense yet contained energy. Yangdao Sect Cultivators, Chapter 1016, O-inspiring city. The three male cultivators in fiery orange robes seemed to burn with power, as if their existence was fire and strength. They all had short orange or red hair and appeared to be in their 30s, although their true age was much higher. They were discussing something with the guild members, who paused their conversation to nod respectfully at the Grandmaster, who had entered. The orange-robed cultivators nodded as well, to which the Grandmaster returned the greeting. The group returned to their discussions, which John overheard some of it. It was pertaining to the security surrounding the Yangdao sect, and the findings the guild had regarding any movements in the shadows, from the Phantom of Death Guild or others. John followed the Grandmaster and Zuri through the next set of doors, finding himself standing in a large room. The room had pills, weapons, scrolls, jade pieces, and more on display, and was bustling with activity. John looked about with a curious expression, not expecting to find himself in what appeared to be a shop of some sorts. "This building acts as a front for our guild, allowing us to enter Yangdao City through the formation network below unnoticed," Zuri whispered to him as they walked through the busy shop towards its front entrance. John nodded thankfully as he stepped through the entrance of the shop, stepping onto a wide street several hundred yards wide, a street buzzing with so much chaotic energy that it almost felt like a battlefield. Thousands of cultivators moved in both directions, while a loud cacophony of discussion flowed through the air. Hundreds of shops were immediately visible, with most of them having bright, eye-catching formation signs out front, indicating what they were selling. Pills, weapons, battle arts, cultivation arts, herbs, maps, flying ships, and more. Everything one could want was apparently available to obtain here. The street seemed to be tilted, as if it was built on a gradual slope. John looked down the street, noticing it stretched downwards for dozens of miles, as if the city had been built on a large, slightly sloping mountain. More buildings than he could count came into view, each grander than the last. The style of the buildings seemed to be passionate and vibrant, as if they were inspired by fires and flames. Instead of the rigid, angular designs he was used to seeing, the buildings were unique in their design, the exterior bending and flowing like flames. Looking at the city, it was as if millions of multicolored flames dotted the landscape, like an ocean of fire. Even from his limited viewing angle, it was no doubt the largest city he had ever been in, and also one of the grandest. He then turned his gaze up the sloping street, towards the top of the massive mountain the city was no doubt built upon. The city stretched gradually upwards for another 50 miles, with the designs of the buildings becoming grander and more exotic. Most eye-catching of all was what he could barely make out at the very top of the city, seemingly at the peak of the gradually sloping mountain. At the very top was a massive dome that surrounded whatever existed at the top of the mountain, a dome made of powerful Pure-Yang flames. The dome blazed with an awe-inspiring power, surprising John that it didn't incinerate the city from its mere existence. Zuri smiled at John's stupefied expression, then patted him on the shoulder. "Welcome to Yangdao City, the home of the Yangdao sect." "Amazing, isn't it?" Zuri asked. John silently nodded his head, still taking in the awe-inspiring views. Rho Alpha Pi Dalpha's new Omicronville, C Omicron. "I reacted the same as you when I first came here," Zuri said. "The city is incredible, perhaps the most eye-catching on the entire continent. Only the Mage Dao sect can hold a candle, in my opinion." John silently nodded again. He couldn't attest to the Mage Dao sect, but definitely agreed that the city was incredible. "I have matters to attend to, so you can guide him from here," the Grandmaster said to Zuri. Zuri nodded, then bowed her head slightly in respect as the Grandmaster stepped into the street and moved with the crowd, disappearing a moment later. John watched the Grandmaster leave, then took in a long, deep breath. The chi in the air seemed to be blazing with powerful yang energy, making him feel a fiery, energetic power wash through him with each breath. "Don't absorb too much chi too quickly," Zuri said. "The chi here is thick with yang energy, and absorbing too much directly can cause your body to heat up to a point that it destroys itself. Only those who cultivate yang energy, like the Yangdao sect, can directly absorb the chi here without caution. The rest of us need to focus on neutralizing the yang energy in the chi before absorbing it." "I'll be fine," John said, smiling with satisfaction. His body, a lightning attribute body, was one of the most yang-attributed bodies in existence. Breathing the chi here felt not only refreshing, but invigorating. It was like each breath instilled him with fiery energy, making him want to battle to expend it. "Ah, that's right. You cultivate the lightning Dao," Zuri said, remembering John's talents. "I guess you'll feel right at home then." John nodded his head as he took another deep breath while activating his cultivation technique, pulling the nearby chi into his body without concern. A small tempest of rushing chi flowed into him, startling the passers-by by the sudden change. They looked at John with confusion, then shock, as they noticed him pull in so much of the chi at once. "You can cultivate later," Zuri said, then grabbed John's arm to pull him into the crowd. John begrudgingly undid his cultivation technique and let Zuri drag him into the busy street, moving upwards towards the dome of fire in the far distance. As they moved through the busy street, John listened to the various conversations of those around him. While the conversations ranged from selling wares to current news, everything was related to one topic: the upcoming 3-Dao tournament. Chapter 10, 17 Nine-Petal Yang Lotus. John continued to follow Zuri through the busy streets, hopping from street to street until they arrived on the widest one yet. The street was over a half-mile wide, and seemed to carve its way from the outer rings of the city to the fiery dome up top unbroken. The buildings lining the street were also grander, not only in the building's size and quality, but also the quality of the items they were selling. The shop owners and attendants shouted loudly regarding their wares, shouting about how their powerful weapons and battle arts would help any youthful entrant do well in the tournament. Others promised pills that would instantly raise one's cultivation, resulting in a better tournament performance. While the shop owners hawked their wares, the cultivators in the street, both old and young alike, talked almost exclusively about the tournament as well. Rumors on entrance, youths bragging about how they qualified for the tournament and would make a name for themselves, elders and parents bragging about their children to others, and how they would shock the world with their performance, predictions on who would win each age bracket, and more. John listened to the passing discussions curiously, as almost everything regarding the tournament was new information to him. As they made their way up the city towards the dome, the quality of shops and items being sold increased, soon reaching a level that even made John pause with curiosity and even some desire to obtain. He ignored them as Zuri kept dragging him along, not giving the shops a second glance. "Are all the buildings in this city merchant shops?" John couldn't help but ask, as he noticed that despite walking up the street for over 20 miles, he was still surrounded by nothing but shops selling various things. "No," Zuri shook her head. "The city is divided into 4 districts: the merchant district, the housing district, the subsect district, and the forging and formations district. Each district occupies about a fourth of the city and stretches unbroken from the edge of the city to the Yongdao sect at the top. We just happen to have our hideout established in the merchant district, is all." "I see," John nodded. He followed Zuri silently for the remainder of the journey, opting to listen to the discussions of the passerbys. The conversations were varied and interesting, but there were 2 topics that were not only the most frequently discussed, but were also directly related to him. "So, do you think Jihin will win the Dao transformation bracket this year?" John heard an excited youth ask his nearby friends. The group of youths were around his age and were walking up the city streets towards the Yongdao sect, allowing him to follow their conversation for some time. They all had heaven tribulation cultivations, indicating they were not the cream of the crop when it came to youthful geniuses. "He should win," another youth said, "but there's also Jaxus of the Yongdao sect. He lost to Jihin 3 years ago in the finals, but the rumors are he's made incredible gains since and is claiming he'll win the tournament this year." The other youths nodded at this assessment and added their opinions as well. John heard several names thrown around as potential victors, indicating there were quite a few geniuses to take note of. "Of course he'll win," a girl of around 18 years of age said, her expression scattered as if daydreaming of Jihin. "Not only is the most talented genius of the last tens of thousands of years, but he's also the most handsome." "Stop daydreaming about Jihin," a male youth rolled his eyes. "You're not even close to being on his level. Besides, there's that marriage that his father, the Sword Saint, announced. Once he wins the tournament, he'll be married to a heavenly beauty beyond compare." "That bet isn't just for him," another youth added. "Apparently the heavenly beauty agreed to marry however wins the Dao transformation bracket." "Is she really all that?" the girl harumphed with displeasure. "Surely she's not that amazing." "Are you serious?" one of the male youths said mockingly. "The Sword Saint himself has gone all out trying to get her to agree to marry Jihin. She's obviously amazing, and from the rumors I've heard, not only is her beauty the real deal, but her talent is on the same level as Jihin." "What, really? Then how come we haven't heard of her before?" the girl asked skeptically. "Who knows? We'll find out more when the tournament starts, I guess." The group of youths veered off down a side street, their conversation drowned soon after. John glanced at them, then back at Zuri, noticing they had finally arrived at the top of the mountain before the Dome of Fire. The city buildings suddenly stopped, leaving a mile-wide gap between the city and the Dome of Fire itself. John stared at the massive Dome of Fire before him with awe. Its size was much larger than he had initially guessed. It was over 20 miles wide and almost equally as tall. It roiled and blazed with an overwhelming power, like it was a true star. Its power was more than enough to destroy John where he was standing, but the blazing heat of the dome seemed to be contained by some sort of formation, making it not affect the surrounding area. However, John was sure that if that formation failed, everything would be destroyed for thousands of miles. What could create such an overwhelmingly powerful dome of pure yang flames? John asked Zuri, voice tinged with awe. In the heart of the Yongdao sect is the 9-petal yang lotus. It's one of the most heavenly treasures in this world, and is the source of the fiery dome you see before you. Its existence is the sole reason the Yongdao sect is one of the 3 Dao sects ruling this continent. A fiery desire burned in John's chest as he heard this, his natural lust for powerful treasures taking over. "I want it," John couldn't help but say. Zuri glanced at him and laughed, shaking her head as if John was an idiot. "Don't even think about it," she said sternly. Not only would you be killed by the Yangdao sect before reaching the lotus, not even the Yang sovereign is strong enough to take the lotus without perishing. You would be incinerated by its power the moment you laid eyes on it. Zuri saw John's expression remain unwavering and shook her head silently, as if she was dealing with a true idiot. "Come on, let's go," she said, moving forwards towards the arched entrance in the distance. "I'm not sure who, but there's someone waiting for you in the Yangdao sect. I'm guessing it's the long-dead first guild master I'm not supposed to know about." John stared at the dome of fire raging before him, then followed behind Zuri. He breathed in deeply, drawing in the qi around him, forming a small tempest of qi. The qi burned with yang energy, filling him with a fiery, energetic heat. "I could get used to this," John said, a heated expression appearing on his face as he thought about the battles to come, and the battle with Jihin. Chapter 10:18 Nirvana Gambling Hall. The wide roar before them stretched towards the dome of fire in the distance, and ended at its base. Where the road met the dome of fire, an archway in the fire was visible, allowing for passage into the dome without coming into contact with it. A long line of thousands of cultivators stretched out from the entrance, almost to where John was currently standing. "Looks like quite a few people are trying to get entry," he said, frowning. A line this long could take days to get through depending on how fast the entry rate was. "Don't worry," Zuri said, giving him a sideways smile. "The guild has its perks. We won't have to wait like the others." John nodded with relief and stepped forward to follow Zuri. "Make way for the Saberdao Sect Saber King," a voice shouted out behind him. John turned his head, spotting a large group of white-robed cultivators walking nearby. The group of cultivators were in the Dao transformation realm, with 3 world expansion experts at the front leading the way. Each cultivator radiated a strong saber Dao aura, with the strongest aura coming from the palanquin carried by the center members of the large group. The palanquin was rather large, several dozen yards wide and long, and was carved from a marble-like stone, pure white in color. Detailed carvings of saber-wielding cultivators covered the outside of the impressive-looking palanquin. The group passed near John, uncaring of the people before them. The people in the way hastily scrambled to the side, narrowly dodging the procession. The Saberdao sect group briskly passed by, moving past the long line towards the archway in the distance. Rho Alphindalphas, Nu Omicron Vepsilon, letter 188 Omicron, they arrived a short moment later, and were permitted immediate entry, disappearing within the wall of flames. John raised a questioning eyebrow as he turned to Zuri, who stood beside him. "Saberdao sect?" he asked. "A subsect of the Sword Dao sect, and one of the strongest Tier 2 sects on the continent," she explained. "As for the Saber King, he's their most talented Dao transformation genius." "I see," John nodded, understanding who the source of the aura within the palanquin was. "Quite a flashy entrance." "The Saberdao sect has always been like this," Zuri said. "Flashy and overbearing. Come, let's continue." John nodded, then followed Zuri towards the Yangdao sect. As he walked, he overheard some conversations from the people in the line. Some were talking about the overbearing nature of the Saberdao sect, some about the Saber King, and one conversation about placing bets on the Saber King. "I placed a bet at the Nirvana Gambling Hall for the Saber King to place top 100, he overheard a middle-aged man say. "That's a pretty bold bet," a nearby cultivator replied. "But I've heard he's made great strides since the last tournament, so it's possible." The first man nodded, an expectant smile on his face. "If he does place top 100, I'll be rich." John's footsteps slowed down as he thought of an idea. Zuri turned to look at him with a questioning expression. "Do you want to win a mountain of spirit crystals?" he asked, a sly smile appearing on his face. How?" she asked. "Have you heard of the Nirvana Gambling Hall?" he asked curiously. Zuri looked at him with a straight expression for a moment, then smiled widely in realization. Her eyes seemed to light up with a brilliant sparkle, as if she had just heard the best news possible. "Haha, you're a genius," she said, turning around and grabbing his arm, pulling him back into the city. Why didn't I think of this? I'm going to be rich, she exclaimed as she raced back into the city. John was dragged along like a kite in the wind, as if Zuri had forgotten he even existed. She raced through the streets of the city, bumping others aside without concern. A moment later she stopped, and John finally landed back on his feet, giving her a frowning look. She ignored it as she stared at the building in front of them. John looked at the building, which was one of the largest buildings he had seen in the city thus far. The building stretched up for 1,000 yards, glowed with a brilliant multicolored hue, as if the entire building was a glowing formation. The building looked like a 100-tiered pagoda made of fire, its walls waving from side to side as it rose to a pointed top. The walls were not actually moving, but the shape and the changing multicolored lights gave the illusion that it was, making it quite eye-catching. A large staircase 100 yards wide led up to the building's entrance, which was buzzing with activity. Thousands of cultivators were flowing in and out of the building every minute, while conversations of bets placed and other similar topics passed him by as the cultivators moved around him. Above the entrance was a glowing multicolored sign, more eye-catching than any he had seen before. Nirvana Gambling Hall. How trustworthy is this place? John asked after studying the building. Zuri's answer would determine how much he was willing to wager. The Nirvana Gambling Hall is the foremost gambling business on the continent, and one of the wealthiest powers, Zuri said. Their entire business model depends on them being honest and fair, and I have never heard of them cheating anyone out of their winnings, no matter the size. John nodded his head with satisfaction, as his bet was going to be a large one. Come, Zuri said as she pulled John into the building, pushing past the crowd surging both ways. After entering the building, a massive, open room hundreds of yards wide, long, and high greeted them. The large room was intricately detailed, with statues of both humans and beasts carved with so much detail that they appeared to be alive. Fountains were scattered throughout the room, spewing water into the air, forming various shapes from the streams. Beasts, items, battle scenes, and more. It was all so luxurious, startling John, who had never seen anything close to this. It was as if this room embodied the Tao's of luxury and wealth. The room was buzzing with the conversations of thousands, each going about their business. Some placed bets at tables scattered about, while others talked to attendants of the hall. Others lounged at the various bars visible throughout, enjoying drinks as they discussed the upcoming tournament. The entire floor was alive with activity, so much so that even John felt himself get drawn into the excitement of it all. "May I help you?" A well-dressed man, appearing to be in his late 30s, approached them. He wore a suit-like outfit and had an early Tao transformation cultivation. He addressed Zuri first, as she had the higher cultivation of the two. "We'd like to place some bets on the 3 Tao tournament," Zuri said, getting straight to the point. "Very well," the man nodded. "First, how much would you like to wager?" "Is there a limit to how much I can wager?" John asked. The attendant looked at John, his expression as if he heard the dumbest question. He refrained from speaking his mind and shook his head lightly. "No, there is no bet limit," the attendant said, his tone as if he considered John's question to be a useless one. "Good," John nodded, then handed over a spatial ring to the man. "Then I'd like to wager this amount." The attendant took the ring, gave John a skeptical glance, then inspected the contents of the ring. His eyes nearly bulged out of his head as he saw the mountain of wealth contained within, then handed the ring back to John. "Apologies for my rudeness earlier," the attendant said apologetically. "I had no idea you were a man of such wealth. Please follow me." John nodded, satisfied with the treatment, then followed the man through the room. Zuri glanced curiously at John, then the ring in his hand. "How much are you going to bet?" she asked. John handed her the ring to inspect, and after doing so, her eyes bulged in a similar manner to the attendant's. How did you manage to collect this much wealth?" she asked, mouth agape. "Just this much is more than I've earned in my entire lifetime, multiplied many times over." John shrugged, a satisfied smirk on his face. "I got lucky, I guess. Chapter 10:19, Entering the Yongdao sect. How much are you going to wager? John asked Zuri as they followed the attendant through the busy main floor, moving towards the back of the room. Not nearly as much as you, Zuri sighed, defeat in her voice. The attendant led them to a guarded door in the back of the main room. After being let through by the guards, he saw dozens of transportation formation platforms in the room. The attendant stepped onto one, and after John and Zuri did so as well, it activated. They instantly appeared in another room and followed the attendant out. An expansive garden, almost closer to a vibrant forest, came into view, although they were still definitely in the building, as the walls and ceiling were of the same type as the first floor. A pathway led through the forest, which the attendant led them on. They followed behind, moving through the garden. Tranquil rivers flowed by on both sides, while the chirping of birds and other animals added to the serenity of it all. A short while later, they appeared on the other side of the garden. An expansive open area came into view, one filled with luxurious furniture, statues, fountains, and more. At the far end of the room was a massive windowpane, which overlooked the entire Yongdao city. The sight was breathtaking. John noticed a middle-aged woman sitting on one of the chairs near the window, looking out over the city. Vice Leader Shai, the attendant said, bowing his head respectfully. These two have come to place a wager. The woman said, standing up and turning to look at John and Zuri. The woman had long brown hair which was tied up in a fashionable bun and wore a silky red and yellow dress. The dress clung tightly to her curves, which were quite prominent. Her face was attractive and alluring, giving her a mature charm. She had a pipe in her hand and was smoking something that had a sweet and intoxicating aroma. Lastly, her cultivation was in the late world expansion realm, seemingly on the cusp of reaching the half-step holy manifestation realm. How much are you wagering? The woman asked as the attendant gestured for John and Zuri to give him the spatial rings. He accepted them, then walked over to the woman, handing her the rings. She inspected them, raised an eyebrow, then looked back at them. What are your wagers? She asked, voice silky and smooth. We'd like to bet on the 3-Dao tournament, Zuri said. The woman took a puff of her pipe, eyes glued to the two of them. She breathed out, exhaling the smoke, then sighed ever so softly. How unexpected, she said, as if bored by the topic. What is your wager then? Jihin to win, or perhaps Jaxus, or do you want to wager on the other cultivation brackets? None of those, Zuri said, shaking her head lightly. We want to bet on someone else. John and Zuri left the Nirvana gambling hall and continued back towards the Yongdao sect. A calm expression was on John's face, while Zuri looked slightly uneasy. I know you're strong, but Jihin and the others are also monstrous freaks, Zuri said as they walked. And there's also the rules of the tournament. I haven't explained them to you, but you're going to be at more of a disadvantage than you realize. You should have made a safer bet. You should have made the bet I wanted to make, and only bet on you placing in the top 10. John looked flatly at Zuri, then smirked. It doesn't matter what my disadvantages are, John said, shrugging nonchalantly. I will win regardless of what's thrown at me. You spoke of pride a few weeks ago and my lack of having it. Isn't this what you wanted? That was different, Zuri grumbled. That was regarding women, not combat. John shrugged again. You'll thank me when I win this tournament, he said, then shook his head. It's just a shame I wasn't able to bet on myself directly. Still, the bet we have in place should earn us mountains of high-quality spirit crystals nonetheless. It's just the way the Nirvana gambling hall operates, Zuri said. No one knows who you are, so if a massive bet was placed on an unknown person, and then that unknown person won, everyone would feel cheated by the Nirvana gambling hall, feeling as though they colluded with you, which would be a blow to their reputation. However, with the bet we placed, it's essentially the same thing without nomming you as the victor directly. The amount we wagered is so great that the Nirvana gambling hall will create a separate betting pool for it, with other gamblers able to take the opposite side of your bet, hopping to win a piece of what we wagered. Countless people will see our bet and think it is completely stupid, so the amount of people taking the opposite bet will not be small. As long as you win the tournament, we'll both win a staggering amount of wealth." John nodded his head, smiling at the wealth he already considered to be his in the near future. Vice Leader Shy had not been willing to accept his wager to bet on himself to win the tournament. This had surprised John, as he figured she would think it to be impossible for him, a complete nobody, to win the tournament. However, she was apparently more discerning than she let on, and had refused the bet. She had, however, agreed to establish a new betting pool for a similar bet, of which they would take a small percentage of the total spirit crystals bet on the pool. Vice Leader Shy had agreed to establish a new pool where the bet was that none of the top 10 ranked Dao transformation participants would end up winning the tournament. This included names like Jihin and Jaxus, which were the two geniuses almost everyone thought would be the victor in the end. As a result, the odds of this pool were greatly in his favor. With the skewed odds, as well as the staggering amount of spirit crystals he had placed on his side of this bet, there would be no shortage of gamblers taking the opposite side of his bet. They would consider his wager to be nonsensical and would throw countless spirit crystals at this betting pool to get a share of the spirit crystals he had wagered. John inspected the formation disc Vice Leader Shy had given him, which contained details within that would automatically update. Things such as betting amounts, shifting odds, and so on were recorded within, allowing him to get a real-time update on his bet. Rho Alpha Pi Dalpha's new Omicronville. See Omicron. John put the formation disc away, then followed Zuri back towards the Yangdao sect. Now that his bet was placed, all that remained was to win the most important bet of all, Lillian's bet with the Sword Saint. The two arrived back where they had been originally and walked past the long line of cultivators trying to enter the Yangdao sect for the tournament. John heard grumbling voices as he passed them by, voices protesting their ability to cut the line, but paid them no heed. They quickly arrived at the base of the Dome of Fire, which was even more overwhelming and awe-inspiring up close. The dome roiled overhead and to both sides, burning with a star-like intensity. However, that intensity was contained by some sort of formation, making both the heat and brightness of the dome manageable. Zuri spoke with several of the guards for a moment, then presented a metallic seal. The guards inspected the seal, then nodded, gesturing for them to enter. John followed Zuri through the arched opening in the Dome of Fire, which was thicker than he imagined, at least 100 yards thick. After walking through the fiery entranceway, the Yangdao sect came into view as they appeared on the other side. John's eyes went wide with awe as he looked at the view before him. "Impressive, huh?" Zuri said, smiling at his expression. "Welcome to the Yangdao sect, one of the 3 strongest sects on the continent and the place where you will make your name known throughout the world." Chapter 1020, the Yangdao sect. As he stepped through the arched entrance, the Yangdao sect finally came into view, no longer obscured by the Dome of Fire. He had been expecting the sect to be above him, continuing up the mountainside as the city outside did. That was not the case. Instead, before him was a massive caldera, like the mouth of an enormous 50-mile-wide volcano in which the sect was built in. The walls of the caldera stretched upwards several dozen miles and met perfectly with the Dome of Fire, making the interior look like a massive sphere, half of fire, half of earth. Dozens of rivers of molten lava flowed down from where the dome met the earthen walls, flowing down to the basin below. The rivers collected in a lake of scorching lava, atop which the Yangdao sect was built. Thousands of pillars of rock and metal pierced into the lake of magma, providing anchor points for the sect. Built atop the pillars was the sect itself, which was equally as eye-catching as the magma lake itself. Rho Alpha Pi Dalpha's new Omicronville. See Omicron. The sect was made up of 12 enormous buildings, each dominating a portion of the caldera. Each building was unique in designs. One building in the very center of the lake was thin and tall, piercing into the sky almost to the top of the Dome of Fire. Another was several miles wide and spherical in shape, like a massive ball, perfectly polished. Another was half submerged in the lake, the top half zigging and zagging in random directions, like a strange geometric pattern. The buildings were linked up by an intricate network of bridges that stretched all over the lake of magma, like 12 organs connected by a complicated series of veins and arteries. Tens of thousands moved about on the bridges, appearing like ants from this distance. With the pulsating heat of the lake below causing the very air to shimmer, the sect almost appeared to be alive. In the air above the sect hovered 3 massive flying ships, each several miles long. They were the largest ships he had ever seen, and also the grandest. The ship closest to him, about a dozen miles before him and overhead, was fiery red in color, with yellow and orange trimmings that looked like flames. A fiery heat seemed to naturally emanate from the ship, which was wider at the end and narrower at the tip, and almost appeared to be designed to look like a massive flame. The ship in the far distance to his right was dark purple in color, with blue and white trimmings designed to look like runes. The runes covered the exterior of the ship, giving it the illusion of being a massive formation itself. It was rather blocky in its design, appearing like a long, narrow block than a ship. He shifted his gaze to the third ship on the opposite end of the sect. The ship was the most eye-catching of all, as it looked exactly like a massive marble-white sword, one large enough to be wielded by a Titan god. The back end of the ship looked like a sword handle, one back and gold in design. Looking at the ship made his mind feel as though it would be pierced by a sword at any moment. No mistaking who that ship belongs to. John studied the ships for a while, then peered down at the sect from his vantage point on the edge of the caldera, taking in the breathtaking view. The ships are used as housing for the 3 Dao sects. Everyone else is housed in the sect itself for the duration of the tournament, Zuri explained. While the Yangdao sect doesn't need to bring out their ship, it's done as a matter of pride. Can't let the other sects show off without showing off yourself, right? John nodded his head, only now realizing that he was standing at the middle of the entrance. Hundreds walked by him each minute, giving him a glance as if he was a bumpkin. These people had no doubt seen the Yangdao sect before and were used to the sights. The youths walking by, some around his age, some younger, laughed softly while looking at him. The group all wore red robes, embroidered with a flaming bird symbol. They had to move around him to get by, which had obviously annoyed some of them. Making us move around him while he gawks like that. Must be his first time here, one youth said to their fellow sect members, obviously annoyed by this minor inconvenience. I don't recognize his robes, so he's obviously not from a strong Dao sect. He must be here to watch instead of participate, so entering a sect like this must be a first for him. How sad his life must be, another said, then laughed with the group. John looked at the group with a flat expression, carefully studying their faces. He had an eyebrow raised, as if surprised by how petty and also stupid these youths were. The 2 who had spoken seemed to be the oldest, appearing a few years older than him. However, their auras indicated they were mostly likely a few years older than they appeared, closer to 23 or 24 years of age. It was always difficult to tell a cultivator's exact age by appearance alone, as once one reached the heaven tribulation realm, physical aging slowed down considerably, and only got slower as one's cultivating progressed. Their auras were slightly flared, like colorful birds waving their wings to get attention, revealing their late Dao transformation cultivations. Their haughty attitudes indicated they were most likely from a Tier 2 sect. What are you looking at me like that for? The youth who had mocked him said, a look of displeasure on his face. Do you not know who I am? Am I supposed to know who you are? John asked, tilting his head to the side in a questioning manner. You don't seem that impressive to me. While their cultivations were 1 minor realm higher, they were most likely 4 or 5 years older as well. Compared to someone like Jihin, who was a half-step world expansion cultivator at 22 years of age, these youths were majorly lacking. A flustered look appeared in the youth's face, who quickly started walking over towards John. John smiled and welcomed the approach. It had been a while since he embarrassed a haughty genius, which was something he thoroughly enjoyed doing. Come, it's not worth the trouble, Zuri said, placing a hand in John's shoulder to pull him down the pathway towards the Yangdao sect. The youth stopped as he noticed Zuri, whose cultivation, as well as apparent age, gave him pause. A young world expansion cultivator like her was no doubt a genius, and might not be one he could afford to offend. John turned around, ignoring the youth. "You better not be entering the Tao transformation bracket," the youth called out from behind, "or I'll make sure you regret those words." John simply waved over his shoulder without looking back, his nonplussed attitude further flustering the youth. John smiled as he started walking down the long bridge that led to the sect below. He could already see the horrified and pleading face of that youth if they ran into each other during the tournament. "Ah," he sighed with satisfaction. "I forgot just how much fun tournaments can be. I'm thoroughly going to enjoy this." Chapter 10, 21, Yang Sphere. John followed behind Zuri, who clearly knew where she was going. A main bridge led towards the sect below, sloping gradually downwards for a dozen miles before reaching the closest building. The bridges were several hundred yards wide, allowing for many cultivators to traverse it in both directions. While most were entering the sect, occasionally some walked opposite his direction to leave the sect. The bridges were made of a smooth black stone of unknown origin, in which detailed carvings covered the walkway, forming a ceaseless image of battles, beasts, mountains, valleys, stars, and more across the entire bridge. The rails of the bridge were lined with ornate statues, each statue the same, an exquisite depiction of a 9-petaled lotus. Thousands of them lined each side of the bridge, which John could also spot in other distant sections of the sect. Clearly, the Yangdao sect paid homage to the 9-petal Yang lotus in more ways than one. He and Zuri walked leisurely towards the sect below, the bridge leading to a large, open courtyard. The courtyard was half a mile wide on each side and was filled with thousands of people. Within the crowd was nearly 1,000 Yangdao sect members, wearing the fiery red, orange, and yellow robes of the sect with the image of a star on embroidered. Looking closer, John noticed the faint image of the 9-petal lotus within the star, something he had missed before. The Yangdao sect members were mostly youths in their teens and early 20s, who were acting as guides for the newcomers, ushering them to the correct locations. A youthful girl around 15 or 16 years of age stepped up to John and Zuri, wearing the clothing of the Yangdao sect. She had long black hair, emerald eyes, and gave off a fiery, energetic aura despite having it withdrawn. She was rather pretty, although still immature in both facial and body features, making her more cute than pretty. She had an early heaven tribulation cultivation and smiled at the two of them, eyeing them up and down for a moment, her eyes lingering on John's face for a moment, cheeks going rosy red, before nodding her head in a self-satisfied manner. "No doubt at all," she said to them. "The descriptions match perfectly. You must be Zuri and you John," she said, pointing to each of them. "Uh-huh," John nodded, wondering how the girl knew their names. "All right, I didn't screw this up," the girl said with passionate excitement, pumping her right fist up and down several times in celebration. John and Zuri exchanged a bewildered glance before looking back at the girl, who finally realized she was acting strange. She rubbed the back of her head in an embarrassed manner while smiling wryly at them. "Sorry," she apologized, waving her hands all about her. "I'm kinda forgetful all the time, so I tried extra hard to not screw this one up. I was sent here to guide you to your lodgings. Elder Trufier gave me this task personally, so I made sure to not screw it up." "I see," John said, while Zuri stifled a small laugh. Clearly she was amused by this girl. "No worries," Zuri said, taking the girl's hand in a friendly manner. "We're here now, so you can guide us to where we need to be now." The girl's eyes lit up as she stared at Zuri. "Wow, you're so pretty," she said to Zuri, eyes going wide as if bewitched by her beauty. "And also so strong. I had no idea you would be this amazing when I was assigned this task." Zuri smiled and nodded her head several times, clearly satisfied by the praise. "I think you should take a look at Rho Alpha Pi Delphis novel, C. Omicron." "What's your name?" Zuri asked as she walked with the Yangdao sect girl. "Nalia," the girl replied. "Nalia, I like that name," Zuri said with a nod. "Well, you can call me Big Sister Zuri from now on." Rho Alphan Dalphus Nomicron Vepsilonal. C. Omicron Nalia's eyes lit up again, then she started rambling about Zuri again. Praising her several times more, before talking about herself, the Yangdao sect, and everything in between. She talked fast and without pause, her words drowning out with the crowd around her and Zuri as John watched them walk into the distance, seemingly forgetting about him. He sighed and shook his head, then quickly caught up, following the two through the sect. He stayed several paces behind, doing his best to ignore their endless conversations. Nalia glanced over her shoulder at John several times throughout their conversations, then spoke in a hushed whisper into Zuri's ears. "He's so handsome. Is he your boyfriend?" he heard her ask Zuri. John rolled his eyes at the girl's naivety. Cultivators had excellent hearing, and her whispers were easily audible. Zuri smiled and gave a quick response, which John ignored as he looked at the sect as they walked through it. The sect was even more impressive up close, as was the atmosphere permeating through it. They walked over one of the bridges over the lake of lava, which he peered over the side down into. The lava roiled with explosive power, occasionally shooting up and slamming into a formation that flared to life. "So that's how they keep the lava from burning everything and everyone," he mused. "Makes sense." A formation barrier seemed to cover the entire lake of lava, which was powerful enough to gravely injure or even kill him should he fall into it. Without the formation barrier keeping the lava and its heat down there, no one other than world expansion and holy manifestation cultivators would be able to walk through the sect without being killed by the heat. As he peered into the lava, he felt a faint aura of something far beneath the lake. The aura was almost imperceptible, but he was able to faintly feel its aura, profound and powerful. "Is the 9-petal Yang lotus down there?" he wondered for a moment, before turning to catch up with the two girls. He followed as they navigated through the sect, crowds of Yangdao sect members and cultivators of other sects streaming by in both directions. They eventually arrived near their destination according to Nalia, which was the massive obsidian sphere. The sphere was several miles wide and was perfectly round and smooth. Not a single blemish could be seen, as if it was carved from the most flawless of material. It was a lustrous stone or some unknown metal, although he couldn't tell which from looking alone. The sphere hovered over the lake of lava, only connected to the rest of the sect by 4 bridges, one connecting to each quadrant of the sphere. The bridge before him climbed upwards for several hundred yards, then extended horizontally for several hundred yards more, before reaching the massive sphere. Thousands streamed over the bridge towards the sphere, their excited discussions drifting in the air. Nalia led them onto the bridge and towards the sphere. Upon arriving at the end of the bridge, an archway several hundred yards tall and wide greeted them. Swirling formation energy covered the arched entrance, obscuring vision into the sphere. "The tournament arena is within the Yang sphere," Nalia said. "Follow me." Chapter 10:22. The arena's electric atmosphere. Nalia conversed with several Yangdao sect guards out front, then led John and Zuri into the sphere. As he stepped through the barrier, John felt the familiar tinge of the spatial Tao, as if space was bending and twisting. The formation was not a transportation formation, but merely seemed to alter the laws of space. John found himself in a large hallway of obsidian, which stretched forward for several hundred yards. Small glowing formations hung in the air above, appearing like 9-petaled lotuses giving light to the hallway. He continued to follow Nalia and moved with many other entrants through the hallway. Bright light shone from the other side, which he arrived at a short while later. He stepped out of the hallway and onto a large obsidian-colored platform, one that stretched to both sides, clinging to the walls of the sphere, like walkways that wrapped around the entire interior. Before him, an expansive scene came into view, one completely breathtaking. The space before him was not several miles wide, but several hundred miles wide. A world teeming with forests, mountains, rivers, lakes, valleys, volcanoes, lakes of fire, cities, and more appeared before him, as if it was a true world of its own. Only the walls of the obsidian sphere enveloping the entire land revealed that it was a spatial realm, and not another space in the real world that they had been transported to. Clouds hung in the sky, the land illuminated by an artificial sun that hovered at the very top of the massive spherical space. In the very center of the vibrant land was a massive building, easy to spot despite it being over 100 miles away. The building itself was roughly 100 miles wide, a dozen miles tall, and was circular in design when looked down on from above. Even from this distance, he could faintly hear roars of celebration, as if millions were in that distant building, crying out in unified celebration. "Impressive, huh?" Nalia said, appearing next to John with a satisfied smile on his face. John nodded his head, still taking in the breathtaking view. "This place is used as training grounds for my sect, and also serves as the tournament area for the 3-Dao tournament," she said, then beckoned him to follow her. "It's even better once you enter the arena." "I bet it is." John and Zuri followed Nalia as she walked down the right side of the platform that circled the sphere. The platform was several hundred yards wide, and nearby the entrance was a series of transportation formations, each controlled by a Yangdao sect member. Nalia hopped on the largest of the formations, which several hundred other cultivators already stood on. The cultivators ranged from eager youths ready to watch the tournament or even join it, to elders guiding their sect geniuses to the tournament grounds. The designs and colors of the robes the cultivators wore were varied, indicating there were representations of dozens of sects and clans on this formation alone. Excited discussions of the youths and elders alike filled the air, joining together to form a chaotic mess of excitement. John and Zuri hopped on as well, while more continued to gather on the formation until it was rather crowded. "I think you should take a look at Rho Alpha Pi Delphis novel, see Omicron." The Yangdao sect member controlling formation then activated it, transporting the ground to another location. John looked about the room he instantly appeared in, which was a large room several hundred yards wide and long. The room contained several other formation platforms, although theirs was still the largest. Rho Alphan Dalphus Nomicron Vepsilon. See Omicron. He and the others stepped off the formation, which flashed a short while later as another group was taken to this place. He followed Nalia into a hallway, one which was several hundred yards wide and tall. The hallway stretched outwards to both sides, the ends unable to be seen. Lotus-shaped formations hung in the air, illuminating the hallway which was buzzing with activity. Thousands moved through the hallway in both directions, while shops, bars, restaurants, lounges, and more were visible on both sides of the hallway as well. Detailed statues, carpets, and other furnishings lined much of what he could see, giving the place a grand and luxurious feel. Formation screens appeared in many locations. They were visible in the hallway itself, spaced every few hundred feet, as well as in front of the shops and restaurants, as well as within them. The formation screens seemed to be showing a battle of some sorts, which the eyes of many were glued to, their discussions regarding the battle they were watching. John followed Nalia down the left side of the hallway, which had more shops, restaurants, and other sources of entertainment. John raised his eyebrows in surprise as he heard moaning coming from a nearby entrance, one that was only covered by beads hanging down from the top of the entrance. Scantily dressed women stood outside, beckoning for passers-by to follow them inside. It was the last thing he had expected to see at a tournament arena, although everyone else seemed to consider it rather normal, paying it no heed at all. "The Yangdao sect is a very passionate sect," Zuri said, noticing his surprise. "They embrace fiery passion in everything they do, from combat." John peeled his eyes away from that place, shaking his head with disbelief, and continued to follow Nalia, who walked just ahead of them. A short while later, a cacophony of roaring cheers sounded out from a side hallway, catching John's attention. He peered down the hallways and spotted an open area on the other side, one filled with cheering people. He branched off from Nalia, moving down that hallway instead. "Hey," Nalia called out, startled by his branching off. She quickly rushed to catch up to him. "Your lodging is this way." John ignored her, his attention focused on the electric scene before him. The hallway had led to the stadium proper, which was absolutely massive. The circular stadium was around 100 miles wide and a dozen miles tall. Seats stretched out from the base of the arena all the way to the top, which were occupied by millions upon millions of roaring, cheering people. It was like a living ocean of humans, shouting out in excited unison. The atmosphere of this place was absolutely electric and irresistible, causing John's blood to heat up with excitement as well. This tournament was unlike anything he had experienced before. Chapter 1023 Impressive battle between youths. John's location was roughly halfway up the stadium, which continued to stretch out high behind him and down before him. Countless formation screens hovered in the air in the near distance, each depicting the same scene, a battle being fought between two youths. Boom! A loud boom blasted out, causing John to look down towards its source. The stadium surrounded an absolutely massive arena, 100 miles in diameter. Unlike normal, flat arenas, this arena was filled with small mountains, natural rock formations, valleys, rivers, volcanoes, rivers and lakes of lava, and more. The explosion of fire was around 20 miles in the distance, atop one of the mountains within the arena. The explosion faded, revealing two youths battling it out. One was a young girl with long golden hair, dressed in a pure white robe, holding a thin marble white sword in her hand. The other was a boy around her age, who had a blazing aura of fire enveloping him. Both of them were in the late Meridian forging realm, and both were currently battling one another. Hundreds of flying swords danced in the air around the girl, while a tempest of flame and destruction surrounded the boy. John watched as the battle continued, which raced over the mountain out of sight for a moment. He peered up at the large, hovering formation screens in the near distance, which continued to show the battle take place, allowing for a ceaseless viewing experience. As he watched the formation screen, he noticed that images of the two youths were depicted on opposite ends of the screen. Above the images of the two youths were their names, their cultivation levels, ages, and the sect they belonged to. Unsurprisingly, the girl belonged to the Sword Dao sect, and the boy the Yang Dao sect. John looked below the images of the two youths, noticing more information on the screen beneath the images. The images contained various statistics and details which he had not expected to see. Labels and gauges depicted things such as their chi values, stamina values, and even their health values. Those gauges seemed to show percentage ranging from maximum to empty, and changed as the battle went on, revealing they were giving live updates on the condition of the two youths. The gauges also contained numbers next to them, quantifying those chi values, stamina values, and health values. Comparing the two youths, the girl had higher chi values, but lower stamina and health values. The boy was more robust, having higher health values, but had a slightly lower absolute chi value. Below that was even more information, which contained a circular talent chart. The chart included chi quantity, chi quality, speed, constitution, stamina, battle arts, comprehensions, and more. The values on each category were filled in from the interior circle to the edge of the talent chart, with values at the edge indicating higher talent in that category. The girl's talent chart was quite impressive, with her speed, chi quantity, chi quality, and battle arts near the maximum, while the rest of the values were still quite high. The boy had near maximum constitution, stamina, and comprehension values, with the others a bit lower but still impressive. It was the first time John had ever seen something like this, which was basically a quick snapshot of a cultivator's true talent level and combat prowess. Rho Alpha and Alpha's new Omicron Vepsilon letter 188 Omicron. How are they doing all this? He wondered, shifting his gaze downwards to the battle as the two youths appeared in the distance once more. I think you should take a look at Rho Alpha Pi Dalphus novel, see Omicron. The crowd roared with deafening excitement as the battle unfolded, millions of cheers and boos mixing together. The two youths continued to fight, using impressive battle arts and displaying genius-level talent. John nodded his head approvingly, as these two youths would have been absolute pinnacle geniuses on his homeworld. A wave of flying swords slashed out towards the youth as the girl took advantage of an opening. The swords pierced into the youth's flesh, tearing wounds into his body. The crowd gasped and cheered, while John noticed the youth's health gauge drop dramatically. An explosive aura blasted outwards as the boy's power flared with incredible intensity, seemingly to prepare an all-out attack as a last, desperate measure. The youth's chi gauge dropped to near zero as a ball of fire, like a miniature sun, appeared above him and crashed towards the girl. The flying swords in the air turned towards the ball of fire, slamming into it, slowing its descent. At the same time, a massive glowing sword appeared behind the girl, formed from her chi. Once full formed, the sword slashed down towards the ball of fire, battling against it for a brief moment before cleaving it in half. The cleaved ball of fire exploded with destruction power, some of it blasting against the girl, but most of it exploding out to either side of her. Wounds covered her body as she braced against the explosion, but she seemed to still have decent combat prowess despite the wounds. At the same time, the blast expended the massive sword image's energy, which faded away. Chi. The girl's body flashed, instantly appearing before the exhausted Yangdao sect youth. Her sword rested against his neck, their eyes locked together. The boy, exhausted and wounded, gritted his teeth, staring silently at the girl who demanded his surrender. No words came from his mouth, and instead he fell backwards, collapsing to the ground unconscious. Silence filled the arena for a brief moment before an absolute storm of cheers and boos blasted from the crowd, filling the entire 100-mile-wide arena with an electric, undeniable energy. A man suddenly appeared next to the youths, dressed in the Yangdao sect robes. He appeared to be in his 50s, had short black hair, and had a strong, muscular body. His cultivation was in the half-step holy manifestation realm, and his aura, while withdrawn, made those looking at him feel as though they were looking at a star. He looked at the boy on the ground, then to the girl who still stood firm. He nodded his head approvingly, then called out, voice filling the entire arena. The winner of the 3-Dao tournament Meridian Forging Bracket, Teresa of the Sword Dao sect. Inspired by everything he had seen, John joined in on the cheering and clapping, a smile forming on his face. This is going to be fun. Chapter 1024 Jade Podium. A moment later, a large black stele appeared in the sky above the elder. It was dozens of yards long and wide, and emanated an ancient aura. Countless names were etched into the stele, which at the top read, 3-Dao Tournament Meridian Forging Victors. The elder waved his hand, at which point a new name was etched into the stele. The Sword Dao sect girl looked emotionally at her name appearing, while John narrowed his eyes as the long, countless list of names. 2 names prior was a name he recognized. Jihan. The stele hovered over the arena for a moment, while the crowd cheered again. After the wave of applause, the stele disappeared, vanishing into thin air. A short moment later, another cultivator, a middle-aged woman in the late world expansion realm, appeared. She wore the Yangdao sect clothing, although instead of a robe, it was a flowing dress of red and orange, the skirt which seemed to dance like real flames. She appeared next to the elder, holding in her 2 hands an object which she seemed to hold with reverence. She handed the object to the elder, who nodded his thanks, then turned and waved his hand outwards. An object of pure jade appeared before them, glowing with an emerald green brilliance. It was a 10-staged podium, the highest platform in the very center, the other 9 platforms tapering to either side. A number was carved below each of the 10 platforms, from 1 at the top platform to 10 at the lowest. The podium was quite large to be made out of what appeared to be pure jade, with each of the 10 platforms large enough for a person to comfortably stand on. As the podium appeared, John noticed 8 other youths move towards it, appearing from a tunnel on the side of the arena. The crowd cheered as the youths appeared, roaring with another round of celebration. The youths moved towards the podium, while the Sword Dao sect girl and Yangdao sect boy did so as well. Both had received a quick dose of healing energy from a skilled healer, returning them to a relatively healed condition. The youths said some words to the elder and the woman, then each hopped on one of the 10 platforms, with the girl and the boy occupying the 1 and 2 numbered podiums. Their ranks, no doubt. So these were the top 10 Meridian Forging youths, huh? John mused, noticing that only one of the youths did not wear the clothing of the 3 Dao sects. There were 4 Sword Dao sect youths, 3 Yang Dao sect youths, and 2 Mage Dao sect youths. Only one of the youths, the 10th place youth, wore different clothing, no doubt belonging to a strong Tier 2 sect. Each youth was handed a spatial ring, most likely filled with the rewards of the tournament. They graciously accepted them, then stood tall, as if waiting for something. After all the rings had been handed out, the elder placed his hand against a portion of the jade podium, which suddenly flared to life with vibrant formation runes. The runes lit up and covered the entire podium, which began to emulate with a marvelous and profound energy a moment later. The energy enveloped the youths, making them appear like they were glowing. The youths seemed to embrace the energy, some closing their eyes as if a state of enlightenment. "The jade podium," Nelia said, standing to John's side, eyes filled with envy. "What is it doing exactly?" John asked curiously. He figured it was a cultivation aid of sorts, due to the nature of the energy, but figured he'd ask regardless. "You don't know?" Nelia asked, tilting her head to the side, face scrunched with surprised confusion. "Everyone knows about the jade podium." "I guess not everyone," John said flatly, not caring about revealing his lack of knowledge. Nelia looked at him oddly. "The jade podium is the ultimate reward for the top 10 meridian forging youths. It bathes them with an incredible energy, raising their cultivation by 1 minor realm, guaranteed." "It's that impressive?" John asked with slight surprise. For a formation to do something like that, it was no doubt incredibly impressive, and also incredibly expensive to not only build, but activate. "Of course," Nelia said. "It's the ultimate reward for the best meridian forging youths." "Is there something like this for the Dao transformation winners?" John asked curiously. "I think you should take a look at Rho Alpha Pi Dalphus novel, Omicron." Nelia gave him another odd look, as if saying, "How could you not know all this? It's common knowledge." Instead, she kept that comment to herself, instead opting to explain in detail what awaited the Dao transformation victors. "No, the Dao transformation cultivators aren't given such an opportunity," she said. "After all, using a formation to raise the cultivation of a Dao transformation cultivator is much harder. Instead, the Dao transformation top rankers are given individual rewards, with the best given to the winner. I'm not exactly sure what's given, as it seems to change each year, but the only certainty is that the rewards are no doubt amazing." John nodded his head, thanking Nelia for her explanation. A distant rumble of thunder blanketed the arena, while the familiar feeling of an approaching heaven tribulation appeared as well. "That fast, huh?" John said, surprised that some of the youths on the podiums were already starting to break through to their heavenly tribulation. Do they undergo tribulation here?" "No," Nelia shook her head. "They'll absorb as much of the podium's energy as possible, and then will be taken by their elders to other parts of the Yang Sphere lands to undergo their tribulation. We won't be able to watch." John nodded again, then told Nelia he was ready to follow her again. She happily led them back into the hallways, through some more formations, up some stairs, and through more hallways until they arrived in a rather empty, yet quite luxurious hallway. Compared to the other hallways, this one was quite decorated, with carpets of the highest quality, intricate statues carved from various gemstones, paintings of incomparable beauty, and more. Only a few other people could be seen moving about the hallway, which was restricted to be used by only certain people with the correct access. Nelia led them down the hallway for a bit more, eventually stopping before a closed doorway. She handed John and Zuri a formation disc, which was shaped like a thin rectangle. "You use these to enter this room," she said, then handed both another different formation. "You can use this formation disc to contact me if you need any help or assistance. I have been assigned to be your guide for this tournament, so reach out as soon as you need something." John and Zuri thanked Nelia, who said some parting words, then moved down the hallway, skipping with the excited energy of a child. "I like her," Zuri said, watching Nelia as Nelia disappeared from sight. John grunted, voicing neither his approval or disapproval of Nelia. Zuri then smiled and nudged him with her arm, as if teasing him. And she thinks you're quite handsome. Seems like she has a crush on you, Zuri said teasingly. John ignored the comment and entered his formation disc into the thin slot in the doorway before him, which parted for them a moment later. A large, luxurious room came into view, one decorated with lavish furniture. A large window on the opposite side of the room overlooked the arena, giving a magnificent vantage point from the top of the stadium. Sitting on a couch near the window was the Prime Shadow, who looked over his shoulder to John and Zuri. So, what do you think of the 3-Dao tournament? Impressive, isn't it? John walked in and nodded his head, looking around the room for a moment. Zuri stepped into the room after him. John turned to her as he instinctively noticed a nervous energy emanate from her, which was something he had never felt from her. Rho Alpha Pi Dalpha's new Omicronville. See Omicron, he looked at her, noticing her wide-eyed expression of nervousness, looking directly at the smiling Prime Shadow. She had never met the Prime Shadow, nor even heard of his confirmed existence. However, the Prime Shadow's cultivation and demeanor instantly told her who he was. I humbly greet the first guildmaster, Zuri said, bowing her head with reverence. There's no need for that, the Prime Shadow said, waving his hand dismissively, then gestured for both of them to sit by him. Come, both of you take a seat. We have much to discuss. Chapter 10:25. Speaking with the Prime Shadow. John sat down on a couch nearby without any fanfare, instantly accepting the Prime Shadow's offer. He glanced at Zuri, who was still standing in place, awkwardly wondering what to do. The man before her was the infamous first guildmaster, who was rumored to be long dead. Not only that, but he was a holy manifestation cultivator, with his aura and presence alone being enough to overwhelm most. Just sit down, John said flatly. I won't bite, I promise, the Prime Shadow said, an amused smile on his face. Zuri nodded and sat down on a couch opposite John and the Prime Shadow. The Prime Shadow nodded, then turned to John. So, how did your battle art training go? He asked curiously. The Thunder Tyrant Law is quite amazing, isn't it? Rho Alphan Dalpha's new Omicron Vepsilon letter 188 Omicron. It's most certainly one of the most impressive battle arts I've seen, John nodded in agreement. But I didn't end up learning it in the end. Why not? Were you not able to understand the underlying principles behind the art? It's not that, John shook his head. It's just that I've had a change of perspective in the last few weeks. The Prime Shadow silently raised a singular eyebrow, his expression as if waiting for John to elaborate. With my unique cultivation conditions, as opposed to learning an art then disposing of it once it's outlived its usefulness, I've decided that creating my own battle arts will be a better use of my time going forward, John explained. Your own battle arts, huh? The Prime Shadow mused, clearly surprised to hear this answer, but also not against it based on his reaction. He fell silent for a moment, a thoughtful look on his face, then nodded. While this path is far more difficult to traverse than walking a path already created by others, it will no doubt serve you well in the long run. So do you need any guidance on art creation? Perhaps some books in the library to help you? John raised his hand, cutting off the Prime Shadow. I've already consulted many of the art creation books in the guild library and also have some other books at my disposal. I should be set for now, John said. With the divine art creation scripture, there really wasn't any need to obtain more art creation books. The Prime Shadow nodded his head again, not trying to push any further into this matter. So, how has your art creation come along then? He asked curiously. Have you made any progress yet? Come up with any usable arts? It's been less than a month since I started trying to create my own arts. So while I have some that are usable, none of them are particularly great at the moment, John said. You're being far too modest, Zuri interjected, giving John a pointed scowl, then turned to the Prime Shadow. In the month he's been at it, he's managed to create a battle art and a movement art worthy of being stored in the guild library. While neither are overwhelmingly amazing, both are amazing for only having been at it for a month. His rate of progress is nothing short of monstrous, and I'm sure he'll be creating something amazing soon enough. Is that so? the Prime Shadow mused, smiling at Zuri thankfully, then shifted his gaze to John. Well, I'm sure I'll see what you've come up with soon enough. The Prime Shadow then pointed to the side, towards a closed door on the side of the room. There's a spatial training area inside that door, which you can use to practice your arts and whatnot. Feel free to use it whenever you wish. He then pointed to the opposite side of the room, towards about a dozen closed doors. You're lodging for the duration of the tournament. Pick a room. It doesn't matter which one. Think you should take a look at Rho Alpha Pi Dalphus novel, C. Omicron. John and Zuri nodded their thanks, content to be lodged in such a luxurious place for the tournament duration. It was no doubt one of the most luxurious places available, given only to someone like the Prime Shadow. So, what do you think of the tournament so far? The Prime Shadow asked curiously. It's incredible, John answered truthfully. It's far grander than I thought it would be. Not only is the arena and spectacle amazing, but so are the rewards. I have to admit that I am completely impressed. The Prime Shadow nodded his head in agreement, smiling lightly. The three Dao sects spare no expense to host these tournaments, as it's both a matter of prestige and pride for them. They're always trying to one-up the other two sects, which ends up benefiting the tournament participants and the spectators the most. The Prime Shadow waved his hand to the side, a soft stream of chi moving towards a table at the edge of the room. The table held some teapots and cups, which floated over towards him, landing softly on the table before him. The Prime Shadow poured himself a cup of hot tea, then took a sip. Want any? He asked, as if remembering John and Zuri were present. Both shook their heads, declining the offer. Speaking of the tournament, the Prime Shadow said after taking another sip of his tea, have you had your testing done yet? Testing? John asked curiously. Is that related to the statistics I saw regarding those two meridian-forging youths, stuff like health and stamina? That is indeed what the testing is about, the Prime Shadow nodded. Every tournament is required to take the tests to establish their metrics, no exceptions. What's the point of those metrics? John asked curiously. Doesn't it only matter who wins or loses? Fanfare, the Prime Shadow answered. Everything is done for the entertainment of the crowd. Isn't it more exciting to know that one fighter is on their last legs, their health and chi nearly expended, at which point they pull out an ultimate trump card and win against all odds? I guess, John replied. Also, the metrics serve as a preliminary ranking feature, the Prime Shadow added. The better your results, the higher your rank will be. This is done to avoid having two strong geniuses fight early in the tournament, eliminating one of them far too soon. That makes more sense to me, John nodded, convinced by that answer. The Prime Shadow's attention suddenly shifted, as if he had received a sound transmission. He stood up, his focus returned a moment later. I have something I need to attend to. In the meantime, you should reach out to your guide and have them guide you to the testing grounds. John nodded his head as he watched the Prime Shadow walk out the room. The Prime Shadow stopped at the door, looking back over his shoulder at John. Make sure to do your best in the testing, he instructed. I'd like to see the look on the three Dao sovereigns' faces when none of their geniuses place first rank. It should be quite amusing. Chapter 10, 26 Illusory Test. Nalia appeared at the room's entrance a short while later, summoned by a message through the transmission disc she had given John. She spotted the two of them waiting for her outside the room and waved excitedly as she ran towards them. She ran up to Zuri and hugged her, as if she had not seen her for years. Big sis Zuri, I missed you, Nalia exclaimed, embracing Zuri tightly. John looked at the young girl with a peculiar expression. She was like a pet that rushed up to their master whenever they returned home. She's quite eccentric if nothing else. Nalia released Zuri a moment later, then took a step back. What do you need me for? She asked curiously. I need to take the participant tests, John said. Nalia exclaimed, slapping her forehead with her palm. I knew I forgot something. John and Zuri exchanged a glance briefly, while Nalia nodded after slapping herself. Her forehead was slightly red, a small handprint left there from her actions. Follow me, she said, turning around, skipping down the hallway with a youthful exuberance. John and Zuri followed, moving through countless hallways and chambers until they eventually arrived at the testing grounds, some 30 miles away from their lodgings. The testing room was located on the bottom floor of the arena. A large crowd of spectators gathered outside the testing room's entrance, hopeful to see some of the geniuses participating in the tournament. Most of the spectators were youths, either too young to participate or not talented enough. Some cried out with excitement as they saw a youth leave the testing ground, their words indicating that the youth was quite talented, expected to place in the top 1,000. John ignored the crowds as he followed Nalia into the room after getting clearance from the guards posted out front to keep the place orderly. The testing room was quite large, nearly a mile wide and deep, with the ceiling several hundred yards overhead. The walls were a fiery red color, while the floor tiles were a darker orange. As he entered, he spotted several long lines of youths stretching from almost where he had entered to the wall on the opposite side of the room. There he spotted a large formation of some sorts in front of each line, in which the youths were stepping into and disappearing within. The youths then appeared a while later, each with a tired, fatigued look on their faces. However, their auras were still strong and vibrant, giving a conflicting feeling to what he was seeing. "So, how does this test work exactly?" John asked curiously. He was quite curious as to how things like health were established. Was each participant wounded and pushed to near death to obtain that value? Surely that was far too brutal and dangerous for the tournament to consider. Nalia had come to expect John's ignorance of how the tournament operated by now, and answered without giving him a questioning look. "Most of the values are obtained within those formations you see," Nalia replied, pointing to the formation the youths were stepping into. "It's a soul-based formation, which puts each entrance into an illusory world. There, it subjects them to a variety of illusory tests, such as taking place in a battle, comprehending Tao's and battle arts, taking damage to the point of death, and so on. Those values are then recorded, and the metrics you saw earlier are established. I think you should take a look at Rho Alpha Pi Delphis novel, Omicron." "An illusion can do all that?" John asked skeptically. "If it wasn't a real test, how could it be accurate at all?" "Rho Alpha Pi Delpha's new Omicronval, Omicron. It's not just an illusion," Nalia said, drawing out her words. "It's one of the most impressive soul-based formations on the continent, which the 3 Tao sects worked for centuries on to perfect. And of course, a soul formation illusion can do all that. Your soul knows yourself better than anything, so if you are put into an illusory situation while not being aware that it's an illusion, your soul will treat it as the real thing. It will recreate your chi levels, your powers, your arts, and more within that illusion, allowing the formation to measure your values without actually subjecting you to things like being near death." "I see," John eventually nodded. When explained like that, it did make quite a bit of sense, and was a much better solution than nearly killing each youth to find out their values. He frowned a moment later, as such an illusion could potentially reveal his Asura transformation and other secrets to those administering the test. "Isn't that kind of invasive, though?" John asked, frowning. "Won't those from the 3 Tao sects be able to see what the illusion is showing and get information on the other youths?" "It doesn't work like that," Nalia shook her head. "These illusion formations have been used for thousands of years and have been carefully vetted by many powers. The only thing it does is record values. It does not record what arts you use or how you battle. I suppose if the Prime Shadow had no concerns, then I shouldn't as well. If there was something to be concerned about, he would have warned me about it," John thought, sighing lightly. The line moved slowly, but surely, the rate of movement revealing that he would be here for several hours at the very least. There were hundreds of Tao transformation youths waiting to be tested, each with an eager or nervous expression on their faces as they awaited their turn. As he stood in line, John figured it was a good time to get more information regarding the tournament rules. Nalia excitedly explained what she knew of the rules, more than happy to be of help to John and Zuri. The most important things she revealed was that the first round was an open-style round, in which the participants had to make their way through a land of dangers and get safely to the other side. There were over 10,000 participants in each bracket, and this was a way to thin the numbers quickly. However, Nalia had revealed that any youth who had placed top 100 in previous 3-Dao tournaments did not need to take this trial, as it was considered nothing more than a waste of time. Additionally, some top youths in the distant past had conspired amongst themselves to eliminate the tournament favorites at the time, grouping up on them during this stage. As a result, their participation for this trial was eventually eliminated. After the open trial was the tournament proper, which one-on-one battles taking place over the course of 2 weeks until a victor was crowned. The battles were normalized, but using age instead of cultivation. The age of the younger participant would be used, at which point the older participant would have their cultivation restricted to what it was when they were at that age. The 3-Dao sects considered cultivation speed to be as much of an indication of talent as combat prowess. And so they implemented this system to account for cultivation speed talent. Chapter 10:27 Illusory Tests PT. 2 Nalia and Zuri waited outside the testing formation, to the side of the line of youths waiting to enter. Each test took around 10 to 15 minutes, depending on how long the youths were able to last during certain trials. Did you ever enter a 3-Dao tournament? With how strong you are, you must have, right? Nalia asked Zuri, her large eyes filled with enamored curiosity. Zuri smiled at Nalia, then shook her head. What? Why not? Surely you would have been strong enough to join. What sect do you belong to? Nalia asked. I don't belong to any of the 3-Dao sects or their subsects, Zuri said, giving no more information than that. The guild's existence was a complete secret to almost everyone other than the holy manifestation powerhouses of the world. You don't, Nalia tilted her head to the side, looking back to the formation entrance confused. Then how did John enter the tournament? You need to be of one of the 3-Dao sects or the subjects to even try to qualify. There are always exceptions to things, Zuri smiled, her answer vague again. Nalia stared at her with a curious expression, trying to work out what was going on. She gave up a short while later and gave an exasperated sigh, frustrated at being unable to figure out the truth. Well, if he's been allowed to enter through an exception, surely he's quite strong. How do you think he will do? Nalia asked. His results will definitely cause quite a stir, Zuri smiled. Is that so? Nalia hummed, staring at the formation entrance. John found himself trapped in an empty void, his body confined, unable to move. He struggled but was unable to do anything other than flare his chi outwards, although he couldn't figure out why. His mind and thoughts were hazy, as if he should be remembering something, but couldn't. A powerful, deathly energy suddenly descended down on him from above, moving towards him with deathly intent. John tried to free himself but was unable to. Only his danshin was unrestricted, only his natural chi able to move in this bizarre place. With his only option using his chi to fight against the energy, his danshin surged with power, flaring his chi outwards. His aura surged upwards, slamming against the energy, pushing it backwards. The energy intensified, pushing harder against his own chi. John met the energy with even more of his chi, pushing back. A battle between his chi and the powerful energy took place, time indeterminate in this strange void. After both an instant and a lifetime, John's chi finally ran out, and the energy overwhelmed him, death about to take him. The energy suddenly vanished, and the scene changed. A beam of destructive chi slammed towards John, who was unable to dodge, his feet and arms bound by chains. He had no idea how he got into this situation, and all he could do was take the attack head-on, which blasted into him with great power. He groaned in pain, although his body withstood the blast. Another beam came a moment later, this time slightly more powerful, blasting into him. This process continued time and time again until he was forced to unleash his dragon god shift, lest he be gravely injured and even killed. The attacks continued ceaselessly, eventually forcing him to activate his Asura transformation art. The attacks continued, increasing in power each time, until the final attack was more than he could withstand. It blasted into him with a power that he instinctively knew he couldn't withstand. It slammed onto him, ripping him apart, destroying him completely. John found himself bound, unable to move at all. All sorts of destructive energies blasted onto him and invaded his body, tearing it apart inch by inch. The regeneration of his limiters, dragon body and Asura body, fought back, healing him against the damage. Eventually it overwhelmed him, killing him. I think you should take a look at Rho Alpha Pi Dalphus novel, See Omicron. An unstoppable force sped after John, who fled as it was truly unable to be met head-on. Whispers of fleeing at his maximum speed tickled his mind, although he did not know where those whispers came from. Still, he obeyed them, as there was no other option. It was as if the god of the universe was approaching him, trying to kill him. He pushed his speed to the limit, fleeing from the being, whose speed was slowly increasing. It eventually reached him, his speed no longer faster than the indeterminate being of death. A battlefield enveloped John, one exploding with calamity and chaos. He had no idea how he got here, but his instincts urged him to fight for his life. Countless beasts and devils threw themselves at him, their cultivations growing with each wave of enemies. He fought back, unleashing his battle arts, using his transformations, relying on his instincts, until eventually the wave of enemies was too strong, and he succumbed to their onslaught. A tome floated in the air before him, nothing else in view. The words and runes on the tome were complex beyond understanding, but he knew he needed to comprehend them for some reason in order to leave this place. He studied the words and runes, eventually understanding their message. Trial after trial took place within the illusory worlds presented to John. With his soul defenses fully lowered, he had no memory of entering the formation and treated each trial as real. His soul recreated his battle arts, cultivation metrics, and more, as it knew his potentials and limits better than anything in the universe. Several more illusory scenarios played out, tricking John's soul into believing they were real, each scenario testing something different. Reality suddenly slammed back into John, his consciousness returning to him like a tidal wave, slamming memories and thoughts quickly and violently into his mind. He winced in pain, holding his head from the sudden, unexpected pain in his soul. Hazy memories of what he had experienced flooded his mind, each memory scattered and unclear. "That's right, I was taking the illusory tests," John groaned, shaking his head to clear his pain and thoughts. He recovered a short while later, then looked around him. The wall of the formation cube surrounded him, the illusions generated by them no longer controlling his soul. "That was unpleasant," John grumbled, not enjoying the feeling of having his soul completely at the mercy of this formation. While it had done no actual harm to him, the feeling of not being in control of his mind and actions was unnerving, and the soul pain the brutal illusions brought was quite taxing. Rho Alphan Dalphas, Nu Omicron Vepsilon letter 188 Omicron, while his body felt refreshed, his mind and soul were quite exhausted. No wonder everyone looks completely exhausted, some even horrified when leaving the trial, he thought. An item suddenly appeared in the air before him, a formation disc around 4 inches across. It was silver in color and had 3 symbols etched onto its surface: a sun, a sword, and a book, the insignias of the 3 Tao sects. John reached out and grabbed the disc, sending his divine sense into it. He read over the information contained within the formation disc, which was unsurprisingly information regarding himself. Chapter 10, 28 tests completed. Score obtained. John stepped out of the testing formation, shaking his head several times to clear the mental fog still enveloping him. As he stepped out, he spotted Zuri and Nalia standing to the side, Nalia waving excitedly at him. The elder in charge of the formation gave John an odd look, as if something was amiss. "Why did you wait inside the formation after the test was complete?" the elder asked him, slightly disgruntled. "I didn't," John replied flatly, face scrunching with confusion at this accusation. The elder gave him a pointed look, then ignored him. He blinked a few times in confusion, then walked towards Nalia and Zuri. As he left, the elder in charge of the testing formation instructed the next youth to enter, who did so. "And make sure to leave the formation as soon as your test is complete." he heard the elder say to the youth, clearly raising his voice so that John heard him say that. John ignored the quip at him and arrived before the two girls, who looked at him expectantly. "You were in there a long time," Nalia said excitedly. "I've never seen anyone take that long to finish their testing. Did you wait inside after you finished instead of leaving?" "No," John shook his head, frowning at being asked the same question. "I left as soon as I was done." "What, really?" Nalia hummed with surprise. "I wonder which trial you lasted so long on then. Maybe it was the comprehension trial. I've heard some stupid people take quite some time to finish." Her voice trailed off as she realized she was insulting John, face turning red from embarrassment. John waved his hand dismissively, telling her not to worry about it. Nalia sighed with relief. "So how did you do?" she asked. "Not sure," John replied. "I guess I forgot to ask you about what the scores mean. It's just a bunch of 100s with some lower values added into the mix." "What?" Nalia exclaimed loudly, her yell attracting a few curious gazes from nearby youths and elders. "Are you sure you didn't read it wrong? Here, give me your disc. Let me check," she said, hand outstretched towards John. John handed her the formation disc containing his information, which she immediately sent her divine sense into. Her eyes went wide with absolute shock, mouth falling open with disbelief. It was as if she had seen the most shocking thing she had ever seen. Her shock lasted for quite some time before she snapped back to reality and looked at John with a different expression. Instead of the expression of surprise or awe he had been expecting, Nalia stared at him with a horrified expression, face completely pale as if frightened beyond belief. "Rho Alphandalpha's new Omicron Vepsilon letter 1A Omicron, what did you?" "I'm done for," Nalia mumbled softly, falling into a crouching position with her hands over her head. "I escorted a cheater, but no one's been able to cheat these tests before, right? So maybe he didn't. But those scores are impossible. Oh, I'm so screwed. I'm going to be exiled from the sect. I'll have to change my name, my identity." Nalia continued to mumble nonsense to herself, while John and Zuri exchanged an amused glance. Zuri took the disc from Nalia's grasp, then inspected it herself. Her eyes went wide with surprise, but less so than Nalia. "You really are a freak," she said, shaking her head in disbelief. "This will no doubt cause quite a few headaches. Someone's going to come asking how you did this." John shrugged nonchalantly, unconcerned about such attention. His talents were going to be revealed sooner or later, and with the prime shadow backing him, he was unconcerned about whatever was to come of this. In a luxurious room of marble white floors and walls, a middle-aged cultivator sat at an ornate table of white and gold. The table was covered with the finest food and drink, so rare and luxurious that most in the world would not be able to afford what was on the table, even if they used their life savings to purchase it. The rest of the room was decorated with fashionable furniture, fine paintings, detailed statues depicting heroic sword-wielding cultivators, and the finest swords mounted to the walls as decorations. The swords were world expansion grade weapons, and yet were merely being used as decoration. The cultivator, a man who appeared to be in his 40s, sat at the head of the table. He wore a robe of pure white, which was made from the finest materials available on the continent. A sword was sheathed on his waist, its quality even higher than the world expansion grade swords being used as decorations. The man had long white hair, not white from old age, but a natural, almost radiant white. It touched his shoulders, his neat hair framing his handsome face, clean-shaven face. While his aura was withdrawn, a natural sharpness emanated from the man, as if he himself was a sword. The man took a small sip of wine, a satisfied look appearing on his face as he set the cup down. He smiled warmly, shifting his gaze to a woman who sat at one of the seats lining the left side of the table. The woman elegantly indulged in the food and drink before her, her heaven-defying beauty giving off an icy, distant feeling to those who looked at her. She wore a beautiful dress of white and blue, matching her dark blue hair. "Jihin's testing scores came in this morning," the man said to the woman, voice deep and lined with unabashed pride. 1144. As expected, his score is the highest in the history of the Dao Transformation Tournament. Lillian, what more proof could you need that only Jihin is worthy of obtaining your hand in marriage, and you his? The two of you are a heaven-made match, one that would make even gods envious. Lillian set down her cup of wine, her expression flat as she turned to look at the Sword Saint. Then he should have no trouble proving his strength and winning the tournament as our bet entails, Lillian said, smiling lightly. The Sword Saint took her smile as one of agreement and nodded his head with vigorous agreement. I think you should take a look at Rho Alpha Pi Dalphus novel, C. Omicron. Jihin will prove once again to both you and the world that he is the pinnacle genius of this world, one not seen in hundreds of thousands of years, the Sword Saint said proudly. Once he wins, we will use this momentous tournament as the announcement venue for your marriage. Lillian laughed lightly, her laughter almost mocking, then took another sip of her wine. The Sword Saint resumed his delicious meal with a wide smile on his face, knife cutting into a delicious, smelling piece of meat. The doors on the far end of the room suddenly flew over, disturbing the Sword Saint from his moment of tranquility. A frown appeared on his face as he watched the newcomer, a cultivator with a late world expansion cultivation, hastily walk towards him. The cultivator was a man who appeared to be in his 30s, who wore the pure white robes of the Sword Dao sect, and had a sword of his own sheathed on his waist. Lathis, what is it? The Sword Saint asked the man, clearly displeased by having been interrupted. I know you do not like being disturbed, Lathis replied respectfully, but something has come to my attention, something that I believe you would like to be notified of immediately. What is it? The Sword Saint asked, frowning. Instead of answering, an item appeared in Lathis' hand, who handed it over to the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint took the item, gave Lathis a quick glance, then sent his divine sense into it. His face instantly lit up with shock, then anger as he slammed the object on the table. Teeth gritted, the Sword Saint stood up from his chair and strode out of the room, Lathis following in tow, leaving Lillian alone in the elegant room. Lillian watched the unexpected event unfold with a curious expression, then shifted her gaze to the item that had been handed to the Sword Saint, who in his haste had left it on the table. She waved her hand, sending a stream of chi over to the object to fetch it. It floated over to her grasp, her divine sense entering it a moment later. A wide, amused, and relieved smile appeared on her face as she read the contents contained within. Name, John Fenix. Dao name, Immortal Asura. Age, 19. Cultivation, Middle Dao Transformation. Dao Sect. Metrics. Chi quantity, 100. Chi quality, 100. Health, 100. Durability, 100. Stamina, 100. Comprehensions, 100. Instincts, 100. Willpower, 100. Soul talent, 95. Speed movement arts, 90. Battle arts, 75. Attack power, 100. Total, 1160. Her smile widened as she read the final score, which was greater than Jihin's score, a score that the Sword Saint had just been proudly bragging about. So, you finally arrived? You sure took your time. Chapter 1029, Gathering of Powerhouses. The Sword Saint strode through the halls of the Sword Dao sect's flying ship, his steps long and quick, filled with purpose. Lathis followed silently behind, not wanting to draw any ire from the Sword Saint. He knew how important it was to the Sword Saint that Jihin place first, and that had been shattered by this unknown participant's score. The Sword Saint arrived at the exit of the ship, which was hovering high above the Yongdao sect. He stepped out and sped towards the Yongdao Tower, which was the tall spire in the middle of the sect. The spire looked like a long flame surging up to the sky, its tip almost touching the dome of fire high above. This was the central building of the sect, and was where the Yongdao sovereign lived. The Sword Saint appeared before the building a moment later, landing on a platform near the top of the spire. This platform could only be used by someone as important as the Sword Saint, as it led directly to the Yongdao sect's throne room. Several others were waiting on the platform already, although the Sword Saint ignored them as he strode towards the throne room, pushing open the large doorway with purpose, as if it had somehow wronged him. The doors flew open, revealing a sprawling throne room on the other side. The throne room was several hundred yards wide and long. Powerful flames danced from floor to ceiling on the edges of the room, bathing the throne room in an orange light. The heat of the fire was suppressed by a formation, making the room quite comfortable. A long carpet of fire led directly towards the throne on the other side of the room, adding to the charm of the chamber. Like the flames on the edge of the room, the carpet of fire was suppressed by a formation, shielding those inside from harm. The throne of the room was also made from pure flames, ones that burned with a scorching heat. On top of the throne sat a middle-aged cultivator, whose red hair flowed like flames behind him. His eyebrows were also red and danced over his face like flames as well. His orange eyes glowed like a sun, while his body gave off a natural heat, as if he was a source of pure yang energy himself. He wore the red and orange robes of the Yangdao sect, although the quality of the robe was far better than the robes the other members wore. The Sword Saint's loud arrival drew the attention of those already in the room, who turned their heads to watch him approach. The Sword Saint's eyebrows raised slightly as he saw them, clearly not expecting such a busy room already. There were 6 other people standing next to the throne, discussing something. "Sword Saint," a female who appeared to be in her late 30s nodded to him as he arrived. She had long purple hair, emerald, green eyes, a beautiful, mature face, and an alluring body. Her purple and gold robe clung tightly to her body, revealing eye-catching curves in several places. Rho Alphan Dalphus Nomicron Vepsilon, C Omicron, Mage Sovereign. The Sword Saint returned her greeting with respect. The woman before him was one of the few people on the entire planet that deserved such respect from him. After greeting the Mage Sovereign, the Sword Saint looked at the others, who greeted him as well. With the Sword Sovereign deep in a year-long meditation session, trying to seek insight into a new sword art he had envisioned, the Sword Saint was the de facto leader of the Sword Dao sect for the tournament duration. The others gathered were those of similar rank and prestige as him, vice leaders of the Yangdao or Mage Dao sect. "This is quite the crowd," the Sword Saint said. "What have you gathered to discuss?" "There's been a recent development with the testing formation," the Yang Sovereign said, sitting atop his throne of flames. His voice was deep and powerful, as if it alone could move mountains and oceans. "Very good," the Sword Saint nodded. "That is why I have come here as well. I think you should take a look at Rho Alpha Pi Dalphus novel, C Omicron." "We figured as much," the Mage Sovereign said, her tone tinged with amusement, as if she was about to watch an intriguing show take place. She, along with all the others gathered, knew how important the testing scores were to the Sword Saint, and had expected him to stir up a fuss once he found out about the new, alarmingly high score. The Sword Saint gave the Mage Sovereign a pointed glance, then looked back to the Yangdao Sovereign. As the hosts of the tournament this time around, the Yang Sovereign had ultimate authority on how to proceed regarding this development. "What have you discovered? Who is this boy?" the Sword Saint asked. "Nothing yet," the Yang Sovereign said, strumming his fingers on the armrest of his fiery throne. "We all just received notice of this score and have gathered to discuss how to proceed." "Discuss how to proceed?" the Sword Saint frowned. "Isn't the path forward clear? This boy most certainly cheated, that much is clear. He must be stripped of his scores, exiled from whatever sect he comes from, and imprisoned for his egregious insult towards the sanctity of the 3-Dao tournament." "And you have proof of these accusations?" the Mage Sovereign asked, a small smile on her face as she watched the Sword Saint get worked up. Out of all the holy manifestation cultivators, he was always the one quickest to temper. "Proof. The proof is his outlandish, impossible score," the Sword Saint said firmly, doing his best to not yell at someone as powerful and lofty as the Mage Sovereign. The 3-Dao sovereigns were the pinnacle leaders of humanity, as well as the 3 strongest cultivators from the Dao sects. Even him, with his middle holy manifestation cultivation, was still weaker than the Mage Sovereign, although not by much, and so he had to be treated carefully and respectfully through this situation. While his score is impossible to believe, that alone is not proof enough, the Mage Sovereign said. No one has managed to cheat the testing formations in the history of the tournament. Their creation alone took our 3 sects hundreds of years and countless resources to perfect, and you're saying this. Boy managed to trick the formations, and by extension us. Do you have any other explanation? The Sword Saint frowned. It's far easier to believe he cheated somehow than to believe he actually obtained these scores. He must be working with the devils who devised a way to cheat the test. And why would the devils do such a time-consuming yet insignificant thing? The Mage Sovereign asked, mouth curled with an amused look. To embarrass us, of course, the Sword Saint replied. The world knows of the prestige of this tournament, and them cheating us is simply a slap in the face of our prestige. It's something the devils would do if given the opportunity. And to add to this theory, his sect isn't even listed. He does not belong to a Dao sect, and therefore is an outsider. Where else could he come from? A thoughtful look appeared on the Yang Sovereign's face, who then sighed. These are lofty and serious accusations, the Yang Sovereign said. The only solution is to bring the boy here and discern the truth directly from him. I agree, the Sword Saint said, eyes narrowing. Let's see just how he managed to pull this wool over our eyes. Chapter 10, 30 detained and questioned. It's over, it's over, it's over. Nalia continued to mumble to herself, crouched up in a ball on the floor. Her eyes were distant and vacant, lips trembling as she mumbled to herself. I'm going to be exiled, and no other sect will take me in after that. I'll need to change my identity to escape this shame. I'll need to become a mercenary to make a living, or I'll need to. Nalia continued to ramble to herself, completely forgetting everything and everyone around her. The others nearby stared at her with a curious expression, wondering why she was making such a fool of herself. It's going to be all right, John said, placing his hand on her shoulder. You're not going to get in trouble, and you're not going to be exiled. Stop worrying so much. Nalia stopped mumbling, her head peering upwards towards his relaxed face. She stared at him for a moment, tears forming at the corners of her eyes. It's not going to be all right, she groaned. How can you be so calm? They're going to punish you severely for doing such a thing. You need to flee now. Her eyes then widened in realization, and she curled up once more in her ball. Why am I helping the cheater who ruined my life? Well, I suppose it's better to have company in exile than no company at all. We need to leave now before we are found. Come with. Are you John Fenix? A stern, deep voice sounded out, causing Nalia to jump with fright. She peered out of her ball, looking up at the 3-world expansion Yangdao sect elders who had appeared before them. Ah, it's over, she sighed, flopping to the ground, splaying out in defeat. I am, John said, ignoring Nalia's antics. You need to come with us, the elder said sternly, then glanced at Zuri, then Nalia on the ground. He frowned upon seeing her lying on the ground, eyes wide and vacant. Both of you will need to join us as well, he said to Nalia and Zuri. Zuri crouched next to Nalia, a comforting hand resting on her shoulder. Nalia looked towards her, face still filled with disbelief at the situation. Zuri smiled at Nalia, then helped her stand up. You're going to be completely fine, Zuri said comfortingly. Her words seemed to break through Nalia's shock, who finally calmed down. Nalia nodded, then followed Zuri as the group was led away by the elders. John was escorted out of the Yang sphere and back into the Yangdao sect above the lake of lava. The group was led towards the tallest building in the middle, which was grand beyond compare. It pierced upwards like a flame, unmoving, and yet seemed to almost dance like a true flame. The interior was even more impressive, with walls and carpets of fire everywhere, giving a vibrant, energetic atmosphere to the building. After taking a transportation formation on the first floor, the group arrived in a large hallway, standing directly before a double door made of pure yang flames. The door parted open for them, revealing an impressive throne room on the other side. The elders escorted John and company into the throne room, ushering them before a group of cultivators at the other end who were clearly waiting for them. John's eyes shifted from cultivator to cultivator, each one more impressive than the last. Each of them had a holy manifestation cultivation, and one of them even gave off the same feeling as the prime shadow, the young soaring. Late holy manifestation, John thought, awed by the Yang sovereign who sat atop his throne of fire. It was like he was looking at a blazing star, one so powerful and bright that his mere aura alone could smite him with ease should the Yang sovereign release it. He paused for a moment on a beautiful, alluring woman with long, purple hair who gave off almost the same feeling as the Yang sovereign. The woman stared at him with a curious expression, as if trying to peer through all his secrets. Her gaze made him feel naked before her, as if nothing could escape her arcane gaze. The mage sovereign, no doubt, he thought, impressed by this group of powerhouses who had summoned him. As Zuri had guessed, his score had truly stirred up quite a commotion. His eyes passed over two other middle-aged cultivators, one from the Yangdao sect and one from the Magedao sect, and then fell onto the cultivator at the edge of the group. He knew instantly who this was, the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint stared daggers at John, as if he wanted nothing more than to cut him down right here and now. John gave him a similar look, narrowing his eyes with enmity. The others were surprised to see John not only able to give a holy manifestation cultivator such a look, but having the gall to do so as well. Almost all youths his age, even the geniuses of the world, felt overwhelming anxiety and trepidation standing before one of them, let alone a group of 6 holy manifestation cultivators. To the side, Zuri fidgeted nervously, unable to contain her nerves upon meeting the powerhouses she had heard stories told of her entire life. As for Nalia, she was a complete mess, almost unable to stand upright. Only the fear of disrespecting the powerhouses before her kept her on her feet, but she leaned on Zuri as a brace, making sure she didn't fall. "I'm sure you know why you have been summoned here," the Yang sovereign said, his voice commanding and firm, to which John nodded. "Then, would you mind explaining how your score came to be?" the Yang sovereign asked. His throne flared with power, as if pulsating like a raging star. The fires enveloped the Yang sovereign, who completely ignored them as if they didn't exist. John merely shrugged. "My score came to be the same way everyone else gets their score. I just took the test." "Insolence," the Sword Saint said, unable to hold his tongue. "I told you interrogating this youth would bear no fruit. If one is willing to cheat, then one is willing to lie. We will garner no truth from this boy. He must be interrogated, then punished accordingly." "And I'm assuming you are requesting to do this interrogation, as well as administering the punishment?" the Yang sovereign asked. "If you wish me to carry out this task, then I will gladly do so," the Sword Saint replied, staring daggers at John. "One who besmirches the sanctity of the 3-Dao tournament must be made an example of swiftly. Otherwise, we will become the laughingstock for the rest of the world." John gave the Sword Saint an amused look of enmity. His first encounter with the man was exactly as he had been expecting. He hated his guts and wanted nothing more than to personally silence the man himself. John only sighed, as he was far too weak to do so himself. The Sword Saint took a step towards John, mouth curling into a smile. He was no doubt going to enjoy interrogating the one who had cast a shadow on his son's score. "We have yet to determine the path forward," the Yang sovereign said, his words pausing the Sword Saint's step. "What is there to determine?" the Sword Saint asked, looking towards the Yang sovereign. "He is guilty." "And where is your proof?" the Yang sovereign asked calmly. "You have yet to present any proof. Until we get to the bottom of this matter, we will hold this boy in custody, but no harm will befall him. After the investigation, if he is determined to be guilty, he will be punished accordingly." "A waste of time and effort," the Sword Saint sneered. "The score alone is proof of guilt." "I agree," John said, his words surprising the others. "You agree?" the Sword Saint asked, clearly taken aback, while the others looked at John with slight surprise. "You admit to cheating the test?" John shrugged nonchalantly, while Nalia nearly collapsed to the ground in shock and disbelief, stopped only by Zuri keeping her upright. "No, I only agree that an interrogation is a waste of time," John shrugged again. If you want proof, then there's an easy way to prove my innocence, John said calmly. What method would that be? The Yang sovereign asked after a short silence. John smiled, then turned his gaze to the Sword Saint. Just summon Jihin here, and I'll wipe the floor with him right here and now. That alone should prove my innocence, he said, smiling as he watched the Sword Saint's expression change. The others present looked at John with surprise, while the Sword Saint glared at him furiously. I will have your head for speaking to me, and for speaking of my son like that, the Sword Saint growled and stepped towards John. Suddenly, and without warning, a dark mass of black shadows like billowing smoke permeated the room, appearing from everywhere at once. The shadow had appeared so quickly and so unexpectedly that even the holy manifestation powerhouses were startled by its appearance. Only the Yang sovereign was unsurprised, as if he had been half expecting this to happen. An amused laughter echoed from within the smoke as an elderly man stepped out of it, appearing before the others. If you move against my successor, the Prime Shadow said, smiling at the Sword Saint, the only head that will fall today will be yours. Chapter 10, 31 Sword V's shadow. The darkness roiling behind the Prime Shadow lingered, twisting and turning ominously, making the Prime Shadow look like a reaper of death. The Sword Saint narrowed his eyes as he stared at the Prime Shadow. His mouth curled with obvious agitation as he instantly realized this situation was far more complicated than he had initially guessed. Roalfendalphus nomicron vepsilonal, Omicron, Prime Shadow, the Yang Sovereign nodded his head. The Mage Sovereign did the same, her amused smile returning as if she was enjoying what was unfolding before her. She glanced sideways at the Sword Saint, her amused smile widening as she saw his expression. The Prime Shadow greeted them in return, then shifted his gaze back to the Sword Saint once more. The two locked eyes for a short while, silence filling the room. Suddenly, the Prime Shadow's aura flared for an instant, so quick as if it had never happened. The Sword Saint's hand snapped to the sword on his waist, gripping the hilt tight. The Prime Shadow smiled as he saw the Sword Saint react as such, while John truly appreciated the guarded, almost uncertain look on the Sword Saint's face. I heard from the Yang Sovereign that you managed to break through recently, the Mage Sovereign said, eyeing the Prime Shadow curiously. With your cultivation stepping into the late holy manifestation realm, you are once again the most dangerous human on this world. Congratulations. You mean to say I lost that title in the first place? The Prime Shadow asked. Would you like me to say that you were more dangerous than the Sword Sovereign or the Yang Sovereign while having a lower cultivation than them? That would be quite insulting from me, the Mage Sovereign said, her amused smile never leaving her alluring face. She then sighed, as if truly dejected. With you in the late holy manifestation realm, that leaves me as the only odd one out. How embarrassing. I'm sure you'll step into the late holy manifestation realm eventually. After all, you're far younger than us old codgers, the Prime Shadow replied. I suppose, the Mage Dao sighed again, then glanced sideways at the Sword Saint, who was standing, hand on hilt, staring at the Prime Shadow. She smiled once more, returning her eyes to the Prime Shadow, then John. She looked at him with a piercing, curious gaze. So this boy is your successor? She asked, eyeing John up and down. Her alluring, almost bewitching beauty and piercing eyes made it hard for John to hold her gaze, but compared to the other things he had faced directly in his life, this was more manageable. Her smile widened as John met her gaze unflinching, although he did feel as though he was being seen through in body and soul. Impressive, she mumbled, falling into silent contemplation. Since when did you accept a successor? The Sword Saint finally spoke, his voice calm yet cold. His narrowed eyes shifted to John as he spoke. John felt as though his soul was being pierced by swords and was given the mental image of being flayed alive by 1,000 swords. It wasn't an active soul art the Sword Saint was using, but was instead the natural feeling one felt when looking at the powerful sword cultivator. The Sword Saint was able to control this by withdrawing his aura, but did not do so with John. John held the man's gaze, withstanding the pain he felt by looking at the man. He then smiled through the pain. His smile clearly frustrated the Sword Saint, who then intensified the pain John was feeling. "You can stare daggers all day at him," the Prime Shadow said while walking towards the group. "It won't do you a single ounce of good. This boy has withstood more pain in the last half-year than you have in your sheltered, pampered life. In fact, I welcome it. The more my successor suffers and endures, the more he will grow in the future. I thank you for your contribution to my successor's ascension." The Sword Saint frowned upon hearing this, then averted his gaze from John to the Prime Shadow, who had arrived next to John, Zuri, and Nalia. Zuri looked at the Prime Shadow with awe, getting a glimpse of his power and prestige for the first time, while Nalia looked between the two groups, eyes darting back and forth with anxiety and awe. "However," the Prime Shadow said, narrowing his eyes as the Sword Saint, "as I said before, if you take action against my successor, not only will you join him in the afterlife, but your entire sect will as well." A cold, deathly sensation filled the room, drowning it in silence as the two powerhouses stared at each other. Such a threat from anyone else would have received a scoff from the Sword Saint, but the Prime Shadow was different. Of all the humans on the continent, only he was able to carry out this threat. There was nothing more dangerous, more lethal, than a lifelong assassin with a vendetta to settle. While someone like the Sword Sovereign was as strong as the Prime Shadow, and perhaps even stronger in direct battle, a direct battle would never happen. The Prime Shadow would be able to eliminate everyone beneath the Sword Sovereign, the Sword Saint included, without the Sword Sovereign being able to stop him. The Sword Saint stared silently at the Prime Shadow for quite some time, eyes narrowed, hand on his sword hilt as if ready to strike at any moment. The room fell into a tense silence, eyes darting back and forth between the two. The Sword Saint's hand finally left his sword hilt, his aura withdrawing once more. He glared at John, mouth twisting with words unspoken. "Even if he is your successor, his scores are impossible to believe," the Sword Saint said coldly. "You must have helped him cheat the test." The Prime Shadow smiled as if expecting this response from the Sword Saint. With how much the man valued his son's prestige and status as the #1 genius of the world, it was obvious that he was not going to let go of this subject easily. "I suppose my successor's heaven-defying talent truly is too good to believe without proof," the Prime Shadow sighed, as if he was truly conflicted instead of bragging about John's talent. The Sword Saint scowled at this obvious mockery, but remained silent. The Mage Sovereign laughed lightly, her laugh drawing an irked glance from the Sword Saint. "If you want proof," the Mage Sovereign said, ignoring the Sword Saint's scowl, "then why don't we take up this boy's offer from before? Bring your son here and let them have a little spar. If his scores are fraudulent, then he will not only be making a fool of himself, but also the Prime Shadow. What do you say?" A slight smirk appeared on both the Yang Sovereign's and Prime Shadow's face, as the Mage Sovereign had backed the Sword Saint into a corner. The Sword Saint let out an exasperated breath, eyes locked to John's. "I look forward to watching your tournament performance, boy," he said, emphasizing the word boy, then turned and stalked out of the room. The Sword Saint is always so stodgy and intense. He's far too full of himself, and he's only gotten worse since the birth of his son, the Mage Sovereign said, shaking her head lightly in disapproval. "What a bothersome person to be around." She then shifted her gaze back to John, then the Prime Shadow. "So, his test scores are legitimate then?" she asked for confirmation. She already knew the truth, but wanted to know for certain. If for some reason the Prime Shadow was lying about this situation, it would make the 3 Dao sects look quite idiotic once the tournament started and John was revealed to be a fraud. The Prime Shadow only smiled in response, then looked at the Yang Sovereign. "I gave you John's details when I entered him into this tournament," the Prime Shadow said. "You should have known who he was from the start, and this situation would have never happened." "You only told me that you would be entering someone from your guild for this year's tournament," the Yang Sovereign said flatly. "And you refused to give the description of this boy to anyone other than the one who would be escorting him," he added, shifting his gaze from John to Nalia. "If I had to guess," the Yang Sovereign continued, "I would say you did so intentionally to create this exact situation." "What? I would never do something so devious," the Prime Shadow said, the corner of his mouth curling upwards. John sighed and shook his head as he saw the Prime Shadow's poorly hidden expression. He definitely planned this. Chapter 10, 32 meaning of the formation scores. After a bit more discussion regarding this matter, John and company were dismissed from the Yang throne room. As the Prime Shadow indicated, he had some secret matters to discuss with the Yang sovereign and Mage sovereign. John followed the same elder that led them into the Yang throne room, who escorted them out of the building. The elder gave John a curious glance as they left, moving back towards the Yang sphere. Escorted by Nalia once more, the group swiftly made their way back to their original location. Unlike moments ago, when Nalia had been a complete mess on the verge of a mental breakdown, she was like another person altogether. She looked at John with complete and unfettered awe, as if she was staring at some sort of otherworldly deity. "That was the first time I've ever met the Yang sovereign in person," Nalia exclaimed, with overwhelming excitement on her face and in her voice. "He was like a god, so powerful that I couldn't even see his limits, and yet, your master showed up with an even more impressive aura and silenced the Sword Saint himself." The Sword Saint, one of the 5 strongest humans in the world, and he was silenced like a child. Just who is your master? Just who are you? Nalia rambled nonstop, rambling off a million questions throughout her monologue. She kept speaking after each question, leaving John no time to answer, not that he would have in the first place. She took a deep breath after rambling for so long, then paused for long enough for John to enjoy this rare moment of silence. That silence was broken a moment later, causing John to breathe in deeply, then sigh. "When I saw your test results, I thought you cheated. I mean, everyone would have thought the same. Even the Sword Saint thought the same. To think you didn't cheat. How is that possible? You didn't cheat, did you? I mean, the scores are impossible after all, but then again, we weren't punished, so," Nalia rambled, eyes glued to John with both awe and skepticism the entire time, as if she didn't know how to feel about him just yet. "No, I didn't cheat," John said flatly as they arrived before the Yang sphere entrance and stepped inside. "So those scores are all legitimate," Nalia gaped. "Then how strong are you? I mean, you must be impossibly strong for those scores to be valid." "I'm pretty strong, I guess," John shrugged while rolling his eyes, his vague answer causing Nalia to pout with disappointment. Zuri smiled at the clash of opposite personalities between John and Nalia, finding that the real way to beat a heaven-defying genius like John was to bore him to death with rambling conversation. "Still, all those 100s you received. I didn't think getting one was possible, let alone that many," Nalia said a moment later. John gave her a sideways glance, her words piquing his interest. "What do the scores mean anyways?" John asked curiously. "I have some guesses, but I don't know if they're right or not." "You don't know?" Nalia asked, tiling her head to the side with surprise. She quickly remembered John's lack of knowledge regarding this tournament, which she found more and more strange considering his testing results. "Those testing formations have been in use for tens of thousands of years," Nalia said, starting another barrage of excited rambling. "Over the tens of thousands of years, millions, maybe even billions of geniuses have been tested, and their results recorded by the formation. Using this historical data, the formation assigns a percentile-based score on how one does compared to everyone else who had ever taken the test. The scores range from 1 to 100, with a score of 50 meaning you are completely average," Nalia said, pausing to make sure John was following along, then gave him a very pointed look as if to emphasize a point. "And a score of 100 means you at the very least equaled the best result ever for that category, and maybe even beat it. Getting a 100 means you are the absolute pinnacle genius for that category over the last tens of thousands of years," she said, then fell silent, as if awaiting John's reply. "That's what I figured the scores meant," John nodded a moment later, understanding why the Nalia and the Sword Saint considered cheating the only reasonable answer to his scores. Nalia started rambling excitedly once more, asking a million questions that would never be answered. John ignored her ramblings, his mind focused elsewhere. "My worst score by far was the battle art category, where I received a 75 out of 100. That means out of everyone who has ever taken that test, 25% of them had better battle arts at their disposal. My memory of the trial is a bit hazy, but I know I used the dragontail decimation, and yet my score is still so low. With me creating my own battle arts going forward, I'm not too concerned about having a low score right now, but that does mean one thing I'll need to consider during this tournament, and that's I'll be fighting against geniuses who are using battle arts far stronger than my own. A smile appeared on John's face a moment later, his eyes filled with battle lust. It seems like this tournament might be more challenging than I had initially expected. Good. It's been quite some time since I've had a good battle. The sword saint flung the door before him open, as if it was an enemy in his way. He stepped into the room with angered haste, a frown of simmering anger lingering on his face. The room he entered was the one he had left in sudden haste upon finding out about John's score. As he strode in, his actions caused Lillian to lift her head and look towards the sword saint. She studied his expression for a moment, then smiled lightly, returning her focus to the tome in her hand a moment later. She was lounging sideways on a comfortable silken sofa in one corner of the large, luxurious room, her upper body resting at an angle against the end of the sofa. Her long blue and white dress draped off the sofa, making her look like a resting fairy of divine beauty. She was studying a high-level battle art provided to her by the Sword Dao sect, which was a condition of her bet between her and the Sword Saint, that she would agree to marry the winner of the tournament in exchange for being showered with cultivation resources in the meantime. On a similar sofa opposite her, another person wearing the pure white robes of the Sword Dao sect sat. Unlike Lillian, who was lounging sideways on the sofa, indulging in its silken comfort, this figure was sitting upright, his posture firm. It was a young man who appeared to be around 20. He had long, radiant white hair which flowed past his shoulders. His face was sharp and incredibly handsome, as if each and every feature was handcrafted by a master sculptor. His eyebrows were curved and sharp, like twin sabers over his bright green eyes. His eyes were closed as if deep in thought, one hand raised before his chest, fingers straight like a sword, adding to his sharp and serious aura. A soft, hymn-like sound came from his mouth as he hummed some sort of mantra. Swords of chi appeared and disappeared in the air around him, as if summoned by his hymn. His eyes remained closed as the sword saint strode loudly into the room, and only opened when directly addressed by the sword saint himself. The youth's eyes turned calmly to look at the sword saint, studying his face for a moment. "What has you so upset, father?" the youth asked calmly. "You're going to enter the preliminary elimination trial, Jihin," the sword saint said to his son with a firm tone. "And during that trial, you are going to mercilessly crush someone for the whole world to witness." Chapter 10, 33. Jihin and Lillian. Jihin raised an eyebrow, confused and curious as to what was going on. "Why would I enter the preliminary elimination trial?" Jihin asked. "It's nothing more than a waste of time." There were millions of youths in each age bracket that took the annual exams and tests, hopping to receive their place in the 3 Dao tournament. Of those millions, only a few tens of thousands qualified, putting the success rate at just joining the tournament far below 1%. Even then, tens of thousands of youths was still far too great a number to have a reasonable length tournament. The tens of thousands of youths who successfully managed to enter the 3 Dao tournament would then need to partake in the preliminary elimination trial, which was meant to cull another 90% or so of participants, leaving only the cream of the crop remaining. Without the preliminary trial, each age bracket tournament would take months to finish, putting the total tournament duration close to a year. Those who had placed top 100 in any 3 Dao tournament in the past were exempt from the first elimination trial. Naturally, Jihin's placements in the past tournaments put him in this category, as his participation was not only a waste of time, but strong youths like him were able to eliminate other strong youths that would normally place very well, but had the bad luck of running into someone like Jihin. "I told you," the sword saint gave Jihin a pointed glare. "There is someone you need to eliminate personally and brutally right at the start of the trial. If you do not do so, you will not have another opportunity to destroy this youth, not unless he makes the grand finals. You must take this opportunity now while it's available, otherwise someone else will seize the glory of eliminating that fraud. Jihin gave his father a confused look, as his father's irate rambling made no sense to him. Silently watching the discussion unfold, an amused smirk appeared on Lillian's face. "Who are you even talking about?" Jihin asked, head tilted to the side. It couldn't be Jaxus or any of the other strong geniuses, as they would also be skipping the preliminary elimination trial. "And how are you so certain that I will only be able to meet this person in the finals? Surely there's a chance I'd run into him sooner." "That's not possible." The Sword Saint shook his head, his frown deepening as if just thinking of the matter made him unable to contain himself. He glanced over to the table where he had been eating and spotted the formation disc sitting there. He waved his hand, and the disc flew over to Jihin. Jihin took the disc and sent his divine sense into it. His eyes lit up with shock a moment later, as if he was unable to believe what he was seeing. He peeled his gaze away from the disc eventually, looking back at his father. "Are these scores legitimate?" he asked curiously. He finally understood why his father wanted him to join the preliminary trial. With the score he read, that youth, John, would no doubt receive the #1 seeding for the tournament. Jihin, who was expected to receive that seeding based on his record-breaking score, would receive the second seeding. As such, the only round the two would run into each other would be the grand finals. With this the case, the Sword Saint wanted Jihin to crush John before the tournament even started, and the only place to do that was the preliminary elimination trial. "Of course not," the Sword Saint scoffed. "But this boy has a powerful backer, one that even I cannot afford to offend. I tried to invalidate that boy's score and have him punished appropriately, but the Yang Sovereign did not agree. With the Yangdao sect hosting the tournament this time around, the Yang Sovereign has ultimate decision-making authority on such matters. Not even the Sword Sovereign himself could change this decision." Jihin raised an eyebrow once more, while a curious expression appeared on Lillian's face. "A powerful backer that even the Sword Saint cannot offend? It seems like you've been quite busy," Lillian mused silently, her smile widening for a moment before vanishing. She had expected John to hear word of her bet and thus find a way to join the tournament, but she had never imagined he would also have the backing of someone so powerful so shortly after arriving to this world. The Sword Saint exchanged a few more words with Jihin, then turned and strode out of the room. His quick, forceful steps and frowning expression revealing he had yet to overcome his frustration and anger with this situation. Jihin watched his father leave, then returned his focus to the disc in his hands. He studied it for a while, his expression changing several times. "I would suggest not following your father's advice and refraining from joining the elimination trial," Lillian said. Her advice surprising Jihin. He gave her a curious expression, silently awaiting an explanation. Lillian ignored that look, instead sending her focus back to the tome in her hand, resuming her study of the battle art. "Why do you say that?" Jihin broke the silence, asking directly for an explanation. Lillian shrugged, keeping her focus on the tome. "John's scores are legitimate, and so is his strength. Joining that trial and targeting John will not be beneficial for you." Jihin studied Lillian silently for quite some time before speaking again. "You used his name as if you are familiar with him. Do you know this John?" Jihin asked curiously. Lillian remained silent, studying the tome instead of answering the question. "Why are you so sure of his strength?" Jihin asked again, a bit more commanding this time, as if silence was not an acceptable answer. Lillian glanced upwards at him, then returned her focus to the tome. "Your father mentioned he has the backing of someone strong enough that even he cannot afford to offend them. That puts that mysterious person on the same level as the Yang Sovereign or Sword Sovereign. Do you truly think someone that powerful would cheat? Their reputation amongst the others would be completely and irrevocably ruined." "I don't know who this mysterious person is, but I'd like to believe someone that powerful wouldn't stoop so low as to cheat this tournament." Jihin remained silent as he contemplated Lillian's words. He nodded a long while later, agreeing with her. "Your words make sense," Jihin said thoughtfully. My father's actions are fueled by blind anger right now, and he is clearly not thinking straight. While I do not fear this John by any means, I also agree that his scores are more likely legitimate than illegitimate. If that is the case, then I will wait for him in the grand finals, and if his strength is real, he will find me there as well. Lillian glanced up from her tome, locking eyes with Jihin for a moment. She had obviously not expected Jihin to so easily agree with her. The only reason she had even given him that advice in the first place was that he had treated her rather well since her captivity, giving her no reason to wish for his embarrassing downfall so early in the tournament. Those scores of his suggest he is the most talented tournament participant ever, Lillian said. Do you not fear his strength if those scores are true? Jihin smiled lightly, his smile filled with calm confidence. Fearing others because they are strong is the mentality of the weak. As a sword cultivator, my true purpose in life is to fight the strongest, thus becoming the strongest. I only hope his strength is enough for me to use my full strength, so that I may finally push myself to my absolute limits against someone my age. Rho Alphandalphus Nomicron Vepsilonal. C. Omicron. Lillian raised an eyebrow, impressed with Jihin's confidence and attitude. She smiled, then returned her focus to the tome in her hand. Your attitude and resolve will take you far in life, of that I have no doubt, and I have a rather high opinion of you from our conversations so far. So I will give you just this one piece of advice, she said. Jihin looked quietly at her, awaiting this advice she spoke of. And what advice would that be? Tread carefully when you fight John in the grand finals. He most likely already holds a grudge against you, and he is not someone you want to fight when there is anger and hate in his heart. If you do manage to anger him to a point beyond reasoning, the only thing that will await you then will be your death, and not even your father will be able to save you. Jihin studied Lillian for a moment, then closed his eyes, resuming his cultivation. Swords materialized in the air, blinking in and out of existence all around him. So, you do know him. Chapter 10, 34. The day of the tournament. The Heaven Tribulation Tournament continued for the next 2 weeks, with geniuses from the top sects of the world vying for fame, glory, and most importantly, heavenly rewards. The crowd roared and cheered for every fight, as each and every one was a battle between pinnacle geniuses of the world. The finals came down to a battle between 2 Yongdao sect youths, shutting out the Sword Dao sect and Mage Dao sect completely. For the Mage Dao sect, this was fine, as they focused primarily on mage arts, which were incredibly potent when used in group battle, but much less efficient when used in one-on-one battle. As for the Sword Dao sect, this was an utter embarrassment, as it had been decades since they had last not had a participant in any of the finals. Their youths had won the core formation and meridian forging tournaments, keeping them from being completely embarrassed, but with the Heaven Tribulation and Dao Transformation tournaments considered to be the most prestigious, it was still quite a blow to their pride. As such, the weight of the Dao Transformation tournament grew even heavier, as the Sword Dao sect was no doubt looking to restore that pride with Jihin's performance. The Dao Transformation bracket was the most prestigious and entertaining by far, and a win there overshadowed all other failures. After the Heaven Tribulation Tournament award ceremony was a day of rest, in which the tournament spectators could relax and recover, while the tournament hosts prepared the stages for the next bracket. Many of the existing spectators were ushered out of the arena and Yongdao sect, their tickets valid only for the tournament through the Heaven Tribulation bracket. The Dao Transformation bracket was the most anticipated bracket in recent memory, perhaps ever. It had the absolute pinnacle genius in Jihin, who would display his heaven-defying talent to the world one last time, cementing his place in history. There was Jaxus, his longtime rival, who sought to prevent Jihin's victory, cementing his legacy instead, as well as many other talented geniuses, each potentially capable of claiming the throne of victory for their own. As such, the most important and powerful cultivators of the world arrived for this bracket alone, filling much of the crowd with the most important people of the human race. It was an event for the ages, and none dared to miss it. Rho Alphandalphus Nomicron Vepsilonal. C. Omicron, the door to the training ground was pushed open, the light from beyond flooding into the Prime Shadow's temporary room. John stepped out a moment later, with Zuri close behind. Both were breathing heavily, their minds and souls exhausted from 2 weeks of rigorous training and combat. John breathed in deeply, sucking in the thick chi of this land. His body greedily drank the chi which replenished and invigorated his mind and body. Zuri walked by, her clothes somewhat tattered from the fierce combat and training they had been in over the last 2 weeks. "You have 15 hours before the first trial starts," she said, walking to a door on the opposite side of the luxurious room. She opened the door, which revealed a small pool filled with wondrously refreshing water within, then peered over her shoulder at John. "Make sure to rest up fully before the tournament starts. I won't have the Prime Shadow berate and punish me for not having you fresh and ready when the tournament starts." She then closed the door, leaving John alone in the room. He continued to breathe in chi for a short while, then moved to another door next to the one Zuri had entered. The room was the exact same as Zuri's, containing a small pool filled with a chi-infused water, which was refreshing, healing, and invigorating. John removed his clothes and stepped into the pool, feeling a rare, relaxing calm for the first time in weeks. Hours later, John left the room, cleaned, and completely refreshed. Both his soul and body were brimming with vigor, making him feel antsy to expend his chi in combat once more. He resisted the urge to train some more, and instead sat on a comfortable sofa in the room, overlooking the arena below. The massive 100-mile arena was filled with Yongdao sect cultivators, who were going about constructing the stage for the first trial. He watched them work for a short while, using formations and other methods to build a sprawling land of cliffs, valleys, castles, and more. After watching them for a while, he closed eyes, mind returning to his art creation. A formation disc appeared in John's hands, which he sent his divine sense into to inspect. Information regarding his betting pool entered his mind, including details such as the odds, the total amounts bet on either side, and more. A wide smile appeared on his face as he read the staggeringly large number he would receive upon his win. "The odds will lock in at the start of the preliminary elimination trial," he read, nodding his head with satisfaction. Once his scores were revealed, the odds would no doubt shift greatly towards his position, which would reduce his winnings. "Checking your future winnings, huh?" Zuri asked. She stood next to him, a small smile on her face as she also had recently inspected the expected winnings of the bet. John nodded, satisfied by what he saw. He put the disc away, then opened the door before him. Nalia was standing on the other side, patiently waiting for them. "Finally," she exclaimed, sighing with relief. "You're cutting it far too close." "We still have an hour until the trial starts. We'll be fine," John shrugged unconcerned, stepping out of the room. Nalia pouted at him, her hands placed firmly on her hips, then smiled as Zuri stepped out a moment later. She hugged Zuri excitedly, like a puppy that hadn't seen their master for days. "Alight, let's get going," Zuri said, to which Nalia nodded, then led the way forward. The group left the restricted hallway a short while later, stepping back into the main hallways of the arena. A loud, buzzing, almost deafening cacophony met them, as countless people moved through the hallway. Some walked, others ran, and all were talking loudly, their discussions regarding one thing, the Dao Transformation Tournament about to start. "The first trial is about to start, and the testing scores are about to be released," John heard someone in a group of youths say as they walked by. "Who do you think will be first?" another asked. "Jai-Han, obviously," a different voice replied. "No, it's going to be Jaxus this year," another argued. "Regardless of who wins, do you think we'll see a record-setting score this year? If anyone can do it, it's those two," another chimed in. The group walked by John, blending into the thick and boisterous crowd, their discussion drowned out by the other discussions nearby. "Heth," Nalia sneered, then smiled, giving John a sideways glance. "They don't even know how. I can't wait to see the shock on everyone's face when they find out." "Shouldn't you be cheering for Jaxus instead of me?" John asked curiously. "After all, he's representing your sect." Ah, Nalia's face lit up with realization, as if she had forgotten which sect she belonged to. She smiled, giving John one more quick glance, then walked forward to lead the way. "I'll cheer for both of you," she said softly, her voice drowned out by the loud discussions nearby as the group walked through the hallway, towards the first trial that was about to commence. John felt a growing excitement rise up within him as he followed behind. A small smile appeared on his face. "It's almost time to let loose. It's been a while since I've last enjoyed the taste of true combat." Chapter 1035, the tournament starts. Nalia led John and Zuri through the massive arena, which took some time to navigate. The halls were filled with countless people, making it quite hard to move at times. After pushing their way through countless hallways and rooms, the group arrived on the lowest floor of the arena. After walking down some steps which were guarded by Yangdao sect cultivators, permitting entry only to tournament participants and those near them, they arrived in a rather empty hallway, at least compared to the ones they had come from. John breathed a sigh of relief, thankful to be removed from the stuffy and boisterous halls above, and followed Nalia as she expertly moved towards the first trial's starting point. They arrived half an hour later, moving quite quickly through the hall to ensure they were not late. A massive, double-sided door came into view, which was already open. 2 World Expansion Yangdao sect elders stood on either side, guarding the way forward. One of the elders blocked their path, asking for the entry formation. John handed his formation disc to the elder, who inspected it, eyes going wide a moment later. He remained speechless for quite some time, then handed the disc back to John, a different, scrutinous look on his face. He then handed John another formation disc. "Take this and fill it with your chi, then do not fight the formation's energy," the elder instructed. John took the disc, inspected it for a moment, then sent his chi into it. The disc absorbed his chi greedily, as if latching onto it. A restrictive energy surged out of the disc, enveloping John, who instinctively went to fight against it, but stopped himself from doing so at the last moment. The energy enveloped John, then went dormant a moment later. The disc had moved through his robe and latched onto his upper arm, like a bracelet, firmly locked in place. John gave Nalia a quick, curious glance for an explanation. "You'll find out its purpose soon enough," she said, a teasing look of satisfaction on her face. This was clearly payback for almost making them late, which she would no doubt have been scolded for. John rolled his eyes, then entered the room. The guards allowed Nalia and Zuri to enter with him after Nalia explained their purpose. As he stepped into the room, a massive chamber came into view. The room was several miles wide and long, with a ceiling several hundred yards overhead. Within the room were around 10,000 other people, all Dao transformation geniuses of the human race. An eager, anxious, and excited atmosphere filled the room as these geniuses awaited the start of the first trial, where they would prove their talent to the world. John moved a short distance into the room, then stopped. Nalia and Zuri stepped up beside him, Nalia looking at all the geniuses with awe, Zuri scanning it for any danger. John looked about as well, noticing a glowing doorway on the opposite side of the room, one several dozen yards wide and tall. "We're all going to enter the trial at once?" John asked Nalia, to which she nodded her head. "While the arena is quite large, it's not that large for a Dao transformation cultivator. Isn't it going to not only be quite crowded, but also easy to get through?" John asked her. Nalia smiled at his naivety to the tournament rules, then shook her head. "It's not nearly that simple," she said. "The formation on your arm does several things, and one is to restrict flight. Even then, I'd be able to jump most of that distance with ease," John frowned. "Doesn't seem like much of a challenge." Nalia's smile widened, truly enjoying John's naivety of the trials. "You can try, but I would advise against it. You'll find out soon enough," she said. "Oh, and there are a few rules I should let you know about so you don't get disqualified. First, there's no teamwork allowed. You can fight others, but you cannot team up on others, nor can you use teamwork to defeat the challenges of the trial. The trial is meant to weed out the weak, so make sure to remember that." John nodded his head, as the rule made sense. "You also cannot kill or maim others, but anything less than that is fine, Nalia added. Oh, and lastly, you must be in the first 924 to make it to the other side. If you don't place in the top 924, you are immediately eliminated. That's about all the rules you need to be aware of. Thanks, John nodded at Nalia, thankful for the explanations. Nalia smiled with satisfaction, her eyes following John's as he turned to look at something. A group of cultivators approached them, led by someone John recognized. So, you are participating in the tournament after all, the lead person, the young man John had met at the Yongdao sect entrance, said, a wide smile on his face as he stared smugly at John. It's surprising such a bumpkin could even make the top 10,000, another in the group said. You should have heeded my warning and stayed out of the tournament, the leader said, but now it's too late for that. When the trial starts, I'm going to make sure to publicly embarrass you before the entire world. You can only blame yourself for this, for insulting those you could not afford to insult. Now we get to watch Jared beat you down, another in the group said, a smug smile on his face. John scoffed with amusement, almost unable to believe the pettiness of this person. Before he could reply, noise sounded out beside him. PFFFT, ha ha ha. The sound of stifled laughter drifted out, followed by loud, hearty laughter. Everyone turned their eyes to Nalia, who was hunched over, holding her belly while laughing loudly. Tears formed at the corners of her eyes as she fought to contain her laughter, which she was only able to do a short while later. Jared frowned at her, but did not say anything insulting or take any action towards Nalia. She wore the clothes of the Yongdao sect, as thus was someone he could not afford to offend. Rho Alphindalphus Nomicron Vepsilonal, C Omicron, what are you laughing at? Jared asked, unable to contain his growing ire. You really don't know how to pick a good opponent, Nalia said, her laughter finally contained. She looked at Jared, then John, then almost started bursting out laughing again. I almost feel sorry for you, almost. Jared frowned, his mouth opening to speak. Before he could, a loud voice filled the room, silencing everyone within. Everyone turned to look at a Yongdao sect elder who had appeared in the air above the door of light on the opposite side of the room. Young geniuses of the human continent, the elder said, voice booming throughout the entire room. I congratulate you for making it this far. It is a feat reserved only for the true geniuses of this world. His words caused many of the youths within to swell with pride, smiles forming on many of their faces. Now is the time for you to prove the extent of your genius to the world, the elder continued, his words adding further passion and excitement to the emotions the youths were feeling. Now is the time to fight for glory and treasures. The elder paused dramatically, eyes scanning the excited crowd. He smiled, then turned in the air, gesturing towards the large door of light. Now is the time of the Dao Transformation Tournament. You may now enter the first trial, and good luck to all. Loud cheers flooded the room, filling it with an electric atmosphere. Youths rushed towards the door of light, stepping into it and disappearing within. I guess I'm up, John said, giving both Nalia and Zuri a quick nod, then moved towards the door of light on the opposite side of the room. He arrived before it a short while later, with youths surging on both sides, stepping into it. He did so as well, and as he did, he felt several hands press against his back. He ignored the hands and appeared in a different location a moment later. He looked about, finding labyrinth-like walls surrounding him, with a ceiling high overhead. The room he was in was about 100 yards wide and long, with a single way forward on the other side of the room. No wonder Nalia said I wouldn't be able to jump to the end of the trial, he muttered, then turned to the side as footsteps approached him. He spotted Jared and his companions a short distance away, walking towards him with wide smiles on their faces. You're such an idiot, Jared said, clapping with glee. You didn't even think to stop us from touching you as you stepped through the formation. If you had done so, we would have been transported to a different starting location. You truly are an idiot. A true idiot, his companions agreed, stopping a short distance away from John. John smiled, shook his head at their stupidity, then stepped towards them. I'm really going to enjoy this. Chapter 10, 36. Who the hell is John Fenix? Zuri watched as John stepped into the door of light, then shook her head lightly, sighing in the process. All this could so easily have been avoided. Why does John keep his aura so withdrawn? Nalia asked curiously, tiling her head to the side thoughtfully. With his talent, if he reveals just a bit of his aura, others like those boys would immediately know he's an opponent they cannot afford to offend. And earlier, had he revealed his aura to me, I would have had an easier time believing his testing scores to be real. He really should reveal a tiny portion of his aura to avoid these problems. What Nalia said was the truth. John always had his aura withdrawn as much as possible at all times, unlike most geniuses, who flared a small portion of it at all times, like peacocks flaring their colorful feathers around for others to gawk at with awe. Even a tiny portion of one's aura would reveal chi quality, which was a major indication of talent. If those boys had felt a sliver of John's aura, they would have turned around and fled immediately, regretting the day they targeted him. Zuri shook her head. I have no idea, she said. Either he doesn't care to reveal his talent, or he enjoys indulging in situations like this, where he allows overbearing opponents to walk into a trap, like a bug being caught in a spider's web. Maybe it's both, Nalia suggested, a thoughtful look on her face. Maybe, Zuri said, then turned around and left the room, Nalia following closely behind. John walked towards Jared and the others, his footsteps steady and confident. Jared watched his approach with an amused smile on his face, his arms folded across his chest. His friends fanned out to the side, making sure they didn't interfere in the battle and get disqualified for teaming up. You really should have done your research before showing your face in this trial, Jared said haughtily. If you had, you would have found out I'm not someone you can afford to offend. John ignored his words, each footstep steady as he closed the distance between them. Jared frowned at his words, not causing John to hesitate, then smiled again. Why don't you go ahead and check my testing results? Jared said, head tilted upwards, looking down his nose at John. John's footsteps paused, causing Jared's smile to widen. I can do that, John asked. How? Laughter broke out amongst Jared's friends, and even Jared had to stifle his mocking laughter. He shook his head at John, as if he were truly dealing with an absolute idiot. You don't even know that much, Jared asked. How is it possible that someone like you was able to qualify for this prestigious tournament? Because strength is the only thing that matters in a tournament, John replied. Jared nodded his head, agreeing with John's words. You are right. Strength is the most important thing that matters in the end. And since this is your first and last tournament you'll ever enter, I'll take pity on you and provide you with some short-lived information. You use your divine sense to enter my armband formation, where you can see my testing scores. I see, John said, but didn't check Jared's formation armband. Knowing his score changed nothing for John. Jared frowned, becoming irked by John's refusal to check his score. He wanted John to read his score and tremble with fear, at which point he would break John, savoring the entire thing. Since you are too stupid to check my score, I'll tell you it instead, Jared said, aura flaring to prepare for the fight, folded arms splaying to both sides in the air. I placed 612. That's right, top 1,000. Amongst all the Tao transformation geniuses on this continent, I reign amongst the top 1,000. My level is something you could never hope to compare against, and all you can do is tremble and despair. He looked at John, mouth wide open with haughty laughter. He yearned to see John's eyes go wide with shock, his footsteps retreating instead of advancing, his body shaking with fear. And yet, he received only a smile on the corner of John's mouth, as if John thought he was dealing with an absolute idiot. Jared's short temper ignited, and his aura flared fully, drowning this small room they were in with his power. His divine sense flooded outwards, linking to John's armband. However, it was not to read the armband, but to do something else. As Jared's divine sense linked to John's armband, a formation energy ignited from Jared's armband. It enveloped him with formational energy, which infused into Jared. John watched on curiously, wondering what was happening. His curiosity was answered quickly as he noticed Jared's cultivation being restricted, limiting his power to the middle Tao transformation realm, the same as John's. "Now that we're linked, I can destroy you," Jared said, voice filled with battle-lusted anticipation. "I can't kill you, and I can't cripple your cultivation, but the rules say nothing of breaking each of your limbs slowly, making you cry out in agony." During Jared's deranged monologue, John felt the divine sense of Jared's companions hit his armband, not the way Jared's had done, but instead to read the score contained within. Each of their eyes went wide with absolute disbelief, unable to comprehend what they were seeing. Jared suddenly rushed forward, his laughter filling the room as he appeared before John. As he reached out towards John to attack, he heard the yells of his friends fill the room, each yell louder than the last. In his battle-lusted state of anger and anticipation, the words of his companions were lost to him. All he could feel was the passion behind those yells no doubt cheering him on to break the pathetic opponent before him. In the air, high above their heads, small, circular formation orbs floated in the sky, one for each youth in the room. A few minutes after John had entered the door of light, the last participant stepped through, officially declaring the start of the tournament. The door of light disappeared, sending out a wave of energy throughout the arena. That energy triggered mechanisms placed throughout the arena, such as the mechanism that disclosed the results of the illusory tests. The crowd in the arena stands, well over 10 million strong, surrounded the preliminary testing grounds, their faces alight with excitement and anticipation. In the arena before them, the preliminary testing grounds stretched out from one end to the other. It started underground, in a labyrinth they couldn't see into, eventually opening up to a land of valleys, mountains, fire, ice, and more. The wave of energy suddenly passed over them, indicating the start of the trial. With the official commencement of the Tao Transformation Tournament, the crowd in the arena erupted with cheers, their loud cheers combining to become something almost like a roaring primordial beast. The collective eruption shook the arena itself, like an earthquake had hit the land. Formation discs appeared in the hands of each of the spectators, which acted as ticket and information. Each specter eagerly sent their divine senses into the disc, which had now been filled with the information regarding the illusory testing results. The excited expressions on everyone's face almost immediately turned into wide-eyed confusion, and then shock, doubt, and disbelief. A name that no one had ever heard of, a name that meant absolutely nothing to them, sat atop the list, a list that contained illustrious names like Jihin and Jaxus. After reading the list over and over again, making sure they weren't reading it wrong, a collective thought dominated the crowd. Who the hell is John Fenix? Chapter 10:37 Anger, then horror. The crowd erupted with noise, the noise even louder than the cheers to announce the start of the tournament. Some were yells of confusion, others shock, and some complete doubt. Who the hell is this John Fenix? A youth in the heaven tribulation realm, who wore the robes of the Sword Tao sect, roared with anger. There's no way this is correct. How the hell can a nobody place higher than Jihin? He not only placed above Jihin, but also received the highest score in history. Impossible. Another Sword Tao sect youth roared furiously. And look at all those 100s. Impossible. His score must be false. He's a cheat, a cheat. Another yelled angrily. That's right, he's a cheater, a fraud. Remove him from the tournament. He doesn't even belong to a Tao sect. He's a nobody, he's a fraud. Similar discussions dominated the arena, as many of the spectators were members of the Sword Tao sect or their subsects. Even the Yang Tao sect members and the Yang Tao subsect members, from youths to elders, roared with anger and rage, unable to believe the score. Cheater, cheater, cheater! A Sword Tao sect youth started chanting angrily. His chant quickly caught on, with much of the crowd, over 10 million strong, chanting the same in unison. Their chants reverberated through the entire arena, and even the Yang sphere, a testament to their fury and rage. In one of the exclusive rooms at the top of the stadium, the Sword Saint looked down on the crowd, his face filled with a mix of amusement and anger. He was angered that the score had been officially posted, but was amused, even happy, that the crowd had reacted with such vitriol. "You see this, Yang Sovereign?" the Sword Saint said softly to himself. "This shame, this embarrassment will now stain you forever. You had the chance to rectify this situation, but refused to do so. When the boy reveals himself to be a fraud, this shame will permanently stain your name." In another room at the very top of the stadium, the Prime Shadow sat, smiling at the development. Next to him sat a figure of power, as if he was the embodiment of the sun and the stars. The Yang Sovereign's gaze drifted over the crowd, his face emotionless, unmoved by the crowd's actions. A moment later, the door to the room opened. Zuri and Nalia walked in, then moved over towards the window where the Prime Shadow and the Yang Sovereign were. Their faces were twisted with anger, clearly having heard the chants before they entered the room. "How can they call John a cheater without even knowing him?" Nalia grumbled, unhappy by what she heard and saw. Zuri gave her a sideways glance, a small, amused smile appearing on her face. "You thought John was a cheater as well," she said, her words causing Nalia's eyes to widen, her face then turning red. That was different," she pouted, taking a seat next to Zuri overlooking the arena below. "Their chants will be silenced soon," Zuri said, then took out a formation disc. It was the same as everyone else had, and sent her divine sense into it, linking it with John's name. A screen of light appeared before her in the air, revealing a scene within the labyrinth. At the same time, the stadium stands began to alight with floating formation screens, revealing the same scene Zuri was seeing. In their shock and rage, most had forgotten they could select a name on the list, which would reveal what they were doing in the trial taking place. Usually, spectators would select to watch a member of their sect, or those towards the top of the list who still had to take this trial. Today, however, there was only one name everyone selected, one name they chose to watch. "Hee," the Prime Shadow laughed, truly amused by this situation. He gazed down at the massive labyrinth on one side of the arena, his gaze piercing stone and earth, then laughed again. The Yang Sovereign stared in the same direction, one eyebrow raising on his normally emotionless face. "Your successor is quite brutal," the Yang Sovereign said, then gave the Prime Shadow a sideways glance. "And his Tao name Immortal Asura." "What of it?" the Prime Shadow asked. The Yang Sovereign stared at the Prime Shadow for a short moment, then silently looked back towards the labyrinth. As the floating formation screens revealed a scene to everyone in the crowd, their angered faces immediately changed. Eyes went wide, hands were placed to gaping mouths in shock and disbelief, lips trembled, not with rage but with horror. In a single moment, the entire crowd had been silenced, their rage forgotten, as if a distant memory. Now only shock and horror remained. In the air above John and the others, the formation orbs floated, each focused on a youth in the room. The one assigned to follow John projected a scene to all the viewers, revealing something none of them had expected. Cries of agony and pain dominated the room John was in, which sounded more like a torture chamber than anything else. 3 different agonized voices cried out, creating a harmony of anguish. Jared, as well as 2 of his friends, laid motionless on the ground, the only visible movement their trembling bodies. Both their legs and arms were shattered in several places, bones sticking out of the flesh, blood flowing out of the wounds created by the broken bones. Their faces were damaged beyond recognition as well, becoming a jumbled mess of blood and exposed flesh. John stood over these 3, who had been gathered in a pile of broken bodies before him. They twitched with excruciating agony, their cries of pain bellowing out ceaselessly. As Jared had promised to do to him, he had done to Jared and the 2 others. While his actions were barbaric and brutal, they were not against the rules. He could not kill or cripple, which despite the gruesome things he did not violate those rules. Tao transformation cultivators would heal up from these wounds in several weeks with some healing assistance, and thus it was not considered crippling. However, the mental crippling would remain, a permanent scar on the souls of these 3. John's gaze shifted from the broken bodies before him, towards the 4 others in the same room as him. His handling of Jared had been nearly instant, at which point two of his friends lashed out at John, trying to take advantage of the situation to cut him down. After seeing what he was doing to Jared, they didn't care for the rules or disqualification and tried to team up on him to take him down. Their combined assault had been squashed as soon as it began, and John reduced the state of their bodies to the same condition as Jared's. The four cultivators on the other side of the room, all appearing to be around 20 to 22, flinched upon being stared at by John. Their wide eyes stared at him with absolute fear, as if they were staring at a beast about to devour and consume them. "WWE didn't take action against you," one said, a male with long brown hair and silver eyes. He had a middle Dao transformation cultivation, as did the four others. The others nodded their heads upon hearing their companion's words. That's right, we never targeted you. We only watched. Surely we can let bygones be bygones," another asked, voice unsteady. "You only watched," John said thoughtfully, then nodded his head in agreement. "I suppose you're right." His words caused the four to sigh with absolute relief, as if they had just escaped the jaws of death. "Since each of you only watched your friends attempt to brutalize me, then each of you can watch as I break the four of you one by one," John said, his smile sending shivers of horror down the spines of the remaining four. They immediately scattered to both sides of John, trying to rush past him towards the only opening into the labyrinth. John smiled as they rushed by, snapping his fingers without even turning around. At the same time, his divine sense linked with the armband of all four, allowing him to attune to and fight each one of them. Hundreds of nodes appeared in the air directly at the only exit. Beams of lightning sprang into existence a moment later, linking from one node to the next, immediately forming a solid net of lightning. The four bounced off the lightning as it appeared in an instant, their bodies slightly charred from the brief contact. They recovered a moment later, then unleashed simultaneous attacks towards the wall of lightning, hopping to break it apart. Battle arts exploded against the wall of lightning, drowning the relatively small room in a combined explosion of their power. The eyes of the four went wide with horror as they were consumed by their own power, which faded a short while later, revealing the four lying on the ground, injured from the blasts of their attacks. Their eyes slowly drifted upwards towards the one exit, horror filling their bodies a moment later. The wall of lightning was still intact, unbroken by their assault. The sound of steady footsteps behind them grew louder with each step filling their hearts with horrified dread. They did not sound like the steps of a tournament participant, but instead sounded like the approach of a reaper of death, a harbinger of pain, a creature of nightmares. Each tried to scramble to their feet, but each was too late. The sound of shattering bones and agonized screams filled the room for a time, as millions of shocked and horrified eyes looked on. Chapter 10, 38 stone sentinels in the luxurious room overlooking the arena. Nalia blanched at what she saw, clearly not having much experience with such brutality. Zuri rested a comforting hand on her back, while the prime shadow's hearty laughter drifted throughout the room. "Your disciple is quite heavy-handed in his actions," the Yang Sovereign said, a slight frown on his face. The youths being brutalized were from a Tier 2 subsect of his, the Flaming Fist sect. Them being brutalized in such a fashion was not a great look for the Yongdao hierarchy, especially not with tens of millions watching it happen live. "Heh, even I didn't know that John had such a barbaric side to him," the Prime Shadow laughed, clearly enjoying what he was seeing. A soft-hearted cultivator would never go far in the cultivation world, and this display was another reassurance for the Prime Shadow that he had picked the correct successor. The Prime Shadow glanced to the Yang Sovereign, noticing his almost imperceptible smile. "Oh, stop pouting so much," he said, his words causing the Yang Sovereign to give him a pointed side-eyed glance. "John may be heavy-handed, but from what I know of him, he is also fair and reasonable in his actions. For him to be doing this, those youths must have done something to deserve it. They targeted John before the tournament even started, just for him standing in their way," Zuri spoke up, explaining what had led to all this. "Then, they found him before the tournament started, and made sure they all arrived in the same place so that their leader could embarrass and brutalize John, as he had put it in his own words. "See, I told you there would be a reason for all this," the Prime Shadow said, nodding to Zuri, thanking her for the explanation. Zuri beamed a wide smile, her heart beating fast at having been thanked by the Prime Shadow himself. The Yang Sovereign's frown faded away, while the tournament below continued onward. John stood before the pile of 7 broken youths, who were stacked one on top of the other like a pile of logs. He dusted his hands, nodding his head with satisfaction at his handiwork. He then turned to leave, as he had done what he wanted to do to this group of idiots. You're a fucking dead man," Jared whispered softly as John was about to step into the labyrinth hallways. John stopped, then turned, his actions causing Jared's heart to beat rapidly with fear. He had not expected John to hear his words, as they were so soft as to almost not exist. John stared directly at Jared, his eyes emotionless, as if Jared's existence made no difference to him. "Why is that?" John asked. "Are you from a sect I cannot afford to offend, or have a father that I cannot afford to offend?" Jared fell silent, his face white with fear. He cursed at himself for speaking up, as John had almost left. "No comments now?" John asked, shaking his head with disappointment. "It's always the same with you geniuses," John said, making sure to emphasize the word genius with a sarcastic tone. "You get into a decent sect, then flaunt your status as if it's your own power, thinking no one else will dare to offend you, then get surprised when someone retaliates in kind." He shook his head, as if trying to emphasize his true disappointment, then looked back to Jared. "I guess you need to be taught a bit more on what humility and respect is," John said, then waved his hand. His chi surged towards Jared, wrapping around him and dragging him out of the pile of broken bodies. The other youths groaned at having their broken bodies tossed aside, but uttered no complaints. Jared floated towards John, unable to resist John's power in his broken state. Groans of pain escaped his lips, while wide eyes stared at John as if he were the Grim Reaper. "Let go of me," Jared struggled to say through the pain. "Nah," John said curtly. "You and I are going to go on a little adventure together." Jared started to say something, but John merely flicked his hand. Lightning surged out and wrapped around Jared like a rope, binding almost his entire body except his eyes. John kept the destructive proportion of the lightning at bay, using it only to restrict Jared's movements. He then stepped into the labyrinth hallway, Jared floating in the air beside him, following along like a kite held by a string. His muffled cries of pain and protest were ignored as John strode forward. The labyrinth walls, floor, and ceiling high above were all graystone, although the durability of the labyrinth was high enough that even their little battle had not scratched the walls much. The labyrinth hallway was several dozen yards wide and stretched forward for several hundred yards before coming to another room. John stopped at the entrance, looking to both sides. He noticed several other entrances to his left and right, with other tournament participants moving out of them as well. Most of them ignored him, although some gave him a curious glance upon noticing Jared floating behind him, bound by lightning. The others then hastily moved to the other side of the open room, which had more than a dozen hallways to enter. John watched the others enter, then moved across the room and picked one. He moved down another hallway for a while, then looked over his shoulder towards the ceiling above. There, he noticed the floating formation ball following him, although he didn't know why. He figured it was something to do with the tournament, however, and left it alone, as it was not bothering him. After walking through the labyrinth a bit more, checking for any traps on the way, he came to another room. The room was a mile wide and tall, and had several other tournament participants already in it. Those participants were splayed on the ground near the walls, their bodies battered and bruised. John shifted his gaze towards the middle of the room, where a dozen stone sentinels stood. They looked like a statue of a sword-wielding man, some dozen yards tall. The aura leaking from the statues revealed they were not as simple as they appeared. He then looked past the sentinels and saw that there were more hallways on the other side. He went to move, then noticed another cultivator to his left move towards the statues, trying to get by. One of the statues moved with incredible speed, appearing before the youth in an instant. The youth gritted his teeth and took out his weapon, starting to fight the statue. The youth, clearly someone from a sword Dao subsect, fought quite well, his movements precise, his battle art strong, his instincts sharpened. After a brief battle, the youth managed to make his way past the statue and slipped into the halls on the other side. He had sustained some injuries from the battle, but nothing to hamper his power too much. John watched the battle, nodded his head, then stepped towards the statue. The statue started to move towards him, its large stone sword arcing at him with power. John glanced to his right, then smiled. "They say teaming up is forbidden," John said, reaching out with his right hand. His hand grasped Jared's right foot, who was unable to move at all, as his body was still tightly bound by lightning. He then steadied Jared's stiff, lightning-bound body before him, as if he was holding a sword. "I wonder if they consider using your body as a weapon to be teamwork. Let's find out." Chapter 10, 39 Living Weapon. He's approaching the first trial. It's the Stone Sentinels. I remember this trial from the previous tournament. They're quite strong, so this should expose him if he's a fraud. What is he doing? After brutalizing his enemy, he's now bringing one of them with him into the battle. Is he going to team up on the Sentinel? That's cheating. He should be eliminated. Millions of similar comments filled the arena as the crowd watched John approach his first true test. They had not seen much of what he had done to Jared and the others, and so had not seen him reveal his strength yet. More chants of John being a cheater flooded the arena as they saw him bring Jared into the battle with him. But those chants were almost immediately silenced as they watched what Jared's role in the battle was. Their eyes widened with shock once more, then grimacing horror as the gruesome battle unfolded before them. Bang! The Sentinel's stone sword slammed down towards John, its power equal to the talented Middle Dao Transformation's body cultivator's attack. John met the attack, swinging Jared's body outwards like a sword, holding him by the right ankle. Sword met body, and there was a sickening crunch of flesh and bone, followed by a muffled howl of pain bleeding through the binding of lightning. The room shook from the violent, powerful collision, with the stone sentinel's sword being knocked backwards. It steadied itself for a moment, then surged forward once more, sword slamming down on John. Ceaseless cries of muffled pain rang out from John's weapon, which he shook violently for a moment in annoyance. "Shut up," John commanded. "You should be thanking me that I'm wrapping you in my lightning to shore up your defensive capability. Otherwise, that sword attack would have cleaved you in half. Being my weapon is an honor any weapon in the world would fight for, yet I've picked you, and also turned you into an even finer weapon than you were before. You really should be thanking me, groveling even, for this prestigious opportunity." Jared's muffled protests were quickly cut off as John swung him outwards towards the massive sword, meeting the sentinel's powerful attack. The room shook violently as the two darted every which way, their weapons colliding ceaselessly. The battle seemed to be relatively even matched, causing many in the crowd, as sickened at the sight as they were, to resume their cries of protest, yelling that John was a fraud for not being able to beat the first and easiest trial. Those protests were once again silenced, as after a nice, enjoyable battle, John finally ignored the sentinel, and with his natural movement speed, sped past it without the sentinel being able to react. He arrived at the other side of the room and slipped into one of the exits before the sentinel could reach him, revealing that he had been toying with it the entire time. Toying with it for the sole purpose of using Jared as a weapon. The crowd fell silent, their heads turning to the side to look at those nearby. Shocked expressions stared back at them, as if no one could believe what they were seeing. It was definitely the first time in the history of the 3-Dao tournament that someone had used another competitor as a weapon. Jared's cries of pain eventually turned into softer, less annoying moans and whimpers, much to John's delight. Jared's already broken body had been broken even more during the battle, but with John's control over his new weapon, he was able to avoid any permanent damage, thus avoiding being eliminated by crippling Jared. John reached out and tapped his finger to the lightning binding Jared, which faded away instantly. Jared crumpled to the ground in a mess of broken bone and flesh, cries of pain starting once more. "Take out your best healing pill and feed it to yourself," John instructed Jared. He had almost fed Jared a healing pill himself, but then figured that would most likely count as teamwork. However, Jared consuming his own healing pill through his own power, that could not be considered as such. Jared's protests started again, but were quickly cut off by John pressing his heel into his broken flesh. Struggling through the pain, Jared eventually complied and used what little control he had over his body to take out a healing pill, then consume it. Vibrant healing energy coursed through his body, starting to knit and mend some of the damage he had sustained. John nodded his head with satisfaction, then sent out another rope of lightning, binding Jared's body despite his continued protests and even threats. The lightning coiled tightly, forcing Jared tall and straight, like a human polearm. He walked through the hallway for some time, dodging obvious traps that only an idiot would fail to notice, then appeared in another room similar to the one he had fought the sentinel in. Another stone enemy, this time a slender beast that looked like a mix between a panther and a tiger, was stationed in the middle of the room, its aura even stronger than the stone sentinel. John smiled, then sped towards the beast. The beast roared to life, then sped towards him. Its speed was far faster than the stone sentinel, although its attacking power was a bit less. Clearly, it was testing a different aspect of combat prowess, most likely spread instead of brute power. John smiled and summoned his living weapon, then slashed out towards the stone beast's claws. The orchestra of bangs, breaks, and cries of pain began once more, a true symphony to John's ears. John walked through another hallway of the labyrinth, his human sword resting on his shoulder. He hummed a tune as he made his way forward, then glanced over his shoulder at his weapon. A trail of blood drops stretched behind him as far as he could see, dripping from between the bindings of lightning wrapping Jared. "They really do like combat trials to test our worthiness, huh?" John asked. "That's what, 6 battles now, and you've held up incredibly well this entire time. You should really consider changing your profession from cultivator to weapon. I'm sure you'd sell for a fortune." The only reply was muffled groans. John smiled, patted his weapon appreciatively, then looked forward as he arrived in another room. He frowned slightly. The room before him did not have a visible enemy, but was instead covered from floor to ceiling with an obvious energy of some sorts. The energy had no gaps, and it was easy to tell that this energy tested a cultivator's ability to resist the energy and push through it. The field seemed to be several hundred yards long, the air shimmering from its power. There were several other participants within the energy field, some struggling to walk forward, others barely making it through, and some retreating back to the start, unable to make it past the trial. "No enemy to fight, huh?" he muttered with disappointment, then stepped into the field of energy without pause. A powerful pressure descended on him, trying to force him to his knees. At the same time, a sensation of pain racked his mind and soul, trying to overwhelm him. To John, this pain was rather mundane, as he had experienced pain much worse more times than he could count. To others, however, it was a brutal nightmare. The cries of muffled pain coming from his weapon intensified under the painful pressure. John ignored the cries, walking to approximately the center of the field of energy. He stopped, a thoughtful look appearing on his face for a moment. He then lowered his living weapon from his shoulder, dropping it on the ground to his side. "I suppose using you as a weapon isn't teamwork, but taking you through too much of the trial might be considered as such. I'd rather not risk it, so goodbye, old friend. You were as good a weapon as any man could hope for," John said emotionally, acting as if he were truly choked up by this sudden parting. He waved his hand, unbinding Jared from his lightning rope. Jared's body immediately started twitching under the pain, his eyes rolling back into his head from the combined agony of his wounds and this trial. "Please, remove me from this trial. I'm going to die," Jared managed to mutter out through agonized breaths. "Nonsense," John shook his head. I have full faith that you can overcome this hurdle and meet me on the other side. Besides, if you died now, your death would be on the Yongdao sect, not me. They'll rescue you if you truly are not able to make it through on your own power. Either way, good luck, old friend. May we reunite in the future so that I may use you once more in battle." With that, John turned and strode through the field of energy as if it didn't exist, disappearing through one of the exits on the other side, continuing on to the rest of the first tournament trial. Chapter 10, 40 stone doors crystal blue eyes stared at the formation screen depicting John's actions. There was a slight hint of amusement in those eyes, which shifted as someone spoke up. "This boy is an absolute disgrace to this tournament," the Sword Saint said, his teeth bared slightly with anger and disgust. He was staring into the labyrinth directly, the walls and formations unable to stop his holy manifestation gaze. His narrowed eyes were locked onto John as he moved through the labyrinth. Lillian gave the Sword Saint a quick glance, then returned her focus to the screen in front of her. The two of them were in the Sword Saint's luxurious room at the top of the stadium. These rooms were the most exclusive, and were used only by the most powerful and important cultivators of the human race, such as the Sword Saint or the Prime Shadow. The wide room had a large floor-to-ceiling window that gave unobstructed viewing of the arena far below. The Sword Saint's gaze shifted upwards, looking to a room on the opposite side of the 100-mile-wide stadium. The room was on the same level as his, and within it were several people, including someone the Sword Saint felt nothing but hatred for at the moment. The Prime Shadow, conversing with the Yang Sovereign, paused, then shifted his gaze, locking with the Sword Saint across the 100-mile gap between them. The Sword Saint frowned, then averted his eyes. He was already angered that the Yang Sovereign had chosen to watch the trial with the Prime Shadow, and would not give the Prime Shadow anything else to feel good about. "I find his actions rather amusing," Lillian chimed up, a small smile on the corner of her mouth. The Sword Saint gave her a quick glance, then looked back towards the labyrinth far below. "He's nothing but a fraudulent disgrace," the Sword Saint said coldly. "Compared to Jihin, he's the exact opposite. Right now, Jihin is deep in cultivation, using every single opportunity to raise his strength. On the other hand, this boy is treating this tournament as if it's nothing but a game. He's lucky Jihin opted to focus on his cultivation instead of joining this trial, or his end would have already come." The Sword Saint sighed upon saying that, as he had tried to convince Jihin to end this fraudulent display immediately, but Jihin had for some reason refused. "This boy is nothing but a crude youth who cares nothing for carrying himself with dignity or grace. He is a beggar compared to a king when it comes to how he and Jihin carry themselves," the Sword Saint continued. "The only thing that matters in this world is strength," Lillian said, eyes glued to the screen before her. "It doesn't matter how uncouth someone is or how dignified they are. In the end, the strong wins and the weak perishes." A black pill with white and gray lines on the surface suddenly appeared in her hand, one brimming with potent death energy. She popped the pill into her mouth, a satisfied look on her face. Her aura flared for a moment, which she contained quickly. "Another Netherdeath cultivation pill," the Sword Saint said. "You are quite fond of those." "They suit me quite well," Lillian said, eyes closing for a moment as she focused on absorbing the potent energy of the pill. The pill was a cultivation pill that was best used by those who had a grasp of the Tao of Death, which was perfect for Lillian. Her cultivation had been rapidly rising over the last few months while under the care of the Sword Saint, who had showered her with resources. "They are quite hard to find and also quite expensive," the Sword Saint said, giving her a quick glance. "But for my future daughter-in-law, it is a worthwhile expense. The higher your cultivation and talent when you and Jihin marry, the more talented the son you give him will be. Jihin's heir will no doubt be a talent as heaven-defying as him, perhaps even greater." The Sword Saint's anger had faded away, a prideful look on his face as he thought of his future grandson. Lillian's amused smile from John's display faded away, her face going emotionless. She glanced at the Sword Saint, her smile returning a moment later. Her smile this time was not of amusement, but was a colder, more sinister smile instead. Her smile vanished before the sword saint noticed it, her gaze returning to the formation screen hovering before her. John walked through another long hallway, which was filled with traps capable of injuring someone if they did not have good senses and instincts. Occasionally, he saw some injured participants lying on the ground, wounded from one of these traps. While dangerous to others, to him, the traps were mere trifles, and he made his way through the hallway without issue. The hallway led to a massive room, far larger than he had found in the labyrinth thus far. The room was over a dozen miles wide, several miles long, and several miles tall. The room already had hundreds of trial participants in it, revealing to John that his progress had been rather mediocre thus far. He scanned the room, taking note of what was going on. The other end of the massive room was covered from edge to edge with double-sided stone doors. The doors were hundreds of yards tall and wide, and were glowing with intricate formation runes. Each door segment seemed to be divided by a defensive formation of some sorts, making the space before each door somewhat isolated from the other doors. Before each of the doors stood a participant, their robes an array of different colors, indicating they came from a variety of sects. The only similarity was that they were each unleashing attacks at the door, seemingly with their full power. Battle arts exploded against the doors, drowning the area before the door with calamitous power. The formation screens on either side of the participants flared to life, shielding the nearby participants from the battle arts the others were using. John looked on curiously at what was going on, then shifted his eyes to the right side of the room. There, a young woman unleashed a rather impressive battle art, one brimming with profound, arcane energy. The battle art slammed into the door, which shook for a brief moment, then slowly started to part open. The girl, teeth gritted, continued to unleash her attack, which seemed to have been a channeled attack. Clearly, she was from a Mage Dao subsect. The struggle lasted for a short while before the door parted a few feet open. The girl immediately undid her battle art, then rushed forward, slipping through the gap in the door a moment before it slammed closed. "I see," John said to himself. "This is an attack power test. Only those with strong enough attacks can open the doors and proceed onwards. Now this is my kind of trial." He started walking over towards the opposite end of the room, not in a rush to claim one of the doors. From what he could tell, this was a rather difficult test for most, as he had only seen a few doors open in the minutes he had been in the room. Most failed and had to retreat to recover their chi before attempting again. He stood patiently for a few minutes before a youth walked away from the door, unable to open it. His battle art had been relatively impressive, but his chi quality and quantity had not been enough to force the door open. The youth gave John a tired glance as he walked by, then sat on the ground a distance away, closing his eyes and focusing on recovering his chi. As he arrived a few hundred yards from the door, John noticed that he had stepped through an invisible formation energy. "Most likely marking the area in which I need to attack from," John mused. The defensive formations were in place to limit the blasts of the battle arts. Otherwise, the entire room would be drowned in the collective power of hundreds of battle arts going off at the same time. As he approached, the millions watching John felt different emotions. Some were curious if he would be able to pass this test, which was the hardest one he had faced thus far. Others were angry at him for his actions towards Jared and the others, and were hopping for his failure. Most hoped for his failure, and were looking forward to him embarrassing himself here. While his combat instincts had been relatively impressive in his previous battles, he had not revealed anything incredible either. Many figured this trial would be his end, where the farce of this #1 ranked genius would be revealed. John walked up to the door and stopped right before it. He raised his hand and touched the stone surface, fingers trailing over some of the carved formation runes. "Seems like a pretty heavy door," he said to himself. "And these formation runes are adding to the difficulty, making it much harder than one would expect. That girl from before was just barely able to get the door open despite that pretty powerful battle art, so I should need to use a bit of my power, it seems." John had no idea the crowd was not only watching, but listening to him as well. "A bit of your power. Who the hell does this kid think he is?" Even your full power won't get you through that door, you fraudulent clown. Stop stalling. Just reveal to the world that you're nothing but a cheater. The crowd erupted with taunts and jabs upon hearing John's words. Ignorant of their eyes and words, John nodded to himself, then took a step backwards. His face tensed up for a moment as he activated the full might of his body limiters, and even sent a surge of his dragon god shift to his legs for good measure, ensuring he did not fail this trial the first time around and embarrass the prime shadow. Power coursing through his legs, John raised his right leg, then sent out a flat-footed kick on the door with the strongest physical might he could muster in this state of his. Boom! The door flew open with powerful violence, as if a monstrous storm had blown them open. The entire room shook violently from the collision, as if an earthquake had hit it. Even the defensive formations were not able to neutralize all of the vibrations, which shook the other participants, catching their attention immediately. The doors trembled as if they were about to break off at any moment, barely to resist the might of John's kick. John nodded his head with satisfaction, then undid his body limiters and dragon god shift, returning to his normal state. That was much easier than I thought it'd be. I guess I overdid it a little, he said, then walked through the wide-open door into the trial beyond. Chapter 1041. Taunted by the crowd, the doors took a while to move again, but eventually started to close behind John. They slammed closed behind him, rumbling the land around him for a brief moment. John ignored the closing doors, instead looking about in all directions, eyes slightly wide with awe. The door had been the exit to the labyrinth, leading to a wide-open expanse of barren earth. The expanse stretched out to the sides as far as he could see, and forward for several miles before reaching some tall cliffs. John ignored that, and instead looked to upwards towards the crowd that encircled the arena he was in. Now that he was out of the labyrinth, he was able to see most of the stadium, which seemed even larger standing inside the arena. Tens of millions of people covered every seat of the stadium stands, appearing like a multicolored ocean of people. Blue, white, red, black, orange, yellow, purple, and every color in between filled that ocean as cultivators from thousands of different sects wore their sect colors. John took in the awe-inspiring view for a moment, basking in it. He then frowned lightly, noticing something he had not immediately noticed. I expected the crowd to be louder when in the arena, but I can barely hear anything at all, John said to himself, wondering if a formation of some sorts was preventing the sound of the crowd from reaching the arena. What he didn't know was that most of the crowd was stunned silent, still reeling in shock from him, simply kicking the stone door open as if it had been nothing. Most had expected him to fail that test, and were looking forward to watching him fail, and yet he had breezed by it with the most casual display of power many had ever witnessed. Many in the crowd snapped back to their senses upon hearing John's words. The silence vanished almost immediately as a cacophony of noise flooded the arena. John was surprised by the sudden inrush of noise, then nodded his head with a satisfied expression. "That's more like it," he said approvingly, then frowned a moment later. Words from the ocean of noise finally reached him, some of them audible. "Who the hell are you calling quiet? You cheated again somehow, you fraud. Even if you are strong, you're still a violent brute. You should be ashamed. There's no way you're stronger than Jihan. You must be cheating." John raised an eyebrow as he heard this barrage of insults, taunts, and even boos. While not everyone was screaming insults at him, the loudest and the most audible were the ones throwing these insults ceaselessly. There were those in the crowd that had finally realized that John's strength was the real deal, and were excitedly discussing that fact. Based on his illusory test scores, many had assumed he was a body cultivator. His kick had confirmed that, and also the fact that his body was incredibly powerful. No wonder he was able to fight against those statues using only a person as a weapon, and without using any battle arts, many thought, realizing the situation wasn't as simple as it first appeared. However, those coming to realize this were still in the minority, as the members of the Sword Dao sect, Yang Dao sect, and their subsects were too blinded by anger to stop and consider the facts. John was taken aback at suddenly being the center of attention from almost everyone, it seemed. He then noticed that before almost everyone in the crowd was a floating formation screen, revealing a scene to the spectators. He studied the scene, then looked upwards. There he spotted that floating orb again, staring down at him. "So that's what this orb is doing," John said, instantly realizing what was going on. Everyone had seen him brutalize the others, then use Jared as a living weapon. And not only that, but his score had been revealed for everyone to see, naturally incurring doubt and anger from those who thought he was nothing but a fraud. While he had easily breezed through all the trials, he had done nothing to assuage their doubts. Even his logic-defying kick was without any spectate, making some doubt its difficulty, while others thought he used an external device, like a formation, to augment his strength, which was against the rules. It was not the reaction he was expecting to receive, but then again, John had not given thought about what reaction he was expecting in the first place. He listened to the barrage of ceaseless insults for a while, face expressionless. Then he smiled. The crowd seemed to pause for a brief moment, the sound dying down for an instant. They had expected the millions of insults being thrown at John to overwhelm him, but instead he smiled. "I was always the hero back home, but it seems in this land where my name is unknown, have a chance to play the villain," John thought, his smile widening as if he were a lunatic or a madman. "Oh, I think I'm going to enjoy this quite a bit." He basked in the cacophony of insults, which started to become less frequent as those insulting him realized John didn't seem to care at all. In fact, he seemed to be enjoying the insults, confusing those who were trying to get him to collapse under the pressure of being detested by so many. As the sound died down, John shifted his gaze from the crowd to the land before him. Two cultivators, both young men who were most likely in their early 20s, stood side by side, glaring at him. One wore a bright red and orange robe, with the insignia of a sun embroidered on the back and shoulder. He had long orange hair that danced wildly like fire, rugged facial features, and a powerful-looking build. The man next to him had a more slender build and wore a pure white robe. He had short black hair, a sharp and handsome face, and wore a scabbard on his waist, revealing the handle of a sword. "Yangdao sect and Sword Dao sect, huh?" John mused, scratching his chin as he stared at the two of them. With the way they were staring at him, it was clear that both of them were here for him, and no doubt with hostile intentions. "What do you two want?" John asked curtly, paying no respect to these two who stared at him with such provocation. John felt their divine sense touch his armband, no doubt checking his identity to confirm who he was. "So it is you," the Sword Dao sect cultivator said, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Yes, it is I," John said with an extravagant wave of his hand. "So what of it? Am I supposed to know who you are?" "No, you are only meant to be cut down by my blade," the Sword Dao cultivator said as he unsheathed his sword. A sharp and dangerous sword aura filled the air around them as the sword was unsheathed. "Your score is fraudulent and casts a farcical shadow over the White Flame Sword King's score." "White Flame Sword King," John repeated, tiling his head to the side in confusion. "Is that Jihen?" "Do not use the White Flame Sword King's name so informally," the young man growled. "You are not worthy of speaking his true name." I see. Quite an impressive-sounding Dao name he has," John said, nodding his head as if he understood the young man's reasonings. He then shifted his gaze to the Yangdao sect cultivator, who had yet to speak. "And you, what feud do you have with me?" he asked. "Your score is also an insult to Jaxis, the Yangdao sect, and the entire 3-Dao tournament," the Yangdao sect cultivator said, his voice deep and powerful. "Like a rumbling volcano. I am here to prove that you are an unworthy fraud." I see, John nodded his head. "Quite a reception I have here. 2 dogs have come barking at me, doing their master's bidding." His words caused both men to grit their teeth, angered by the insult. Both took a step towards him, about to attack. John glanced between the two of them for a moment, then pointed to the Sword Dao sect cultivator. "Since you cannot team up on me, I suppose I will need to choose my first opponent, Which will be you?" The Sword Dao sect cultivator smiled, thrilled that he would be the one to take down John in front of all these people, both stamping out this fraud before him, as well as making a name for himself. The Yang Dao sect cultivator frowned, clearly displeased by John's choice. "Don't be so unhappy," John said to the man. "I chose this Sword Dao sect runt to do you a favor. Well, not you, but the Yang Sovereign. You see, I have a rather good opinion of the Yang Sovereign, so I would prefer not to embarrass one of his disciples publicly before everyone here." He shifted his gaze to the Sword Dao sect cultivator who was steadily walking towards him, sword to the side, eyes ignited with battle lust. "You, however, I have quite the grudge to settle with the Sword Dao sect, so I'll gladly accept your challenge," John said, then curled his fingers towards him, gesturing for the young man to approach. "I wonder, with you being a sword cultivator, does that mean your body is more suitable to be used as a weapon? Will you become a fearsome sword when wielded like one?" "Let's find out, shall we?" Chapter 1042 Swords of a Thousand Sufferings. The crowd roared with excited anticipation, as the battle they were looking for was about to start. While some were excited to see if John was the real deal, most were cheering for his demise, both taunting John and sending words of encouragement to his opponent. John ignored the taunts, his focus on the Sword Dao sect opponent before him. This was the first time he was going to battle a member of one of the three Dao sects, the strongest sects in the world. Not only that, but it was a member of the Sword Dao sect, the supposedly strongest of the three. He sent out his divine sense to inspect his opponent's armband. Information entered his mind as he linked with it, giving him some insight into his opponent, and also allowing for them to officially battle one another. Name, Canaan. Dao name, Sword Strife. Age, 21. Cultivation, Middle Dao Transformation. Sect, Sword Dao Sect. Metrics. Qi quantity, 85. Qi quality, 84. Health, 68. Durability, 64. Stamina, 92. Comprehensions, 91. Instincts, 81. Willpower, 86. Soul talent, 89. Speed movement arts, 91. Battle arts, 92. Attack power, 90. Total, 1013. Rank, 429. Not bad, John whistled softly, raising an eyebrow. Rank 429, impressive. And your battle arts are rated even higher than mine. It seems like you're quite strong after all. His opponent, Canaan, was actually quite impressive. The important combat attributes such as battle arts, speed, power, and stamina were all top-notch, even when compared to the historical participants of the three Dao tournament. Amongst all Dao transformation participants to ever compete, Canaan could consider himself amongst the top 10% with ease. The only thing bringing his scores down, and thus his overall rank, was his weak constitution. His health and durability were quite average, lowering his overall rank. If those had been relatively even to his other scores, he would no doubt have ranked close to the top 100, or perhaps even broken into that elite rank. "It's just a shame about your constitution," John sighed, shaking his head as if he were truly sorry for his opponent. Canaan gritted his teeth, obviously upset by John's words, as this was no doubt a topic of frustration for him. He held his sword out to his side as he walked towards John, eyes narrowed with anger and focus. "My constitution may be average," Canaan growled. "But what does my constitution matter when you are unable to lay a single finger on me? You will fall beneath my sword arts today, proving that you are nothing but a fraud." John smiled, waiting patiently for his opponent to start the battle. "Good luck," he said. His relaxed attitude and smug smile ignited Canaan's fury, whose aura exploded outwards without warning. His aura felt like it consisted of 1,000,000 invisible swords slicing outwards in all directions. When it washed over John, he felt as though there were countless swords trying to pierce his flesh and even his soul. Beat him up, Canaan. Embarrass this fraud. Show this cheater what it means to insult the Sword Dao sect. Roars of passion boomed out as Kanan's aura surged, the crowd stirred into a frenzy by the battle to come. Kanan's frown turned into a smug smile as he heard the crowd, which was unanimously on his side. He seemed to relish the spotlight. "I was going to take it slow, cutting you down piece by piece," Kanan said, his words sharp like swords themselves. Just listening to him speak made John feel as though a sword was pointed at his neck, and he couldn't help but be impressed by the Sword Dao sect and Kanan as well. "But my time is unfortunately limited, as I still need to make sure to qualify in the top 900. "Ah, right," John said, as if remembering that important fact. "Before we start, what is our relative position right now?" Kanan paused for a split second, surprised that John was worried about such a thing when their battle was about to start. "You don't need to worry about that," Kanan growled. His sword slashed to the side, its sharpness cutting through space, creating a thin cut in space to his side. John raised an eyebrow again, impressed by the sharpness of his sword. Space was suppressed and locked down in this trial, so even opening it a bit was impressive. Kanan reached into the spatial crack, his hand gripping on something. He pulled his hand out a moment later, a new sword in his hand. Ah, so it was just a spatial realm of his that he opened dramatically, John realized, studying the new sword. The new sword in Kanan's hand was far more impressive than the one he had first used. It was one of the finest swords John had ever fought against, and was of impeccable quality. This sword would have no doubt caused an absolute bidding frenzy back on his homeworld, although it was in the possession of a middling Sword Dao sect member on this world. Unlike the first sword Kanan used, which was marble white, this sword was pitch black. A sharpness emanated from the sword like the other, but in a darker, more sinister way. John looked curiously at the weapon, Kanan smiling at his expression. "It's rare for an opponent to force me to use this weapon," Kanan said, his finger tracing the flat of the sword, infusing it with his chi. "You didn't force me to use this weapon, but you should still feel honored to have been cut down by it." John scoffed with amusement, truly impressed by Kanan's misplaced confidence. The battle had yet to begin, and he was already considering it to be over. "Let's get started then," John said, waiting for Kanan to unleash his battle art. "I don't have all day to wait for you to show off to the crowd." While he was able to overwhelm Kanan before he could react, John wanted to see his opponent use his strongest sword arts. He wanted to learn as much as he could about the Sword Dao sect, as he would be clashing with their strongest members in the future. Kanan smiled, then attacked without words or warning. His sword slashed outwards towards John, a black sword image, which billowed like smoke, slicing towards him. His sword moved too fast that it looked like a blur to almost everyone. The sword image was frighteningly fast, fast enough that it almost caught John off guard. He dodged to the side at the last moment, the sword image slamming onto the ground behind him. It pierced into the ground, disappearing deep within before fading away. John looked at the hole behind him, then back towards Kanan. Kanan was frowning, obviously hoping that his simple attack would be able to defeat John. While simple, the attack was quite impressive, John had to admit. Against most others in the tournament, it would most likely have landed, and at the very least done quite a deal of damage. "Fine," Kanan growled, irked by John's dodge. He slashed his sword above his head in an arc. "You leave me no choice. Swords of 1,000 sufferings." Chapter 10:43 Caught in a net as Kanan slashed his sword outwards, 1,000 swords appeared in the air above him. They were all pitch black and billowed in the wind like they were made of smoke. The swords moved in the air, the tips of each one pointed directly at John. "Suffer," Kanan said with a wide smile. Then pointed his true sword directly at John, the 1,000 sword images piercing forward like blurs of black light. "Now this is more like it," John smiled, his chi surging within his body. The 1,000 sword images pierced towards him, like a barrage of arrows. John pressed off the ground, which shattered outwards like a spider web under his power. A portion of the sword images pierced into the ground where he had been standing, creating dozens of sword holes in the ground. The sword still in the air turned towards John without pause, as if they were somehow locked onto his position. A moment later, the swords that had burrowed underground shot out of the earth, resuming their trajectory towards him. John dashed every which way, narrowly avoiding the swords that followed him without pause. The ground trembled and broke as he narrowly avoided the barrage of swords, while the crowd roared excitedly. Look, all he can do is run. He can't even fight back. He's really nothing but a fraud. Kick his ass, Kanan. Show him the might of the Sword Dao sect. Kanan smiled, invigorated both by his early dominance of the battle, as well as the crowd's adulation. He stood in one place, his sword constantly moving about as if he were a composer, its tip always pointing directly towards John. The 1,000 sword images, each strong enough to be a great danger to a typical Middle Dao transformation cultivator, swarmed around John like a storm of swords. John continued to dodge, pushing his physical movement speed to his limits. The crowd, thinking John to be a body cultivator only, considered this to be his fastest movement speed and roared even louder. The swords were slowly but surely catching up to John, encircling around him like a net. A dozen sword images sliced in from behind John, who twisted his body sideways to dodge. All but one narrowly missed, with one sword image slicing his shoulder. A small cut appeared in his robe, and a trickle of blood flowed out. The crowd roared wildly, as if sharks stirred into a frenzy by the smell of blood. John grimaced slightly, not from the physical pain of the attack. The attack had barely cut into his skin and only drew a drop or two of his blood. What made him grimace was the pain the sword cut sent into his body and soul, as if it were infused with the Tao of pain. No, not the Tao of pain. The Tao of suffering, John thought, dodging another barrage of encircling sword images. While the Tao of pain and the Tao of suffering were similar, they were still different enough to be considered two separate things. They were like a sword and a saber. They looked similar, but had their visual differences, and were also used slightly differently, with one piercing and slashing, while the other focused on slashes alone. Both Taos caused pain, but the type of pain was slightly different. No wonder his battle art score is so high, John thought as he sped throughout the battlefield, narrowly avoiding sword after sword. Even one of these swords imbues enough pain that a normal cultivator would be staggered, or even subdued by a cut. Being hit by tens or even hundreds of them would no doubt finish a battle against all but the most formidable of opponents. While John could unleash his own battle arts to fight against the sword barrage, he opted not to for now. He wanted to learn about the Sword Dao sect arts as much as he could. Kanan's wild laughter filled the battlefield as he watched John continue to dodge, without being able to fight back at all. As a body cultivator, your constitution may be formidable, but who cares about constitution when your body is overwhelmed with so much pain that you can't even think, can't even focus? Kanan roared loudly, enjoying the scene of John dodging like prey fleeing for its life from a predator. And if you stop to fight against some of the swords, more will hit you. You have no escape, no options. Your only fate is to suffer under my hands and then give up with shame. Kanan's words stirred the crowd into an even louder frenzy, although John ignored both. He focused on the battle art, studying it as much as he could. As he sped around the battlefield, more and more swords cut into him, forming small lines on his skin. Blood dripped out of these small wounds, which healed almost immediately afterwards. However, the pain, the suffering, lingered in his body and soul, slowing his movements ever so slightly despite the fact that he could almost fully ignore the pain. The battle continued for several minutes like this, with John being sliced more and more every passing moment. As time goes on, his sword art actually gets faster and sharper. No wonder his battle art score was so high, John thought, truly impressed by Kanan's battle art. On the surface, it appeared simple, no different than the other sword arts he had fought against that used countless sword images. However, it was far from simple. The speed of the swords were incredible, fast enough that John truly had trouble dodging them in his current form. In fact, he was sure that even in his Dragon God shift form, a sword or two would occasionally land. Kanan had focused almost entirely on speed for this art, forsaking power and even sharpness. The entire purpose was for the sword images to land, at which point Kanan's control over the Tao of Suffering would take over, eventually overwhelming his opponent. So simple, and yet so effective. The roar of the crowd drowned the battlefield as John fell in a trance. The nature of the sword art, the suffering he felt, all of it flooded his mind, raising his comprehensions in several aspects. New ideas regarding his own battle art creations popped up in his mind, while the Tao of Suffering also helped advance his grasp on the Tao of Pain. The world seemed to vanish as he fell into this trance, with only him and the swords of 1,000 sufferings existing. Suddenly, and without realizing it, the swords encircled him completely, like a fish caught in a net. There was no escape as all the swords pierced directly towards him. Chapter 10:44 to me, there is no difference, ha ha ha. You've been caught like a rat in a cage. Now suffer. Kanan's wild laughter snapped John out of his trance. John's divine sense spread out in all directions, noticing that the 1,000 swords had fully encircled him, with not a single inch of escape possible. In his trance-like state, he had failed to notice this encirclement of swords. Like a puppeteer, Kanan had moved John into this inescapable net, at which all the swords could be guaranteed to land at once. The swords were upon him so fast that even if the space of this realm wasn't restricted, his spatial arts would be fast enough to dodge in time. When faced with a dangerous attack, his instincts would have flared with warning, alerting him to the danger regardless of his state of mind. However, it had not done so this time, and for a single reason. His instincts didn't consider the attack worth warning against. Ha-ha-ha! Kanan's wild laughter intensified, as did the roar of the crowd as the 1,000 swords all pierced down onto John, drowning him in a storm of swords. The land trembled from the power of the attack, which continued for several seconds before finally coming to an end. Kanan's smile widened as he steadied his sword at his side, the 1,000 sword images returning to his position. A cloud of dust and smoke had appeared at John's location, enveloping him within. Ha-ha-ha, nothing but a fraud, Kanan roared loudly, which the crowd took and ran with. Nothing but a fraud, nothing but a fraud, nothing but a fraud. The chant filled every inch of the arena, as millions felt elation and relief upon seeing the journey of the fraud end so swiftly and so embarrassingly. The cloud of dust and smoke started to fade away, followed shortly after by the crowd's chant. Both faded into nothingness as John was revealed to all, still standing tall. His robe was cut up in countless places, and blood dripped from his body to the ground below, making him look quite miserable. However, despite his rather miserable image, John stood tall and unwavering. Although his aura was still contained within himself, it was easy for everyone to tell that his combat prowess had not been affected. The 1,000 swords had landed directly without guarding against, and yet John still stood tall. Impossible. That was the word almost everyone was thinking. Even if the swords didn't damage John that much due to him being a body cultivator, the pain should have overwhelmed him. Everyone knew Kanan's sword art, and knew it was one of the most painful arts to withstand from any of the Tao transformation geniuses. 1,000 landing all at once. Even someone like Jihin would have trouble ignoring that much pain, and his willpower was famed across the land. John should have been a crumpled mess on the ground, writhing in pain, not standing tall as if the sword art had done nothing to him. What they didn't know was that Kanan's sword art was a horrible matchup against John, who had already suffered pain and agony more times than they could possibly imagine. How, Kanan said, eyes wide with disbelief. You can't be standing. Ha-ha-ha, John looked up at the sky and started laughing loudly, arms stretched out to the side. His maniacal laughter was the only audible thing for a short while, as almost everyone looked at him in disbelief. He had taken the full force of Kanan's attack head-on, which was something almost no one could do and still be standing. "Wah, what's so funny?" Kanan asked, teeth gritted with growing embarrassment. John's laughter died down as he lowered his gaze, locking onto Kanan's eyes. "I figured if I'm going to play the villain this tournament, then I might as well lean into it fully," John said, a smile appearing on his face as he started to walk towards Kanan, his aura finally starting to leak out. Kanan instinctively took a step backwards, his instincts warning him that a dangerous entity was approaching. John's aura, revealed for the first time to Kanan, filled him with dread. It wasn't the quantity or power of the aura that made him feel this way, but the quality and nature of it. The quality of John's chi was unlike anything Kanan had felt before, as was its innate feeling. A feeling of dormant malevolence, as if a demon was slumbering within John, ready to appear at a moment's notice. John's smile widened as he saw Kanan take a step back. "I've learned as much as I can from your sword art," John said, his aura slowly but surely climbing. "Oh, before I do what I'm about to do to you, I want to let you know something. The only reason I was caught in that net of yours was because it was never a danger to me in the first place. The full might of your sword art or nothing at all. To me, there is no difference." Lightning suddenly erupted in the arena, like a heavenly tribulation had arrived to bring calamity. A solid cage of lightning formed around John and Kanan, obscuring the crowd's vision of what was happening within. Explosions, thunderclaps, dragon-like roars, and cries of pain came from the lightning cage, which vanished less than 30 seconds later. All eyes fell on John, who stood tall, holding a human-shaped object wrapped in lightning in his hands. The tip of the weapon pointed directly towards the Yangdao sect member who had challenged him, who still stood to the side. "So, are you going to do the smart thing and run, or will I have to add another weapon to my growing collection?" John asked. Since he had a good opinion of the Yang sovereign, he wanted to give this opponent one last opportunity to do the smart thing and run. The Yangdao sect member gritted his teeth, an uncertain expression on his face as he stared at John. His eyes shifted from John to the crowd, then back to John. Then he pointed his saber at John, his body and saber igniting with powerful flames. John sighed, then nodded his head approvingly. With the crowd watching, him backing down would become a permanent mark of shame, John realized, although he had hoped for this opponent to have a bit more brains than the other. John took a step towards his opponent as lightning erupted all around him, drowning the battlefield in his power. Whistling drifted through the silent arena, accompanied only by footsteps crunching on the barren earth beneath John's feet. He held two human-shaped objects that rested on each of his shoulders, both wrapped completely in lightning, a look of satisfaction on his smiling face. A narrow valley stretched out before him, sheer face cliffs rising high on both sides of him. He suddenly stopped as a beast appeared before him, blocking his path forward. The beast, appearing like a hulking bear made of powerful flames, snarled at him, teeth bared. John smiled, then steadied both weapons before him. "Rejoice," he said loudly for all to hear as the beast surged towards him. "It's time for both of you to prove your worthiness. Do well, and you might earn the honor of becoming my permanent weapon." Muffled cries of protest turned to muffled cries of pain as weapons and beast collided. Bang, Chapter 1045, passing the elimination trial, the formation beast fell at John's feet, shaking the ground lightly. Wounds covered most of its body, which was obviously broken in many places. Unlike a creature felled by a sharp blade, with cuts and blood everywhere, this creature was bashed to death instead. A second later, the formation beast faded away. John nodded, satisfied, then continued onwards. More tests and trials appeared on his journey through the arena. Illusory trials, combat trials, speed trials, power trials, and more. None of them came close to giving John a hard time, let alone stopping his progress forward. Almost all the way through the trial, he stopped as another formation-based opponent fell, down by his barrage of attacks from his human-shaped weapons. "This trial is far easier than I thought it was going to be," John thought. "Although I suppose its difficulty makes sense. This trial isn't trying to eliminate everyone, but instead find the worthiest candidates to move on to the actual tournament. If it was so hard it eliminated everyone, it would ruin everything." A tall, barren mountain blocked his path forward. The air around the mountain shimmered ever so slightly, revealing some sort of energy covering it. John stepped onto the base of the mountain, feeling a powerful energy descend on him, trying to block his path forward. He sighed with disappointment, then moved forward. The energy intensified as he continued, but even at the top where it was the strongest, it was not strong enough to force him to use his dragon god shift, let alone strong enough to cause him any problem. He crested the top of the mountain, peering down on the other side. An open field, one that stretched from one side of the arena to the other, came into view. On the other side of the field was the finish line. It was a large stone archway several hundred yards wide and tall, with elders of the Yangdao sect standing nearby. Between him and the finish line was the open field. The field was littered with formation-based enemies, thousands in total. It was closer to a battlefield than anything else, with thousands of human and bestial enemies. The battlefield was exploding with activity, as trial participants who had arrived this far tried to make their way through the field. The formation enemies surged towards them ceaselessly, causing each participant to fight their way through hordes of enemies. From what he could tell, this was the hardest trial by far, which made sense as it was also the last one. John focused on a girl from a sect he didn't recognize making her way through the battlefield. She was in the early Dao transformation realm, and as each enemy approached her, their cultivation shifted towards the early Dao transformation realm as well. Dozens threw themselves at her, wave after wave. The girl, spear in hand, faced the onslaught head-on, slowly but surely making her way forward. She was struggling a bit, but was not on the verge of defeat. John watched her for a short while, then sighed again. If only the enemies were of a higher cultivation than my own, this could have been fun. Shaking his head with disappointed boredom, John made his way down the other side of the mountain and arrived at the start of the field. He walked onto it without pause, and soon a horde of enemies noticed him, then sped towards him, weapons raised, battle arts flying out. John lowered his sword Dao sect weapon, who he had named Sword of 1,000 Morons, and steadied it before him. His Yangdao sect weapon still rested on his other shoulder, its natural yang aura bathing him in a nice, comfortable warmth. On his way through the trial, John had favored using his sword Dao sect weapon for almost every battle, while the Yangdao sect weapon was merely ornamentation. A muffled protest, one barely audible through the coils of lightning, sounded out. "Silence, Sword of 1,000 Morons," John said, shaking the weapon violently in his hand. "You are a weapon, you cannot speak." Another angered cry sounded out, which turned to frenzied pleading, then pain, as the battle began. Enemy after enemy threw themselves at John, each enemy in the middle Dao transformation realm. John swung his sword of 1,000 Morons outwards, each swing slamming into an enemy with violent power. Each swing was strong enough to blast his opponent aside, and sometimes blasted multiple enemies aside at once. John was like a tempest on the battlefield, moving slowly but surely without pause, a storm of chaos following wherever he went. Boom, boom, boom. The battlefield trembled from each attack, which continued ceaselessly as the horde of enemies seemed to never end. When one was felled, another formed from thin air, then threw itself at John. Some attacked physically, other enemies used battle arts. Each attack was met with his sword of 1,000 Morons, which held up quite nicely in this battle, much to John's approval. While most of it was due to his powerful lightning wrapped completely around his weapon, it was still holding up quite well. The crowd watched with stunned awe as John made his way through the battlefield with calm composure. By now, they had realized that his strength was the real deal. Every single trial, every single test he had endured had been completed with comical ease, as if the trials were nothing more than playthings to him. Not a single one had given him any difficulty so far, and even his battles with the powerful Sword Dao sect and Yangdao sect members had been an easy victory for him. A long line of destruction trailed behind John, who finally arrived on the other side of the open field. The enemies stopped moving towards him and instead focused on other participants that were fighting in the battlefield. The finish line was only a dozen yards away. John stepped towards it, then paused before stepping over the line. The crowd looked on with surprised confusion, wondering why he had stopped moving right at the very end. John stood there for a second, then turned around. He laughed at himself lightly, shaking his head. "I probably almost just got disqualified," he said to himself, a self-deprecating smile on his face. He then took both of his weapons off his shoulders and set them upright on the ground before him, an ankle held in each hand. "You two were good weapons," John said. "May we meet again in the future so that I may use you once more." With that, he picked up the Yongdao sect weapon, took a step forward, then heaved his arm powerfully. The Yongdao sect weapon arced into the air like a lightning bolt, surging through the sky. It sailed for dozens of miles back towards the labyrinth on the other side of the arena, eventually landing just before the stone door where he had obtained it. Just as the weapon hit the ground, the lightning unraveled. The Yongdao sect youth's aura flared with furious might as he landed on his feet. His head swiveled in all directions, searching for the one who had turned him into a weapon. He looked upwards, noticing another object speeding towards his location. The object, a human shape wrapped in lightning, sped towards his location with incredible speed and power. Unlike before, the lightning did not fade away as it arrived. "Ah!" A startled, panicked cry rang out from within the lightning coils. The Sword Dao sect cultivator, still coated in lightning, slammed violently into the ground. The ground shattered in all directions as the youth pierced into the ground, disappearing from sight. A cry of agonized pain drifted out of the human-shaped crater a moment later. The Yongdao sect cultivator watched that all happen with wide eyes, then breathed a sigh of relief that his fate had not been the same. His face lit up with embarrassment as he noticed the crowd staring at him. He shook his head to compose himself, then made his way forward through the rest of the trial once again, hoping to still qualify for the actual tournament. John nodded his head, satisfied with the outcome of things, then turned around and stepped through the finish line of the elimination trial. The first step of this tournament, the first step towards defeating Jihan and winning Lillian's freedom, was complete. Chapter 1046. You know him, don't you? Congratulations, young man, a Yongdao sect elder standing near the finish line said to John. He looked at John with a curious, piercing look, as if trying to see through all his secrets. John merely smiled and thanked the elder as he was handed an item. It was a metallic seal, one bearing the engravings of all 3 Dao sect crests. "What is this?" John asked curiously. "You can use this badge to access all the rooms and amenities restricted to the true tournament participants," the elder explained. John thanked the elder, then moved onwards towards the tunnel nearby that led under the arena stands. The roaring of the crowd softened as he entered the tunnel, arriving in a large room a few seconds later. The room was filled with countless trial participants, elders, and more. John counted at least 300 participants in the room who had successfully passed the trial. "This doesn't even include the ones who passed but have already left the room," John mused, realizing he had taken more time to finish the trial than he had realized. "You cut it quite close there," Zuri said from a distance as she and Nalia approached. The two of them stopped before him, Zuri smiling lightly, Nalia almost bursting with excitement. "How close?" John asked curiously. "You finished around 600. "I guess I did take my time," John said, scratching the back of his head. While there were still 300 more open spots to fill before the trial ended, it was closer than he had figured it would be. "That was amazing," Nalia suddenly burst out, her voice growing louder with each word as if she couldn't contain herself anymore. John looked at her with an interested expression. He had not expected a Yongdao sect member to get so excited for his performance, even though Nalia was quite boisterous and energetic all the time. "Thanks," John said, and then was immediately assaulted by a barrage of endless questions. How did you get so strong? And that stone door? That door defeats over half of all trial participants, and even then it takes most using their full strength to open. Did you really just kick it open? Surely you used a battle art but masked it somehow." "That was just a kick," John shrugged, answering only the last of her questions. Nalia considered his answer for a moment, then moved on as if his answer was sufficient. "And then you faced Oridon. Oridon, He's one of the top 50 Dao transformation cultivators in the entire Yangdao sect. And even then, he's known to be quite hard to beat even by stronger members. And you beat him in less than a minute and then turned him into a weapon. I've never seen anything like it. Nalia started rambling again. Oh, and you also turned that Sword Dao sect cultivator into a weapon as well. I quite enjoyed that. You should do that to all Sword Dao sect members whenever you get a chance. She started rambling again, her face filled with awe and adoration. John looked to Zuri, who merely shrugged while smiling at him. She wouldn't stop rambling about you when we were watching your performance, Zuri said through a sound transmission. And it seems she's become completely smitten by you. Good luck. John rolled his eyes, then looked back to Nalia, who was still rambling excitedly. I defeated one of your sect members and turned him into a weapon. Shouldn't you be cheering for Oridon and your Yangdao sect, and not for me? John asked. Screw that, Nalia exclaimed quickly. I'm fully behind you for the rest of this tournament. If you manage to place well or even win, I can brag for the rest of my life that I was your guide and escort for the tournament. I can always cheer for my sect in the future, but this year I'm cheering for you. John looked at Nalia for a moment, then smiled and reached out, ruffling her hair in a brotherly manner. Thanks then, he simply said, then started walking. Nalia pouted at him, her face red with embarrassment and disappointment. Zuri patted Nalia on the shoulder in a comforting manner, the two of them following behind John as he made his way out of the room. The crowd watched John enter the tunnel, then exploded into a frenzy of discussion, arguments, and even small fights. The Sword Dao sect, Yangdao sect, and their powerful subsects still villainized John, saying he was strong but still a fraud when compared to his scores, and was nothing compared to the likes of Jihin and Jaxus. On the other side, a growing number of independent cultivators, those from Tier 3 sects, or places like merchant halls, formation guilds, and more, were starting to get behind John, supporting him. It wasn't that they wanted to support John specifically, but they were thrilled at the opportunity to watch someone not from the 3 Dao sects embarrass the members of those sects. The 3 Dao sects had lorded over the continent like kings for so long. It had been eons since they had last been embarrassed like this. The non-affiliated spectators eagerly embraced this opportunity to watch the insufferable Dao sects be knocked down a peg. It was truly a breath of fresh air, which they hoped would continue for as long as possible. High above the arena stands, in the rooms at the top of the arena overlooking it all, the Sword Saint stood, eyes glued to John's back as he stepped into the tunnel. A deep scowl rested on his face as he watched John disappear below the arena. His strength is the real deal. The Sword Saint glanced to the side, his eyes falling on his son, Jihin. His strength may be more than I had initially expected, the Sword Saint said, but he's still nothing but a fraud. You would not only have placed first for this trial, but would have done so in record time. His placement shows his arrogant attitude and lack of strength. I don't think he took this trial with speed in mind, Jihin replied. His opponents were nothing but ants, the Sword Saint scoffed. Had you been in his place, you could have done what he did in a fraction of the time. His performance is nothing to be impressed about. Jihin remained silent, watching the rest of the trial participants make their way through the trial as fast as they could. The Sword Saint watched for a moment, then turned his gaze to the side, where Lillian was comfortably resting on a couch. She had a jade piece in her hand which she was studying. She felt the Sword Saint's eyes fall upon her and looked up to meet his gaze. She raised an eyebrow as the two locked eyes, as if waiting for him to speak his mind, as something was clearly on it. When I learned of your existence, the Sword Saint said to her, I did some digging around for information. After all, the nature of your arrival to this world was quite unique. Lillian remained silent, giving the Sword Saint a leveled gaze, as if telling him to get on with his point. During the course of my investigation, I heard an intriguing piece of information. I had dismissed it as unimportant at first, but perhaps I was wrong about that. The Sword Saint turned and walked over to her, stopping just a few feet away. He studied her closely for a moment before speaking again, since Lillian had remained silent, her expression unreadable. You know that boy, don't you? Chapter 1047 Jihin's Motivations. Lillian raised an eyebrow upon hearing the Sword Saint's impressive guess. She remained silent, however, not concerned about him finding out the truth, but instead to seize any opportunity to frustrate the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint paused for a moment, letting Lillian have time to speak and explain herself. She remained silent, not playing into his games. He narrowed his eyes for a brief moment, then continued. The information was from the person that found you, the Sword Saint continued. He said that he saw your arrival, like a fiery comet streaking down from the sky. He followed your trail and eventually found you, but mentioned that when you had appeared, you arrived as a twin comet. Your point, Lillian finally said something. Someone else clearly arrived with you, he continued. The second comet. Was that comet this boy? Was he the reason you came up with that little wager of yours? Your confidence in placing that bet always felt misplaced, but if my guess is correct, it would make much more sense. Lillian gave the Sword Saint a level gaze, then smiled lightly. And if he was, does it make any difference? The Sword Saint narrowed his eyes, a deep breath pulled in a moment later. His mouth twitched with a range of conflicting emotions, then he turned and began to walk away. No, there is no difference at all whether you know this boy or not, the Sword Saint said firmly. If he runs into Jihin, he will be destroyed. And you, he said, turning to look at her over his shoulder. You will then marry Jihin and give him an heir. That is the only outcome to this gamble of yours. Do you want to increase the stakes of the wager then? Lillian asked with a sly smile on her face. The Sword Saint stopped at the room's exit, then left without uttering a word. She watched him leave, then returned her focus to the jade piece in her hand. A pill appeared in her other hand a moment later, one brimming with profound death chi, which she then swallowed. You shouldn't taunt father like that, Jihin said, eyes still focused on the trial happening far below. His temper has gotten worse since the illusory scores were announced, and provoking him won't serve you any good. Lillian shot him a quick glance, then returned her focus to the jade piece, studying its contents within. Silence filled the room for a long time before Jihin spoke up once more. Lillian looked up from her jade piece, studying Jihin for a while. Your father is the one who discovered me, the one who purchased me, the one who betrothed you and I, and yet despite all that, you've never told either me or your father your opinion on this matter, Lillian said, her words causing Jihin to turn towards her and meet her gaze. From what I can tell, you only care about your way of the sword and your cultivation, Lillian continued. So why do you go along with your father's plans so obediently? Jihin's gaze lingered on Lillian for a while, then returned to the trial far below. I will eventually have to marry, so why not accept the hand of a heavenly beauty? Jihin said flatly. He paused for a moment, as if considering his next words. Besides, he continued, you're right about my sword Dao being everything to me. It is the pinnacle martial Dao, and I intend to take my sword Dao to the peak of this universe, dominating all who stand in my way. While I climb to the peak, I will use any and all advantages and opportunities to get there. He turned to meet her gaze again, his expression calm yet firm. And your vital yin will be an important aid to my ascension, he said, holding her gaze. The first exchange of vital yin in a cultivator's life is the most important, the most potent, the most nourishing. In this regard, I will find no better suitor than you. My vital yin, she mused, eyebrow raised, then sighed and returned her focus to the jade piece in her hand. What a disappointing answer. You will also benefit greatly from our exchange of yin and yang, Jihin said flatly, as if talking about a mundane subject. It is not only me who is obtaining something valuable from this situation. Is that so? Lillian mumbled, not taking her eyes off the jade piece. Just remember not to upset John too much, and especially do not mention to him what you just said to me. I'd rather not have your death on his hands. That would cause him quite a bit of trouble, which I'd much rather avoid. Your friend is not strong enough to beat me, Jihin replied evenly, as if his words were simply fact and not opinion. In this endeavor, you have made a grave error in judgment. The rest of the preliminary trial carried out without much fanfare, much to the crowd's disappointment. After being entertained by John's antics, the rest of the usually exciting trial had seemed rather boring and mundane. In the battlefield before the finish line, dozens of chaotic battles were taking place as the participants there desperately tried to make their way forward. In the chaos of it all, a girl from the Arcane Dao sect, a Tier 2 subsect of the Mage Dao sect, managed to break through and step over the finish line, sealing herself as the last qualifier. A blaring noise filled the arena a moment later, officially signaling the end of the preliminary trial. The crowd erupted wildly with cheers, excited by what they had seen, and even more so, excited for what was to come. The end of the preliminary trial meant only one thing, that tomorrow, the tournament proper, the one they had all been looking forward to for 3 years, was about to commence. A tournament filled with heavenly geniuses, grudge-fueled rivalries, and unknown dark horses. It was no doubt going to be a tournament of the ages. A tournament that none of the tens of millions of spectators would ever forget for as long as they lived. Chapter 10, 48. A familiar face with the elimination trial completed, there was 1 day of rest between it and the start of the true tournament. For the approximately 10,000 Dao transformation geniuses that did not place top 900 in the elimination trial, their tournament journey was officially over. However, just making it this far had already established them as a top 1% genius. For those from Tier 2 and Tier 3 sects, this alone was something that would bring pride and honor to both the genius as well as their sect. For the 3 Tier 1 sects, this was only the beginning. While the 3 Dao sects had countless youths, more than enough to completely dominate the tournament's top 10,000, they each only sent their top 100 youths, so as to give their subsects an opportunity to prove their worth. With both the illusory test scores and the preliminary trial done, the 3 Dao sects released the official seedings going into the official tournament. The main consideration for the seedlings was the illusory test scores. Those scores were used first and foremost, with the elimination trial results considered last. In the case where a top 1,000 illusory test scorer did not qualify during the elimination trial, those who had a lower ranking and did qualified were moved up 1 slot. Thus, there was a small difference in the end between illusory test rankings and actual seedings, but to John, it made no difference. He ranked first in the illusory tests and had also qualified successfully. As such, his official seeding for the tournament was the number 1 seed, with Jihan in second and Jaxus in third. The door to the Prime Shadow's room opened. John and Zuri stepped inside, followed by Nalia a moment later. "Phew," Nalia exclaimed with a relieved sigh. "We were completely surrounded the entire way back, all those shouting people. I thought they were going to attack us at any moment." "They wouldn't do something so brazen within the Yongdao sect," Zuri said, patting Nalia on the shoulder. "Quite a performance you put on for the crowd," the Prime Shadow said as he turned around from his window seat, looking at John. Job shrugged, then smiled as he walked over. "I figured if I'm going to be treated like the villain, I might as well play the part." The Prime Shadow nodded in understanding. "Just try to be a bit more lenient with the Yongdao sect youths. Their Yongli cultivations make them quite hot-headed, so most won't back down to you even if they know they're outmatched." John could read between the lines. This had most likely been a request from the Yang sovereign, who had left the room earlier to attend to tournament matters. John nodded in understanding, then walked towards the training room and opened the door. "Training immediately after the trial? You don't want to rest?" Zuri asked from afar. "When I fought Kanan, his simple yet effective sword art gave me some inspirations, so I want to try out some new ideas for my self-created battle arts." Zuri nodded approvingly, then walked over to John. "Then let me help you create this art of yours." As the day passed by, a storm of frenzied commotion grew both inside and outside the Yongdao sect. The discussions and predictions about the tournament had never been so heated, as John's appearance had thrown a wrench into everything. As for the gambling halls, They were nearly overwhelmed with gamblers trying to take advantage of this developing situation. Some believed in the illusory results and placed massive wagers supporting John, while most still considered Jihin and Jaxus to be the favorites, and sought to win easy money from those foolish enough to believe in a nobody like John. The rising sun the next day stirred the city and secked into a frenzy once more. It meant that the tournament was starting today. Those who were wealthy enough or lucky enough to have tickets flooded towards the Marshall Stadium with haste, while everyone else flooded the bars, taverns, and gambling venues that had formation screens showing the fights. Hundreds of millions of eyes fell upon the arena, or the formation screens revealing it, while billions both near and afar listened with eager ears and read with eager eyes the most recent news regarding the tournament. In the entire human continent, it was almost impossible to find someone not focused on the tournament, a testament to its prestige and intrigue amongst the human race. The door to John's training room opened up. A bloody and sweat-covered John and Zuri stepped out, both looking worn and wounded. However, the smiles on both their faces betrayed their true emotions. "It seems like your training went well," the Prime Shadow asked. He was sitting at the large window overlooking the arena, sipping a cup of delicious, steaming tea. "You could say that," John replied. "Oh, no hints at all as to what you accomplished?" the Prime Shadow asked. "Let's just say that I was too focused on creating complicated and flashy arts, as I mistook complexity and flashiness for power. Kanan's sword art showed me that simple-looking arts can still be dangerous, which inspired me to try something similar. What I've come up with is still developing, but it's quite powerful." "That's an understatement," Zuri said, then walked across the room to one of the washrooms, then closed the door behind her. John exchanged a few more words with the Prime Shadow, then washed up himself. After putting on a fresh and durable robe provided by the Prime Shadow, John and Zuri left the room, finding a waiting Nalia outside. Her eyes lingered on John for a moment too long, which she realized, blushed, and then averted her gaze. John felt a tinge of pity for her, as he did not share her feelings. Nalia recovered her wits and then led John and Zuri through several hallways, then out into the stadium itself. The roaring crowd came into view, not a single seat unoccupied. It was like an ocean of endless humans, more in one's place than John had ever seen. The arena below was cleared of the preliminary trial. Obstacles, with a single, almost perimeter-spanning arena there instead. "We're not going to the tunnel below like before?" John asked Nalia, his voice almost drowned out by the roaring crowd. She smiled at him and shook her head. "No, those who have proven themselves and qualified are given a different privilege." "What privilege?" John asked curiously. "You'll see," Nalia said with a teasing smile. John didn't press the matter, and instead soaked in the electric atmosphere. Those in the crowd near him finally spotted and recognized him, resulting in taunts, boos, and cheers to be leveled at him. Suddenly, about a dozen people appeared in the center of the arena below. Their appearance silenced the crowd, who dared not speak over them. The group consisted of the Yang Sovereign, the Mage Sovereign, the Sword Saint, and about 10 other powerhouses wearing the colors of those three sects. John studied the group curiously, his expression going cold and even slightly murderous a moment later. Zuri noticed his change in expression and looked about for any danger, but found nothing. Before she could ask what was going on, the Yang Sovereign spoke. "Those who have proven themselves worthy may now step forward and enter the arena," he said, his powerful voice filling every corner of the stadium. A moment later, 1,000 youths took to the sky, appearing over the arena. Many held long banners behind them, proudly waving the flags of their sects. It was quite a beautiful sight. 1,000 geniuses soaring through the air towards the arena below, colorful banners waving behind them in the wind. The crowd roared wildly, cheers and cries of support flooding the arena. John followed their lead and took to the sky, slowly moving towards the arena below. The roaring of the crowd and beauty of the scene was lost to him. His focus was on something else, someone else. There, in the middle of the arena, wearing pure white robes, and standing behind the sword saint was a face John would never forget. The face of the woman who had slaughtered Fury, Suri, and Luri. Chapter 10, 49 reunited. A year later, the crowd cheered with passion as the 1,000 youths streamed through the sky, long, colorful banners streaming behind them. Some of the youths flared their auras as well, adding to the colorful display as hundreds of different color auras filled the air above the arena. Around a third of the banners were white, red, or purple, the colors of the 3 Dao sects, while the others were the colors of the strongest Tier 2 sect geniuses who had managed to make it this far. The atmosphere was absolutely electric, as if 10 million souls had gathered for a singular purpose of passionate celebration. Normally, John would have reveled in this atmosphere, which made just about everyone present burst with energy and vigor. Instead, the cheering of the crowd and beauty of the colors in the sky was almost completely lost to him. His focus was on the woman standing on the stage behind the sword saint. Right now, there was nothing else in his vision, nothing else on his mind. His mind raced with chaotic thoughts as he stared at her with narrowed eyes. Why was she here? Why was she behind the sword saint? Who was she exactly? Was the sword saint or the entire sword Dao sect behind that woman's actions? Countless questions raced in his mind, though he knew none of them would receive answers anytime soon. He slowly fell down towards the center of the arena, where everyone was gathering, and landed softly a short distance away from the group of powerhouses. The other youths landed nearby, grouping by their sects. The groups consisting of the 3 Dao sects were the largest by far, with about 100 cultivators in each group. The rest of the youths gathered in smaller groups, some as large as 50, others as small as 2. In the sea of colorful groups, only John stood alone. Most of the crowd's focus was on the Yang Sovereign and the other powerhouses of the human race, who were more like mythical demigods than humans to the general populace. The natural presence of the Yang Sovereign, the Mage Sovereign, and the Sword Saint were too brilliant to ignore. Their auras were withdrawn, and they almost appeared like normal mortals if one didn't look close enough. But upon close inspection, one would feel as though they were staring at a world itself, too vast and powerful to comprehend. The powerhouses, as well as those standing behind them, patiently waited for all the youths to land on the arena. The crowd suddenly erupted in a loud cheer as a youth landed amongst the Sword Dao sect. Jihin landed on the arena with natural grace, his posture straight, his face calm, yet bearing a natural look of confidence. Another cheer, even louder than Jihin's, erupted as Jaxus landed on the stage. With the tournament being hosted in the Yangdao sect, the largest fanbase present was undoubtedly the Yangdao sect. They cheered with wild jubilance at Jaxus' arrival. Unlike Jihin's graceful arrival, Jaxus landed like a comet on the arena. His Yang aura flared powerfully for a moment to signify his arrival, then withdrew as he turned to look at Jihin. His gaze narrowed as he saw Jihin not even giving him a single glance. Instead, Jihin's focus was on John, who stood off to the side some distance away. Jaxus shifted his gaze to John, eyes igniting with battle lust as he spotted him. Jaxus frowned as John completely ignored him, while Jihin raised an eyebrow. Both knew John could definitely feel their gazes on him, and yet John had completely ignored them as if they didn't exist. Jaxus felt his blood go hot with the disrespect, while Jihin felt a rare tinge of displeasure at being ignored like this. John felt both their gazes land on him, but he ignored them completely. Only the woman behind the Sword Saint existed at the moment. His narrowed gaze simmered ever so softly with murderous bloodlust, as he wanted nothing more than to rush the woman and cut her down immediately. Instead, he took a deep breath and averted his gaze. He knew if he stared at the woman for too long, she would notice his murderous gaze and become suspicious. Just as he averted his gaze, the woman behind the Sword Saint looked over in his direction, a curious expression on her face. She scanned the arena around John, which contained him and a few other groups of youths nearby. "I think you should take a look at." Her eyes narrowed for an instant, then returned to her original direction, towards the Yang Sovereign who stood before the group of powerhouses. The last Dao transformation youth finally touched down on the arena, joining their group. The Yang sovereign raised his hand, asking for silence. The crowd silenced instantly. "It is always an honor of mine and my sect to host the triannual Dao tournament," the Yang sovereign said, his voice firm and powerful. "We have witnessed countless feats of heroism and genius thus far, and will most certainly witness countless more during the upcoming Dao transformation tournament." The crowd cheered loudly, while the Yang sovereign waited for the noise to die down. The Dao transformation tournament is always the most anticipated and most exciting of the brackets, and this year I believe will be no different, he continued after the crowd became silent. "The Mage Sovereign, the Sword Saint, and myself will watch the fights to come with interest and excitement. Show to us, and the world itself, of your genius. Show to all your talent, your power, your resolve. This arena is your stage to prove yourself and cement your name in the annals of history. I wish you all good luck in the fights to come." The crowd erupted into applause once more. The Yang sovereign, as well as the rest of the group, took to the sky, slowly soaring up towards the top of the stadium. They arrived at a viewing platform the very top of the arena, which was separated from the rest of the crowd by several miles. This arrangement allowed for relative peace and quiet for the powerhouses as they watched the tournament below, and also gave everyone in the arena, both crowd and fighters alike, an unobstructed view of the powerhouses of the world. On the viewing platform were countless ornate seats and tables, each luxurious enough to be fit for the wealthiest of kings and sect leaders. It was almost as if each seat was a throne itself, luxurious beyond compare. There were dozens of them, some larger and more luxurious than the others, but each beyond valuable and grand. Around 100 servants and butlers stood on the edge of this viewing platform, patiently waiting for orders from those lofty enough to claim a seat here. The various tables on the platform already held exotic and delicious food and drink, most of it so expensive that only someone like the Yang sovereign could afford it in such quantities. John's eyes, as well as the rest of the crowd, followed the group of powerhouses as they soared through the sky and landed on the platform. He watched as the powerhouses, the Sword Dao sect woman included, mingled for a while with the others, then took a seat to view the fights to come. John's cold, simmering gaze shifted from the woman, then his eyes went wide. His anger and rage instantly melted away, replaced by relief and joy instead, as he locked eyes with a familiar person already sitting on one of the throne-like chairs, a face he had not seen for nearly a year. He smiled and nodded at Lillian, who smiled and returned the brief nod. Her expression then turned into an almost mischievous one, at which point she winked at him. John's smile widened as he instantly understood her meaning. Her expression said, "I'm fine, so let loose and cause havoc." John nodded his head again in understanding. "Gladly." Chapter 1050 Exchanging Words with Jihin. Lillian looked completely mesmerizing sitting on the throne-like chair, which seemed to be a natural fit for her, as if she had grown up sitting on thrones all her life. She was wearing an exquisite white dress with blue and gold trimmings, most likely provided to her by the Sword Dao sect. The skirt of the dress shimmered and faded away to mist, adding to her ethereal appearance. The dress clung to her body, revealing her natural curves, while her blue hair fell elegantly over her right shoulder and then behind her back. Millions of eyes in the crowd stared at her, some with envy, some with jealousy, and many with curiosity. They had all heard of the wager between the Sword Saint and the mysterious woman betrothed to Jihin. None had ever seen her before, and most had only heard stories of her beauty and talent. Most felt those stories had undersold her features, as many in the crowd felt she was the most beautiful woman they had ever laid their eyes on. While her expressions as calm and even icy usually, there was an allure to that iciness which many couldn't resist. Countless discussions broke out immediately, discussing Lillian, her beauty, the wager, her and Jihin's betrothal, and everything in between. For a moment, neither the sovereigns, nor John or Jihin were the center of attention. Lillian ignored the attention, her gaze lingering on John for a moment, then shifting elsewhere. "I will now announce the rules for the tournament," a half-step holy manifestation cultivation Yangdao sect elder said. The elder had a bald head, a thick, fiery red beard, and a powerful build. He looked more like a body cultivator than an essence cultivator, and had a natural fiery aura around him. All eyes fell onto the elder, who stood before the group of 1,000 youths. "The rules are the same as always," the elder continued. "Each fight will last no more than an hour. Each fight will be concluded when one fighter forces the other to submit, or renders them unable to continue fighting. Killing and crippling is strictly forbidden, and will be punished severely. If at the end of the hour a victor has yet to be determined, a panel of judges will determine the winner. Lastly, each fight will start 10 minutes after the previous one had concluded. If a fighter does not show up during that 10-minute window, they will be disqualified. Are there any questions?" No one amongst the Tao transformation fighters asked any question, and so the elder proceeded. "As is tradition, the first fight will commence in a moment, and will be between the first seed and the last seed," the elder said. All eyes fell onto John as the elder said this, as he was the one who held the first place seating. He felt the weight of 10 million eyes fall upon him, which was something many his age would crumble under in nervousness and fear. John ignored the gazes as if they didn't exist. Not only had he been stared at and targeted by monsters far more threatening than these 10 million people, his mind was occupied with a million swirling thoughts at the moment. Thoughts about Lillian, thoughts about the mysterious woman who had killed Fury and his children, thoughts about the tournament itself. The elder continued to speak about the tournament for a while, although John mostly ignored his ramblings. While the elder spoke, John felt someone approach him from his left. He shifted his gaze, eyes narrowing for a brief moment before returning to his normal calm. Although he had never personally seen this man before, he instantly knew who it was. There was no mistaking Jihin's aura, his appearance, or his natural feeling of superiority he seemed to give off. Jihin's existence felt as though it was a sword, ready to cut down any obstacle at any moment. It was the first time that John felt any sort of instinctual danger from someone near his age, other than Asuro's. Jihin walked up to John and stopped next to him, turning towards the elder who continued to speak about the prestige of the tournament, the honor the youths brought to their sex, the fighting schedule, and other unimportant things. "I finally get to meet the infamous John Fenix," Jihin said, glancing sideways at John, eyeing him up and down for a moment before returning his gaze to the speaking elder. John gave Jihin another glance, then ignored him. Usually, he would want nothing more than to exchange words with Jihin, and then fists, for his audacity to capture and force Lillian into marriage. However, with the new developments of the woman in white and seeing Lillian for the first time in a year, Jihin had fallen down in importance for a moment as far as John was concerned. "I think you should take a look at." Jihin waited for a reply, which never came. "I saw your battles yesterday," Jihin continued, his voice calm and expression neutral. "I'm hoping what you revealed yesterday is only the tip of what you are capable of. Your friend has spoken quite highly of you, and it would be a shame for her words to be proven false. I've been looking for a true challenge for quite some time, one that will push me and my sword arts to the next level." He turned towards John, studying him once more. "Will your friend's words be proven true, or are you merely a false genius like everyone else?" Jihin asked, and yet again received silence from John. Jihin frowned ever so slightly, not used to someone ignoring him like this. Although he cared not for the attention and adulation of others, he still felt slight irritation at being treated as if he was not worth talking to. Jihin shifted his gaze upwards, towards the viewing platform in the distance where Lillian sat. "Your friend has placed a great deal of trust in you, wagering her entire future on your strength. I'm afraid for both of you that her faith in you is nothing but false hope," Jihin said, then smiled as John finally reacted and turned to look at him. "Wagered her future," John repeated, a slight scowl on his face. "Her future was taken from her forcefully when you and your father forced her into that farcical marriage. You and your father are no better than common slavers. The only difference is that slavers have the dignity to call themselves what they are, while you and your father pomp around like kings, trying to hide the truth of what you two truly are, common thugs." Jihin studied John's face for a moment, then smiled. Strength is the only truth in this world. Strength is the only law. Those who are strong can do what they want. Those who are weak can only follow the commands of the strong or perish underneath their heel. Your friend, my future wife's situation is the natural outcome of her current lack of strength. Lack of strength, John said mockingly. How about you fight her right now and see who is the stronger one? No, that's what I thought. You hide behind the strength of your father and act as if it's your own strength. Like I said, you are nothing but a delusional thug. Jihin's mouth curled up with displeasure, although he remained calm despite John's insults. John turned to face him directly, a wide smile on his face. You are right in one regard. That strength is the only thing that truly matters in the end. Your father was idiotic enough to accept Lillian's wager, which will unravel all your plans as I stomp you beneath my heels in the finals, if you make it that far in the first place, John said with calm confidence. Jihin's frown lingered for a moment as he locked eyes with John. His frown faded into a small smile as he turned and walked away from John. I truly do hope your friend is not lying about your strength, Jihin said without looking back. Nothing will give me greater pleasure than to cut you down before her, proving to her and the world that I, with my sword in hand, reign supreme. John grit his teeth tightly, calming his growing bloodlust. It wasn't that he was annoyed by Jihin's taunts. It was merely the fact that the one who Lillian was to be forcefully betrothed to was right in front of him, and he wanted nothing more than to rip Jihin's head off his shoulders for even thinking of such a thing, let alone agreeing to it. Before he could do or say anything, the Yangdao sect elder spoke loudly, his words stirring the crowd into a frenzy. With everything said, the Dao Transformation Tournament will officially begin. Everyone but the first and last seed clear the arena, as the fight between Aragas of the Swiftsword sect, ranked 1024, and John Fenix of the Unknown sect ranked first, will begin in a moment.